After 20 matches of action, we had to say goodbye to two teams yesterday on day 5 as Pack Lions Getty and Cividate fell by the wayside, but 4 teams still in the running for that coveted Super Series spot from Brescia. It's going to be a huge day. Finals day here in Brescia. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Italy, Brescia, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to a huge day in European cricket. Today is the day that we see who will join Albano in Fresh Tropical, who qualified from the Milan series, who will join them in the Super Series in just 2.5 weeks' time in Rome. And of course, the winner of that Super Series will go to the European Cricket League, representing Italy in 2023. And we are starting with the eliminator. It's Brescia CC versus Jandra Brescia. Well, Brescia CC, they lost their last match last night that would have given them the double chance, so this is a must-win game for them, and same goes for Jandra Brescia. They're on a bit of a winning streak of 4 games. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Stefan Gooch is out in the middle with the 2 captains for the eliminator, match 21.
Okay, call. Head, tails are call. Tails. Ball first. Ball first. Okay. Good luck, guys. Have a good game, guys. All the best. Let's go.
So it is Jandra Brescia, their captain Zahid Ali winning the toss and electing to bowl. Interesting for me, always a bit of a risk in an elimination match like this, but they have been on a winning streak and they have been chasing pretty well, and that's thanks to the batting efforts, I think, of Wasim Ahmed. I think along with his brother Naeem Ahmed, they do hold the key to the Jandra Brescia batting order. But first, they're going to have to deal with the Brescia CC bats. We know that they've got quite a lot of talented players. Don't forget, Brescia CC did represent Italy at the ECL earlier this year, and of course, if they don't get through today, they will know that they will not get that honour in 2023. But Brescia CC have made it hard for themselves. In fact, both these teams have made it pretty hard for themselves because they need to win 3 matches, including this one, if they are going to go to the Super Series. Watch out for Naveed Chaudhry. I think he's always a risk of breaking out for Brescia CC. He's been a bit hit and miss this week, but we know he's a very good striker of the cricket ball. And also Imad Khan, I think, has had a pretty good week in the absence of Ali Raza Islam, who we saw representing Brescia CC in that opening spot towards the end of the ECL. I think that Imad has been very, very good this week. Jandra Brescia, though, I know their captain Zahid Ali is a very, very experienced guy, and he will probably just be instilling some confidence in his team. They have won 4 in a row. If they can extend that streak to 7, it'd be an unlikely path to the Super Series, but still one which they will richly deserve. Let's talk about the conditions today. I can tell you much more like we have had during the week. We're expecting a lot of sunshine, expecting a maximum of 31 degrees, currently already about 24. A little bit of a breeze this morning, so that's cooling things off. I don't know if that will stick around, but I do think it will be hot in the middle. And here is a man I'm always looking forward to spending time with. It's actually his last day after he takes a couple of weeks vacation. Well, Rico Full is in the commentary box. I can tell you the news from the toss in Eliminator 3. It's match 21, Jandra Brescia winning the toss and bowling. Over to you, and let's get finals day started.
Good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Brescia here in Italy. And it is, yes, it's finals day. And we're starting with a very nervy eliminator, Brescia CC. After being thumped by Kings 11 yesterday, well, they put themselves in this situation where really, if they're to do it again and even get to the position where they can try and make it to the ECL finals once more, well, they've got to do it the hard way. Got to win all their matches here today. Starting off against Jandra Brescia, a team that, well, they're making a bit of a recovery, aren't they? Didn't start very well. Now they've won 4 on the spin. Yesterday, what a day. Super Friday was started with Jandra Brescia against Kings 11, and that was a 76-64 victory, a 12-run victory by Jandra Brescia. And that was mainly down to their captain once more, Ruxar Ahmed. He bowled so well. And, well, it was a game that Kings really, once again, didn't perform with the bat, and they had their troubles. And they knew that if they were to make it and give themselves a double chance here today, they had to come back strong, and it had to be come back strong against Brescia. But second match, well, we saw the Pack Lions Getty playing Jandra Brescia. That was an elimination match, and the Lions once again had troubles with the bat. I mean, Rizwan Zaman, 24 of 11, was the only main contributor for them as they got to 76 for 9. It was all to do with the bowling, really, though, of the Yusuf Maqsood, who had a good day yesterday, restricting. But Janjua Brescia, yeah, they were on top there. They got there, winning by 4 wickets. Wasim Ahmed was in very, very good form. So we had to say goodbye to the Lions. They had a much better series than last year, but still, though they got that one victory, they couldn't quite keep up with the big boys, but they will get better. Playoff 2 was Jinnah Brescia against Brescia, and Jinnah Brescia just continued their charge, and they booked that automatic place in the double-header chance here today by beating Brescia by 25 runs, 118 to 93. I mean, Nisar Ahmed had a bit of luck, but got some runs as well. But despite the bowling of Kulab Sajjad, who took 3 for 20, but the player of the match for that one was Muhammad Imran, because he took 3 for 17 as well. And then, well, we got to the other eliminator. Chividate waited to see who they would play out of the PLG and Janjua Brescia, and it was Janjua Brescia, and Chividate did pretty well with the bat. 111 they put on the board. Zain Ali was in remarkable form, scoring 53 of 23 deliveries. But Janjua Brescia, the team, as I said, they're on a high. They batted superbly well, mainly thanks to the opening pair. But Umar Bagh, he was in great form, 38 for 14. Farhad Ali, 22 for 14, and they knocked those runs off in the end pretty comfortably, winning by 7 wickets. So we had to say goodbye to Chividate, but not before. They really did entertain us. A lovely side, showed plenty of enthusiasm and a lot of energy in all their matches, and certainly we wish them and Pak Lansgeti all the best for the rest of the season. The final match was, well, totally one-sided. Brescia being put into bat by Kings 11 only struggled to get to 47 before they were all out of just 8 overs. And we did see a spectacular hat-trick as well, didn't we? Jagmeet Singh taking 3 for 2, and that second over was a triple wicket maiden. Unbelievable. That was his hat-trick. And Kings, well, they knocked those off quite comfortably with the player of the match, Viva Yadav, scoring 21 of 12 not out. Also picked up 2 wickets in that match. So that's how the teams learnt where and what they would be doing here today. Brescia, courtesy of that loss, we know that they have now got this elimination match. So it's eliminator 3 in the series, taking on Janjua Brescia. Here we go. The very first ball. Short, hit hard. There is a man out there who, well, it makes a total mess of this. Well, somebody hasn't woken up this morning. This goes straight through the fielder. You've got to stop these. So, Dulu, somebody who hasn't really got going in this series so far, well, he gets a lucky break, doesn't he? And not good fielding out there from the Janjua fielder. And that's something that, well, Mohammed Afzal will not be very happy about. It's not a good start, isn't it? You need to try and get your team pumped up and be positive. And that first one goes all the way through. Well, the umpire thinks about it and decides that's okay. Well, pretty close call, but umpire says that's okay. Just sneaking inside that line. Afzal once more. This time he's played into the deck. He'll take a single. Yes, I wonder if Dulu can perform. They always say, don't they, that even though you get several players who haven't really hit their high notes yet, they always say that good players perform when it matters. Brescia, 105 to 92. That is what the bat versus ball wall says about this one. So maybe somebody like Dulu is going to perform when it matters. He's such a good player, but just not being able to hit the right notes at the moment in this one. A bit of a promotion for Nabibullah Yasir. And this one, asking a big question. The umpire says no. And looking at it first time, I think that's probably a correct decision. I think the ball's probably just straying down the leg. He does come right across. You see that ball just moving away, nipping off the seam. And I suspect it is probably just going to go on to miss the top of the leg stick. So Yasir survives an early early appeal. And then he goes down the ground, gets fielded, in comes a throw, it's wild. And misses the target by a long way. I think if he's hitting him here, then they're in a spot of bother. So let's just have a look at this. I'm confident a good throw would have had him. Picks it up well, and gets the throw in pretty good as well. But misses the target by a long way. Umar Bagh in the action bright and early. He launches into this, and I think this will go all the way. Balle. In the zona, Shaka Logia. That's the first one of the day. But not only does he get it right, he gets it right out the middle. Had a little bit of fortune in getting this first boundary of the day, the 4 runs. But nothing fortuitous about that. He absolutely clubs that over. Big hit. They're getting 12 off the first over. Very good morning to you, wherever you're tuning in from. Whether you're watching via our YouTube channel, and if you are, like we say, give us the thumbs up, subscribe, and tell your friends and tell your families. We really want to get those numbers right up there. That's our Italian job. We want 300,000 subscribers. That's our mission. So come on, help us do it. And namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, one to everybody that's watching via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent. And happy Eid. Eid Mubarak to those of you that are celebrating today. I know that there'll be celebrations over this weekend, today and tomorrow. They have a fantastic weekend, and I hope you're able to enjoy what you're doing, and also be watching the cricket here today on finals day. Certainly going to have some cracking contest for you. Wasim Ahmed was in very, very good form yesterday, Wasim. Not just with the ball, but also with the bat. And I think his form has really got a lot to do with the change in fortunes for Chanjua Brescia. Hoping he can keep it going here in finals day as well. This is launches up in the air. Here's another one that's out of here. Gia, Shaka, Madre mia, it's una grande bel colpo. And that goes all the way, so 6 more. And this time, it's the turn for Yasir to get his Massimo. The first for him. So both batters have gone over and cleared the boundary ropes here now. Ahmed will want to reply back. He goes with the slower delivery. It's well bowled. Pace off. Just about a yard outside that off stick, just inside that guideline there for the umpires. And gets the dot ball in. A lot of church bells ringing in the background. Not sure if you can pick those up. Up in the air, this is an opportunity. Fielder gets under it and takes the catch. So the first wicket goes down, and it is Yasir. Well, he gets a bit carried away, sends one out of the park, and thinks he can do it again. And Wasim Ahmed, he has other ideas. And the catch neatly taken by the fielder. Went a long, long way up in the air. And it's probably, I mean, the way that's been sliced with the bat, I'm guessing this ball is spinning around quite viciously as well. But he does well, holds on to it. See, just really slices off the top of the bat, but good hands there from the fielder. I like the way that he gets down into a good position to take the catch. And Maqsood, pretty sure he'll play a part also with the ball. It's a very good young, entertaining cricketer, but on that occasion, required to take the catch, and he does. And he sends back one of the openers, Yasir, to making 7 of the 7 deliveries that he faced. Wasim Ahmed picking up his wicket. 18 for 1 with a ball to go in the second. New batter is the dangerous Imad Khan. Sort of has been carrying the batting for Brescia. You have to say, Imad. I mean, he wasn't able to do anything in that when they got absolutely steamrolled by Kings 11 in the last match. But he made 38 of 23, trying to get to the 118 against Brescia, where they fell short by 25 runs. Him and Chaudhry were the main contributors. And I'm guessing that it'll be him that they'll be relying on again to get the runs here. And I think, going by what we've seen, certainly, I mean, I know on this pitch you think that 110, 120 would be the score you want to be aiming for, but we've seen this week that very few teams have actually got to 100. So once again, I think get 100 plus, maybe around about that 110. Runs on the board and the eliminator. Going to be key. Well, this is a spicy delivery that certainly does climb on Dulu. And, Dulu just asking the question about the height of that one. To say, surely that was over the shoulder. And the umpires are coming together to have a little chat. I think this is okay. I mean, it's got to be, look, over the shoulder and under the head of the batter. So, oh, hang on a minute. I think the umpires are saying no shot played. That's what the discussion was here. So don't play a shot. So send them back. It's quite an interesting one, this. I don't know about this. Now don't forget, you can, if you're playing like evasive action, defending yourself, that was quite a defensive one. I'm not sure that's the right call, you know. I'm not sure if they're still discussing this. So, I mean, so the ball is coming, it's really cut into the batter, who's then sort of, I think he's taken some evasive action to try and avoid being hit. It's hit him on the shoulder and gone away. And he's the umpires just having a little consultation with the batters and saying, look, I don't think you played a shot there. I think you need to go back to the other end. No, there you go. They're getting it right here. So leg by has been signalled. Yeah, that's good. I like to see that. The umpires, I mean, they're entitled to what they think, and then I think both the umpires come together and they get the third umpire, Stefan Gooch, involved, and they look at it again, and I think the right decision is made there. And it's also, the ball was on the offside as well, so a strange one. Anyway, leg by is correctly called for me. This is being dragged away out onto the onside. It's well fielded. We'll get a single. Fielding is so key on this pitch. That's one thing that we have definitely seen. I mean, if you can field well on it and you are prepared to dive and well, take the consequences as well from it, has to be said. This is a interesting appeal. I don't think that's going on to hit anything. Yeah, right down the leg side. Yeah, I mean, it's a bumpy field. I mean, it's very hard. I mean, it's a little bit different to Milan. I mean, we know it's very dry here, and that's why viewers, some of you may be thinking why the outfield looks so sort of barren, if you like. You know, almost looks like a lot of people have said it looks like we're playing on sand. Well, we've got restrictions here because of the high temperatures that they've had in Italy and consistently haven't had rain here for weeks now, and I suppose any real amount of rain now for months. So there's a lot of restrictions on watering and things like areas like this, which is a recreational ground. Well, it's not allowed. They are not allowed to water the outfield. I mean, only farmers where they've got crops, etc., are allowed to do that. You can't go and get your cars washed. So very much about saving water. Well, this one has gone a long way up. Good luck with this. It's gone a long, long way up, and what a good catch. What a good save pair of hands Umar Baig has. We saw him taking catches the other day consistently, and he's done the same here again. Big smiles on the face from the bowler, Hasib Abdul. And, he's got himself a wicket, and it's a big wicket. Imad Khan, who we know is a player that can be, well, pretty difficult to contend with if he gets going. But no problems there at all. Has a lot of time, you have to say, Baig, to get there, but it's still... That one goes a long, long way up in the air. I mean, you can count how many seconds it takes for that ball to come back down. He takes a good catch. Abdul in the wickets. And that means that we're going to see now Sajid Afridi coming in. with the score on 21 and 2 wickets now down. So somebody who has been pretty reliable for them. Imad Khan, he goes. Well caught there by Baig. And he goes just for the one of the 3 balls that he received. Abdul to Afridi, who just works his away on the leg side. Yeah, so just going back, touching on the outfield. So, of course, what that means is that A, it's very hard. It hasn't got that dusty sort of surface as Milan. Milan, of course, a lot of the topsoil had just literally burnt away, which did give it that very sandy effect. But this is pretty hard and compacted under the ground here. It's a lot of stones and gravel, pebbles. So if you're diving, well, you can imagine not only are you landing on a very hard surface, but you're also a very good chance that you're going to pick up a few cuts and grazes as well. So only the bravest will do it. But if it matters to you, if it's important to you, and if it means that you want to get this victory and you want to go on to play in Rome, that's what you're going to have to do. Good ball to start. Power play ends with the score on 22 for 2. Yeah, nicely bowled. Good areas from Wasim. Zahir Ali will be using all his experience and knowledge, the captain, for his side, Janjua, to try and get them through this eliminator. But remember, it doesn't get any easier for any of these 2 teams. Whichever one does proceed, they will then have to play the second match, which will be the match after we see the 2 teams that earn the right to get 2 chances to get in the final. Brescia and Kings will be playing next. And the loser of that match will be playing the winner of this one in the next eliminator. So you can see the path to victory here in Brescia for either one of these 2 teams means winning 3 matches on the spin. Tough matches as well. Ahmed, good so far. Afridi on strike. Dulu still there. They've not had too much of the strike himself. Plays this out to third and it goes through the fielder. And that's not good. Well, they've seen some good work from some of the fielders. And Maqsood, well, he's one of them, isn't he? I mean, he did take that catch, but this one goes straight through. And going back to that pitch again and the field here, you've got to make sure that you get something behind. You can't be leaving any little spaces like that for the ball to go through, because it will. And sometimes I know the ball will ricochet off you and the batters will get 2. But 2s are better than giving away the boundary. And just keep a note of that. That is like, I think that's 6 runs now that have been given away because of the fielders on the outfield, or the fielders not able to stop the ball going to the boundary. Slower delivery. This is well played, but there is a fielder out there. Ball bobbles along to him. He keeps his eye on it. Take the single. Fielders come across on the leg side to back it up. That's good. That's what you want to see. That's the energy levels you want to see, and the commitment. And the backing up is good. 3 men on that leg side now on the boundary. That is it. Nobody else. Nobody behind square. Everyone else out on the off, including the sweeper. And yeah, watch the spin, and it's another one that goes over him, but he does manage to get some fingers on this. He does well here, Maqsood, I think. These ones are difficult. You've got to always remember that ball is going to spin viciously, and normally spin sort of to the left as you go to it. And he's done well. He's kept his eye on it, gets a bit of a hand on it, stops it going past him this time. End of the over. So 30 on the board. And this is where we are. So it's all about getting those golden tickets. Get a golden ticket and you get yourself to the Super Series starting on the 25th of July in Rome. And we know, as you heard Maximo say in the introduction, Fresh Tropical, the champions of Milan, and Albano, the runners-up, well, they've got their golden ticket. And the reason, if you're wondering why there's 2 teams from Milan, because remember, 12 teams did take part in that series. Here we have 6 teams, So only one team will get the golden ticket. Who will it be? That's not a good delivery. I mean, it was going to be a wide. It gets a bit of pad on this. And this is going to take some stopping. It does get stopped. The batters, well, very good running here. Then they're going to take 3 here. 3 leg byes. Well run. Abdul, first ball, just goes a bit astray. I mean, it was always going to be called a wide, so I suppose getting 3 as opposed to 1 on the extra ball, I don't know, maybe. Up in the air, another opportunity, and it goes down. That is a clanger. That really is. Well, that is Zahid Ali, the captain. He can't believe this. He makes it look so casual. Look, nice casual approach. Says, yeah, I've got this. And well, I think that one goes through the hands, onto the chest, and down. What an opportunity. Dulu swings hard, misses. So Afridi gets a life on 7. Dropped by the captain, Zahid Ali. And, well, going to add that to the errors we've already seen in the field. I mean, nobody means to drop them, of course. So sometimes, whether it's the pressure or whether it's just a lack of concentration. And often it's those ones when you think that it's too easy, you think you're going to catch it easily. And maybe you just take your eye off the ball for one moment. Next thing you know, the ball is on the deck. These two teams didn't meet all the way back in match 1. They started things off. I'll tell you how that went after this ball. And well, he takes the leg stick out of the grounds. There's a good comeback here from Abdul. And Dulu, he still can't get a trick, and he can't get going. The swinging wild of the 12th delivery that he faces and sees his leg stick being removed out of the ground. And it's unlucky for Dulu that he once again can't make contact. He can't get going. That's a big wild swing at this, but he's no shape at all over the place. He's not in line with this delivery. And Hasib Abdul takes another. Dulu has to depart. And a 12 ball, 14 for him. It just hasn't hit his ropes, has it, Dulu? He is such a good hitter of the ball. Such a big hitter of the ball when he gets flying, but we just haven't seen him get going here at all in this series. And maybe, who knows, is that the last time that we're going to see Dulu with the bat? Who knows? One man who's going to try and make sure that we do see his team again is the captain who goes out there now. Kalab Sajjad, he's really got to play a captain's innings. First, he has to see out the first ball from Abdul. Places out into the covers. It's fielded. No run. Overcalled by the umpires. So at the halfway point now, 36. 3 wickets down. Remember, they really struggled with the bat, Brescia, yesterday against Kings. 47 all out. So it was all about, while that match was in progress yesterday, I was saying it's both of those teams, Kings and Brescia, we knew they were going to play a part in finals day. The question was were they going to get the double chance to get into the final or not? But the main thing I was saying that they really had to do was to get a good performance in, ready and preparing themselves for finals day. But Brescia, they certainly didn't do that at all, did they? Getting all out 47 and Kings winning that one by 9 runs. But when you look at all of the performances, the batting performances from Brescia, I mean, they hit 100 against PLG, winning that one by 14 runs. But they just haven't been able to hit big runs at all. The batting has not clicked. 103 against Kings, the first time they played on day 2. And they struggled on day 1 when they won this fixture. It was the very first fixture of the series. And it was Brescia who won by 15 runs, 88 to 73. So again, you see there, struggling to get runs. But one thing they will be thinking is, okay, maybe that 100-plus score is not on here. But last time, 88 was enough. So get into the 80s and put the pressure on. Maksud, the left armour. He's hit up in the air as an opportunity, and it's taken, no mistakes, and Maksud picks up the wicket, and he gets a wicket off Kalub Sajjad. The captain has to go, and not for the first time. He goes without scoring. It's another duck. It's another one that will go into the late Gardner, and Kalub Sajjad hits this pretty well. I think the shot is on, but he doesn't get enough power in it. He doesn't get enough to get it past the fielder. And Nasir Mahmood makes no mistakes taking the catch. You see there, I mean, okay, questionable whether he could have hit that higher. He's relying more on his timing. Maybe he's looking to place this in between the fielder at a long off and the man at extra cover, but gets it a bit wrong. And in doing so, he gives away his wicket. He goes without scoring of just the 2 deliveries that he faces. Well caught there by Mahmood. Makes no mistakes. And Yusuf Maksud in the wickets. And he's having a good series, isn't he, Maksud? Gets the ball in the right areas. Just the actual, being the left-hander, the angle that he's bowling at, especially when he gets it right. He is sometimes guilty of straying a little bit on the pads, but when he gets it right, makes it very difficult for the right-hander. But now he's got to contend with the left-hander as Khan comes out to face his first delivery against Maksud. And, oh, well, he has a big hoik at this. And that wasn't that far away from catching the bottom part of the bat, you know. Farooq Khan showing his intent straight away. And, well, the bells are ringing once more. And so far, that's a good sign for Janjua. Not so good for Brescia. You've got time to bat here. Don't need to be throwing the bat at everything. Well, I tried. I'll try again. You don't need to be throwing the bat at everything. If somebody gives me a plaque, I'll write it and I'll hold it up. Yeah, look, you've got a lot of time here. That's not good. That's not what your team needs right here now. 4 wickets down. You've got 37 on the board. You've still got someone like Afridi out there. Give Afridi somebody who can bat with him. Give him some confidence that he's got a batter at the other end that can stay with him. Left and right combination can cause all sorts of damage if you can stay there. Well, this one is well hit. Well, that was in the slot. Gets put away. That's more like it. You know, play the ball on merit. And this one was down the leg side, and it gets whipped away pretty effectively by Khan. And that's exactly, you see, that's the thing that Sajid needs there at the other end. Sajid Afridi, he needs a partner, needs somebody you can build with. That will certainly help. I mean, in terms of the rate they're going at, I mean, depending where this over finishes, there's a ball to go in it. I mean, okay, they're still on for that. I think it's a bit of acceleration, and we know that Afridi can give that. They're still on for a 90 score, I think 85 to 90. But it's all about partnerships now from here on in and playing smart cricket. Maksud goes for the slower ball and beats him outside the off. And the batter, he's asking the question on the umpire. I don't like to see that, I have to admit. I think the umpires are there to make a decision. If they don't say it's a wide, it's not a wide. You get on with the game. End of the over. 41. 4 wickets down. Once again, it's scheduled to be another warm day. I mean, already probably temperatures around about 27, 28 degrees. And we know that consistently temperatures out there in the middle, in the midday sun, have been reaching about 33, 34. Sometimes it feels hotter than that. Qureshi into the attack, starts with a wide. Another young bowler that has bowled very well for his captain. On this occasion, I think that's the right idea. Just trying to sneak that ball in. Just gets it wrong slightly, but I think that's where you want to try and stick to. Afridi. Well, he lets this one go by as well. Once again, just goes a little bit too wide. That's the young bowler. All very valuable runs, whichever way that they come. Oh, well bowled. That's the ball. That's the one he's after. And this one just goes straight through. Very little movement in this, but it's just all about getting the line. Maybe it's slightly surprising. Afridi there. Afridi is looking to play out on that offside. Just quick recap on this field. 3 men await on the leg side boundary. 1, 2, 3. Mid on, mid wicket, square leg. Everybody else on the offside. Long off back and extra cover. This places out to the man at point. Feels it easily. 1 or 2 fielders saying, have a go. And he's saying, what for? He said, look where the fielders are on the leg side. They're all the way back. The batter looks like he's going to make it in. I'm not throwing it away for nothing. And yeah, fair calls. Only he knows whether the batter was comfortably or was going to be comfortably in or not. There's no point giving away extra runs. Farouk Khan back on strike. Certainly missed 3, and it has got 1 boundary to his name. And this one's up in the air. Will it carry to the fielder? Oh, he gets it wrong. And he does get fingers to it. And the only reason I know that is because he's shaking his hand like a good one. But it's another one that eludes the fielder and goes. He's looking to take the catch, and he thinks he should. He knows he should. He gets there, but not able to hold on to it. So that is one that goes through Nasir Mahmood. Well, a lucky break there. This time for Farouk. Well, he gets a bit of edge on this. No run. The keeper didn't know too much about it, Naeem Ahmed. But he does manage to get a touch on it. Well done. Stopped it going through. So both these batters now have had lives, haven't they, Afridi? It was Zahid Ali that dropped him in a very straightforward catch when he was on 7. And Farouk now dropped there. Slightly harder catch by Mahmood. This one will be called a wide. Yep. Once again, both the bowlers here, Qureshi and also Maqsood here, just trying to get that ball, just trying to sneak that ball in before it goes too wide. They don't want to give anything where the batters can have a good swing at it. It's good bowling so far. Once again, goes for those areas. Well, not sure what's happened here. This will go to the boundary. I'm not sure if this is the fielder having a few issues seeing the ball with the umpire in the way, or it's another error from the fielder. Maybe we can see it better here in the replay. Gets played pretty well. You don't quite see it there, but once again, I think that's one that has to be stopped. That for me now, when you talk about balls going through fielders and going to the boundary, including that drop catch earlier from Mahmood, is, well, I think that's 12 runs now. This one's been hit hard. It's too wide, and the batter this time, Khan, was waiting for it, and he literally punches this away. Good shot. I mean, it was going to be a wide delivery, but as I say, if you're not going to take the wide, if you're going to play a shot, then send it to the boundary. And that is exactly what Farouk Khan does. And it looked like he was out of position there, but he gets a fair bit of bat onto it. And of course, with nobody out there, that's going to be 4 runs. So a good end to the over. A couple of wides in there as well. And there's a couple of boundaries. So the score moves on to 57 for 4. But of course, the main thing is those errors that we're seeing in the field. And well, you can see they're batting first, 4-3. And 4-3. 2 teams there. I mean, the main thing is the scores. Have a look at the scores. And neither one of them, I think Janjua is probably slightly better, but consistently haven't been able to get the runs on the board. And that's the only thing that will keep Brescia here staying and remaining positive. They know, especially with the bowling attack that they got, and if they can, like I say, get to this. Well, you see that projected score's gone up into the 80s now. 1 point was hovering about 70. But if they can get it 85 to 90, it gives them something to bowl at. And of course, they'll love a couple of magical overs here. A couple of big hits from Khan. get them accelerated to closer to the 100. That would be ideal. That would be a really, really good recovery. When you think they were 36 or 3 at the halfway point, but they have got the acceleration in now, especially that last over. Went for 15. Slight delay at the moment. Just the umpires waiting for the, I think they're waiting for the scorers to get back to them. Maybe it's a few glitches with the old technology, so slight wait there. But yeah, what I was saying there, so Brescia, so going back to, we were talking about the sort of runs that they've been scoring and the runs that they've been defending. I think if they can push on and get to this 90 score, anything more than that will be a bonus. I mean, that will really show a good bit of acceleration as well. So you're looking at them scoring and 60 runs in the last 5 of the overs compared to the 36 that they did in the first 5. That will give them plenty to bowl at. And remember, it means that Chandua Brescia would have to deal with the likes of the pace bowlers. Of course, will always play a part in this. But the main one, the leading leading wicket takers in the series, Bashar Khan, will be one to watch. He's got 11. I mean, just got Kuldeep Lal and Vibha Yadav, both from Kings, and Bashar Khan from Brescia, both on 11 wickets. And Jagmeet Singh, the hat-trick hero yesterday, well, he's on 10. What a hat-trick that was as well. The 14th hat-trick that we've had this year. He picked up 3 wickets for just 2 runs. That the second over, no runs from it at all. It was a treble wicket maiden which featured the hat-trick. And then Rukhsar Ahmed, he's on 9 wickets. He's number 3, the top wicket takers, if you like. And with the batting, well, I might as well give you the batting. The batting front, it's Chandua Brescia's Fahim Nazir, who we'll see, of course, in the next match. They take on Kings 11. Imad Khan, well, he wasn't able to do too much here today, just falling for 1. He's on 160 runs in the series. And then we go to some good batters on the Kings side. Vibha Yadav, 137. He's gone off the boil the last few innings, but yesterday was an important knock for him, I think. After having a few blips, he came back with 21 not out. I know it was only a low score they were chasing, but gets himself back to form. Nisar Ahmed, Chandua Brescia, 132. Can he get to his best? He's not quite been there, even though he has entertained us. And then 5th up there is Asad Imran, off a play we won't see again. He was from the Pak Langedi team. 126 runs he scored in the series. It looks like we're ready to continue. Maqsood bowling his second over. 6 have come off his 7 deliveries so far. Hits this pretty hard, and this has sailed out of the ground. What a big hit that is. Well, that is a Bizaway supersonic hit. Sent that a long way. When he sent that out of the ground, it's literally on his way to the gate and out. He clubs this. Well, he certainly gives this some welly, doesn't he? Lovely jubbly. 6 runs, 6 of the best. Eso es una grande. 6 carreras. Give me some more of that, he says. Let's still wait for that ball to come back. It does come back. So, Maqsood is asked by the umpire. I mean, let's have a quick look at this, make sure it's okay. So having a look at the ball, we can still looking at it. And the bowler saying, yeah, I don't think I like this one anymore. It goes back. I think looks like another one's going to come out there. And sometimes people do ask the question, well, how does this work? I can tell you exactly how it works. Our umpires have a box of cricket balls all labelled that have been used for different number of overs and balls, and when a ball like that one's obviously got damage as it's gone and probably hit some of the path or the gravel or the stones there leading out of the ground. They'll roughen it up a bit, so they've got another one that is exactly the same age in terms of balls being bowled, and they'll carry on. It's as simple as that. Better delivery this one. It's not in the slot. But you can see just how important it is that he just tries to keep that ball just in that area. Can't. Well, he came out swinging and missing, but certainly the last few he's managed to get hold of, and he's doing his job for his team 4 4s and a 6. This one is really wide. It will be called. The plan I understand. The question is just how many extras are they prepared to give away trying to do it. And that is the 4th wide in the innings. Extras goes up to 9. 5 leg buys. 4 wides. This one I think is okay. Oh, well, that's a tough one. Tight call. I mean, the umpires have been very consistent with this, and well, okay, I can see why it's called. It was close, but I think umpire Amila deciding that that does catch a bit of the line. It's got a strange action, Maksud, when he lands. Keep a look at his foot when he lands it. He doesn't land it straight. Have a look at this. Straight down the ground, and that is big. That is huge. Well, that's the biggest straight hit that we've seen here this week. That is massive. That really is. Questo enorme. That is a big shot from Khan, and he's turning on the style here for his team, for Brescia, getting the valuable runs. And, well, Afridi liking that one as well. He's got a big smile on his face. Well, what a big hit that one was. Absolutely clobbered this. Doesn't quite get the contact that he desired on that one. Gets the single. Afridi's just been a bit of a bystander, hasn't he? Just faced 11 deliveries for the 12 runs that he's got on the board. But he's more than happy with the way that Khan's coming. Khan off a ball more. He's on 29. I wonder if Afridi will try and do anything different here. He feels that the role he's playing so far is perfect. Charges at this. Get a hand to it. They'll be look to take 2, I think, and they will. In comes the throw, and they'll be looking even again. But he does finally get stopped. Goes through Zahid Ali, who does get a fingertip to it to slow the ball down, but the batters take the opportunity to take the second. It wasn't the best bit of running that you'll see from Farouk Khan, but he does get back. And when these two came together, when Farouk came out there and he was swinging, swung at the first 2 deliveries and missed. I was saying the key thing that they need is a partnership. And, well, you see there on that worm what partnerships can do. It looks like that worm has taken something, and it's certainly going up, up, up. Good partnership there. So 8 overs now down. Maksud goes for 23 off his 2. And that one again going for a few. So 75 on the board, 4 wickets down. And it's time for the experienced evergreen, the captain, Zahid. And he's coming on here now because the last 2 overs, when he's used pace to this pairing, Qureshi's gone for 16. And that was over 7. And that last over went for 18. So he's just trying to take the pace off. This one will be called a wide. So he's got the same plan in mind of what Maksud was trying to do. Khan will still go for the big shot. Pace or no pace. This is another wide. Extras starting to go up and now starting to move into double figures. Those overs, I mean, the first over went for 12. Then after that, the next few overs over 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All going for single figures. And then, of course, the last 2, as I said, 16 and 18. That's better. That's where he needs to be. And I think that's why Zahid has come on now. He's just said, okay, I'm going to take the pace right off and just see how these batters deal with that. Gets that in the right area again. $40 is what this partnership is worth now. So you can see why partnerships are so important. That's better. Using all his experience here. Got the first 2 too wide, but now he's got his radar right. He's causing problems. Khan, whatever happens here, he's going for this. Well, he tries to do the switch, and this only misses. The stops by a fraction. Now, what do you think here? What's he going to try? He's trying that again. He's going to come down the track. The keeper certainly is waiting. Naeem Ahmed going to be in play here, I think. There we go. Thank you very much. Well, who says I don't know what I'm talking about? The commentator's kiss, and well done to Zahid Ali. He just playing with him, wasn't he? Kinda aja bachcha mein tere laal thoda ja khelna pehla fir main teri wicket bhi le leni, and that's just what he does. I mean, he starts with the two wides, but then the wily captain Zahid Ali, Mr. Evergreen, just toys with the bat, and you knew that he was going to get him to come out, and that's the one that he was wanting to bowl, just the one that's slightly shorter, pulls him out of his crease, and a very easy bit of work there from Naeem Ahmed. So well done to El Capitan. Got a smile on his face. And, well, he gets the applause, doesn't he, off his teammates. So that's the end of that partnership. It brought 40 runs. It was the one that was needed. I mean, most of the runs, most of the hitting was done there by Farouk. Farouk Khan, 29 of 17. So he certainly played his part. A very important innings, but I think it's key that they just don't fall away here in the last few balls to go. See, there's the wicket once more. Goes... I have a plan, he says. I have a plan. And it goes exactly to plan. The ball to bowl in the over. The 2 runs conceded. Both wides. Chaudhry coming in. It's a man that can hit the ball pretty big as well. Slices up in the air. Could be 2 in 2. It is 2 in 2. So Zahid Ali comes on. Gives away only 2 runs, both wide, the first 2 balls he bowled, and then the next 6 deliveries, no runs from him, and 2 wickets. And unfortunately, he won't get a chance to complete that hat-trick. But, well, what an introduction from the captain. Very clever as well. He read the situation. He could see that both these batters were taking on the pace, and it was working in their favour with those 2 pretty decent overs of 16 and 18. And the next thing, he takes the pace right off and picks up 2 wickets, but more importantly, only gives away 2 runs. So 77 for 5, end of 9 overs. So that one went magical for the fielding side. So just like that, despite those pretty decent over number 7 and 8 for Brescia, that good over from Janjua puts his match back where it was. That score around about 85-90, unless we have a big finish here. The Chaudhry, he went first ball. Afridi now needs to play a few shots. It goes up in the air. This could be another one. We could have 3 wickets in 3 balls. We have. That's a team hat-trick. The catch is held. No mistakes. And, well, he's applauding everybody. They're all applauding him. Well done, that man. Got a nice smile on his face. He first gets a nice hug from Mohamed Afzal. And the catch taken by Farid Ali. So, Afridi now goes. There he goes. He says, well done, son. Well held. High fives all around. No mistakes from Farid Ali. So we have seen 3 wickets in 3 balls. Team hat-trick completed. Man that's coming out there is the experienced Wasim. I was quite surprised actually that he's coming so far down, Wasim Ahmed. And he's certainly been one of the players of the series for Brescia for sure. Qureshi starts his second with a wicket. That's nicely hit. Oh, wow. This one is close. It goes to the boundary, 4 runs. But look, this is hit pretty well. It's on the up. You see the fielder jumping up just in the picture there on the corner of your screen. You can see how hard it was hit. Now that would have been sensational. That also would have been 4 in 4. When the batter hits 4 and decides this bat's no good, I need another one. It's broke, he says. Well, I don't know about that. The handle looked a bit, didn't look too straight, to be honest. So he gets another bat, and he says, okay, we're going to hit this one even further, he says. You wait and see. Qureshi, the bowler, will have other ideas. They pick up a wicket of the first ball, but sees that one hit to the boundary. Remember, he went 18 of his last over. Better delivery in the slot. Batters look to turn and go. And it still may. The ball still live, if you like. It finally goes back to the bowler. So they'll just take the single. Two Mohammeds out there now batting. Rizwan and Javid. Into the 80s. 4 balls to go. Can they get to the 90? Can they get a couple of boundaries here? Qureshi, he won't want to be bowling any more extras. Bowling to the left-handed Rizwan. Well bowled. And the wicket keeper doing the right thing. Naheem Ahmed just taking the ball cleanly in his gloves. Doesn't release it, just jogs gently up to the stumps, just in case the batters are going to try and sneak a by it. A bit of a chat between Javid and Rizwan. Some instructions. And I think that was the case of, look, whatever happens here, I'm coming your way. It's full toss, hits it well. And no, this is not good work. Oh dear. Well, I've said 12. We'll add another 3 to it. That takes it to 15. That's 15 runs where fielders should have stopped the ball, haven't, and resulting in giving the 3 extras. He's hit this pretty well, but look, why is he using his foot here? That's not good at all. And then, of course, the ball goes past and goes onto the line. Well, you're certainly not going to have him defending for your team. That's a bit of an own goal. That's disappointing. It really is. 4 very valuable runs. The ball to go in the innings. Looking to get the 90 on the board of Brescia. Slices up in the air. The fielder, will he stop it? He gets a hand onto it. The batters will surely come back for 2. Well, they decide they're not going to. And that will be that. It finishes with another single. And the score will be 87. So they don't get to the 90, but it does end up being the sort of score I was talking about, between 85 and 90. So they get there. So they certainly did a lot better in the second half. 87 on the board. It is something that I think Brescia, they can defend. I mean, remember last time they got to a score of 88 against this very team. Match 1, that's where it all started. That was these two met, and they were able to restrict Janjua to 73. So will it go that way again as we start to have a look at these highlights? And one of the things that they did is they leaked a few runs, and we're going to see that in some of these highlights. And my calculation is there's probably about 15 runs that they've leaked on the outfield with the ball's gone through fielders. It's not the, again, come back to it, it's not the easiest field to be fielding on, but when you have a look at some of those, they were glaring. There were smiles as well. They got the good start that they wanted. Look, this is another one. So remember that. They all get added up. There was a couple of drop catches as well, which could be key as well. But the one thing that Janjua did, especially up until that the 6th over, is they kept it tight. They didn't let the team get away. It was 41 for 4. And then there was 2 overs, wasn't there? That over number 7 and 8, where both Qureshi and Maqsood went for a few. That's another one there. You see, that was that catching opportunity that was put down by Mahmood. And at that point, Farouk was only on 4. So he went in and scored a few more runs. But this was his downfall. It was clever. It was Zahir Ali coming on to bowl. And what an over that is. I mean, if this match ends up being a victory for Janjua, and it's a close one, certainly his efforts with that one over of his will play a big part in it as well. Well, that's the catch. And Mohammad Afzal just sharing a bit of love with the fielder. This one, well, that would have been a sensational one if that was taken. Remember, went through a period there where 3 wickets went in just 3 balls. Could have been 4 and 4 if the fielder had taken that one. Again, another bit of bad fielding there right towards the end, which did give the boundary, which helped them get to a score of 87. So 87 is on the board. And Brescia once again struggling to get the runs on the board. But what they do, and what they do very well, is they defend. They're going to have to defend and defend for survival, defend for their life, because only one of these two teams will make it through to the next round, if you like. This is an eliminator. Have a look at the scorecard. Dulu, once again, he just can't get going, can he? Try as he will, he just cannot. 14 he went for. Also 14 from Sadi Afridi. He stayed there a long time, but I think there was one point, especially when Farouk Khan was out there, that his role was just to sort of keep that partnership going. The partnership was worth 40, and when the score is 87, you can see how important the partnership that was. Naveed Chowdhury came and went. He went for the big shot first ball. You can understand that. It was the last ball of that 9th over. Zahid Ali getting his wicket. And, well, then a very important boundary right towards the end there. How important could that be? And both those batters, in fact, Rizwan and Javed, managed to get a boundary to their name, being the not-out batters. The bowling figures, well, Mohammad Afzal, he bowled the 1 over for 12, wasn't asked to come on to bowl again. Wasim Ahmed, 1 for 14, always very reliable. And then Yusuf Maqsood, a little bit expensive because of his 2nd over, as was Qureshi, but they did both pick up 1 wicket. 1 for 23, 1 for 26, but, well, the bowling performance of this match so far belongs to the captain, Mr. Evergreen. Zahid Ali picked up 2 wickets, just conceding 2 runs, and those 2 runs were actually the first 2 balls he bowled, which were wide balls, but once he got his radar right, they just couldn't get him away. It's very difficult to say which team is on top here, because though it's not a big score, it's a score that Brescia have defended many times. They've got some good bowlers in that attack, and I think what Janjua need to be careful of, and what they'll be thinking about, is how they will deal with that possible 4 overs of spin, and 2 of those overs from Bashar Khan, and 2 will be from the captain Khalib Sajjad, because they will probably come into play from over 4 to 8. And if you can deal with them and score off them, then you should go on to win the game. But if you get too cagey, and if you don't time the ball well of the spinners and give your wickets away, Brescia will be right where they want to be. This is going to be a very, very exciting game, where we've got 2 teams here, Brescia and Janjua Brescia, and I can tell you what, there is a lot of Brescia pressure out there, because everything to play for in this eliminator number 3. It's match number 21. Join me, Rico Full, and, well, we're going to see Mr. Maximo come into the commentary box as well for this 2nd innings. Join us back in about 10 minutes time for what promises to be a very exciting conclusion to this match. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Bentornato, welcome back. Welcome back to the Heat Bowl. Well, the heat certainly is on out there now. Temperature soaring up. And, certainly Brescia, they found it hot as well. As they struggled once more to try and get big runs on the board. 87 they finish with. I mean, they've got Farouk Khan to thank mainly for that, 29 and 17. But the bowling from Zahid Ali, 2 for 2. And also Hasib Abdul picking up 2 for 5 was absolutely sensational. And, well, one or two of you have got your views on which way they go. Nice to hear from you, Keanu, who's in on the chat, and everybody else there. Good morning to you. Keep the conversation going. Oh, Keanu thinks that Brescia, the sort of team that could defend this, and they certainly are. We've seen them make many a good defence. Janjua, though, remember, they come into this match on a high. They've won the last 4 matches on a spin when really they looked nowhere. They really looked all out of sorts, but players are starting to get going for them, and they'll be hoping that Farid Ali can do that. The first one is wide. Javid Mohammed gets that first one. Look, good bit of swing, but too much swing. Not able to contain it. I think he's bowling here. It's going to be critical, as well as that of one or two of the other openers. But I think it's the spin. That's well bowled. Clever delivery. Nothing wrong with that one. But for me, it's all about the spin, how Janjua Brescia will play that spin. I mean, they've got to try and, I think, stay with the pace in these first 3 overs. They've got a good power play. If they can be, even if they can be 30 off it, they'll be happy. They'll be in front. Nicely played. Gets through the covers. That's 4 runs. Nice shot. Makes room for himself. And then he dispatches it. Good shot. Well struck. 4 runs, good movement, gets himself to the pitch, and once he makes contact with that, that's not going to be stopped. Very good shot, nicely played, well executed. 4 on the board, first runs off the bat. Farid Ali, his batting partner at the other end, Umar Bag, who also had a good day yesterday. Both these two made a pretty decent partnership. They'll take a single there. And they came together yesterday against Cividate in that, well, very spicy match, wasn't it? Only the winner went through. Janjua Brescia did it. Umabag 38, Farid Ali 22. It's a fantastic opening partnership that was very fruitful for them. 64 runs these two put on together, and they're looking. They can do that again here, and certainly they can win the match for their side. Ball bobbles down to the fielder, makes no mistakes. That's a yes here. He'll have a part to play in this as well. Yes, he's a very sharp, skiddy bowler. Really gets the ball to come through, and he attacks the stumps as well. That does not miss by much. It's not a good shot. He's just played right across the line here to Javid Mohammed. And Farid Ali, he would think himself pretty lucky still to be here. And he swings and misses. We've seen a lot of batters play on in this series as well. I commented yesterday that I think is the most I've ever seen batters playing onto their own stumps. Gets a fair bit of bat onto this. He's trying to get it past the infielder. Does really well. Very well fielded. That's the way to do it. Get there quickly, get low, get down, and make sure something stops that ball going through. End of the first over. It's a pretty decent start from Mohammed. Keeps the score to 8. Matches without a golden ball. It's an ECN record, 343 and still climbing. I have to say, we've certainly had plenty of opportunities. Well, plenty of times that we thought that was going to be broken, especially on day 4. Cividate versus Janjua Brescia. The Cividade keeper, all he had to do was hit the stumps. We would have hit the ball, a golden ball. He missed them. And then Gina Brescia against Kings 11. The win also off the last ball for Kings 11. So we've been close, but it still eluded us. Surely he's not going to get to 350 plus. Yes, here. We'll be bowling the next over. Oh, this is smashed straight back at the non-striker. Oh, that is hurting. That has been hit hard. And Umar Beg, he takes one right on the chest. This is 4 runs. I'm telling you, this is going for 4. Farhad Ali has absolutely thumped this. Well, it's been a sucker blow to his own player there. Look at this. This is going like a bullet. He can't do anything to stop it. It goes straight through, hits him right on the chest. Well, just going to have to take a little bit of time to walk this off. That really does hurt. And nice to see Yasir there, the bowler, straight away. Just checking that the batter's okay. That's going to hurt. That's sort of hit right. I think that's hit right on the top of the ribs. Ooh, well. He's still out there. Fiery delivery. Yasir. Short across the batter. Very difficult. And that's the 1 for the over. And Miller has got a bit of a smile on the face. I think there's something. Yes, he's probably said something to him about that as well. Yeah, okay. Swings hard. Same fielder. He's going to have a busy time out there, isn't he? Does well. Makes a stop. Imran Naveed. The question is now, how is Baig? Remember, he took one right in the ribs. That didn't have any attention. And saw none of the freeze spray coming out. Swing and a miss. Gets this line so good, doesn't he? This is where he's basically imitating the line of a left armour. Somebody like Maqsood, if you like, who was bowling against them. Just creating that angle, but he gets good carry through as well, gets good bounce. Firmly struck, and this is going to take some stopping, or is it going to be stopped? No, it's not. It gets it through the 2 fielders. Fielder ने काफी कोशिश की थी, पर शॉट चंगा मारे, timing अच्छी सी, चौका लग गया, 4 carreras. Well, they chased hard. But once that ball has a few yards on you, you're not going to catch it. Bobbles away to the boundary. 4 runs, valuable runs. Baig showing that though he's been hurt by his own batter, that he's still okay. This partnership's so crucial for Janjua. Brescia need to break it. Brescia were the team that represented Italy in the European Cricket League early this year. I think this is pitching outside leg, cannot be out. Good umpiring. You see here, as soon as this ball pitches, have a look. Nah, outside the leg stump. And no matter what the ball is going, it probably is going in to crash into the stumps, but can't be given. End of the over. 14. No loss. That's the key. No wickets lost. And this is what the schedule of the day looks like. So right now, we're right in the middle of that quite tasty eliminator. Brescia versus Janjua Brescia. And then qualifier 1. Which one of those 2 teams, Gina Brescia or Kings 11, will make it through into the final? You win it, you're in the final. If you lose it, well, then you're playing the winner of this eliminator. So you haven't got an easy... You've got 2 hard matches there. The easiest way to do it is to win the first one, win that qualifier and book your place in the final. We go back to Javid. Hit up in the air and it goes all the way. Balle. Ginna Sona. Shaka Lagia. Well, that's a big hit. We've seen a number of batters get caught in that zone. But not Baig. Hits that beautifully, does Umair. So 6 runs. And Javed Mohammed, his first ball of his second over. And he gets blasted for 6. This one just holds it back a little bit fuller. Doesn't give the room. And take the single. Good batting so far from these two. Haven't really played. It was just that one rash shot we saw in the first over from Ali, where he's swung right across the line. But other than that, they've played their shots. They've taken the singles. Staying focused. Up in the air, he goes for another one, and he gets this out of the middle as well. So both batters, well, they're liking the Massimos, aren't they? It's a good shot, uses his feet well, gives him just that little bit of room to swing, swings hard, gets the bat, hitting that ball right out of the middle. 6 more runs. And the score moving along nicely, making the most of this last over in the power play. But it also does sometimes bring a wicket or two. And this is a chance. He has got this out of the middle. He's going to drop just short. Wow, 4 fielders, including, well, from all around, get there. But the ball drops in the middle of all of them. I suerte. But Ali, get some luck. That one really came off the toe end of the bat. You heard it. Didn't sound healthy. Didn't sound off the middle. And, well, just tell everybody it is. If you're wondering where Mr. Maximo is, well, I can give you a clue. You know what International Day it is today? I'll tell you after this ball. Slower delivery. Well bowled, but also well played. They'll take the single. Yeah, it is International Skinny Dip Day. Now, you know Maximo, he likes to go into the Lake Garda. When he normally goes there in the afternoons, he's probably realised there's not too many people there in the morning, so I reckon he's gone for a skinny dip. So Maximo's in the lake, Starkers. Oh, something that's catching on, you know, and something else that's catching on is 6s. Is 6s for fun. That's another one that is out of here from Ali. He goes big and he gets it. Boom! Shaka-lugya! Seis carreras más, and turning on the style. That is an expensive over from Javed. He'll go for 29 off his 2. And the score, just like that, goes into 35. 35 without loss after 3. It's the perfect start. I was saying that even if they get to around about 30 of the power play without losing any wickets, they will be happy because they now know that they're going to have to contend with some spin. So is it going to be spin to win for Brescia? Well, right back from his skinny dip. It's back in the Brescia cooker is Mr. Maximo.
Nice to be here. Thanks for covering so far this morning. Well, I have been a bit busy. That's true. I have been watching. I've been lurking, actually, through the first 13 overs of this one. And, well, how about the story of Jandra Brescia? I mean, remember last year in this exact game, and that was just a 1 versus 4 straight shootout for the final last year. Brescia finished top. Jandra Brescia snuck into 4th. And they beat them 117 to 107. But last year it was Jandra Brescia batting first. So, I mean, what you want is a good start chasing 88. That's exactly what they've got. And always had some trouble here. I think he just gets back. But, yeah, Rico, right now, it's exactly what they get. And you got to say that these two, yeah, they've had a bit of luck as well. But they've also been brave. They've been fearless, I think, in the power play. And they're not looking to creep up on this total. I thought this might have another low-scoring thriller written all about it. I mean, in a way, Brescia were lucky to get to 87. I mean,
yeah.
They gave a few away, didn't they, Jandra?
Yeah, they were. I mean, I counted just myself about 15. Well, they're going for it, and they'll get it.
And now you don't really have to attack Bashar Khan, who I think has been the best bowler for Brescia CC this week. I mean, it's very different when you need 10 and over. Now you can kind of sit and take a run of ball off him if you like. I mean, the right-handers have really struggled with Bashar here in Brescia. But very good morning to everyone watching on our YouTube channel as well, ECN European Cricket Network, as well as everyone watching on FanCode.
Well, he goes for it, and this is going to be number 12. Yes, it is. 12 wickets for Bashar Khan, and maybe once again for Brescia, it is going to be spin. That's going to give them They win. Who knows? They get the first wicket. They break the partnership. You're right, Vinny, in what you said. They didn't have to take him on. But these two batters, I think that's the way they bat. It doesn't matter who's bowling. It's the way they play. They like to be attacking. They like to be in control. Going for the big shot. Doesn't get it right. Goes up in the air. It's still needed a good catch to be taken. It's got taken. And they've got the first wicket. Umar goes. And he goes for 14 of 9 deliveries.
Yeah, I think it's just instinctive for the batters to attack no matter what. That's exactly what Barg does here. Just tries to go across the line against the spin. Doesn't work out at all. And so Brescia CC, maybe that's a turning point for them. Jandra lose their first, 37 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, he went for the big shot. Skies it up in the air. It was up there a long time, but a good catch taken. Didn't quite get himself into the best of positions, the fielder, but does hold on to it. And we see the new batter make his way out. Adnan Ali gets an opportunity to go out there, and he's got spin to be up against straight away. Afridi taking a good catch to get rid of the dangerous Umar Barg. So, well, one brings another. We've seen that many a time. Bashir Khan. Well, this is off the bat. His eyes in the question. The batter's good running. They get there.
Well, what he's hoping for is this flicks the pad flap on the way onto the bat. Maybe a little touch. I think might have been outside off anyway. You see that it's a very late cut. It may have even flicked the pad, but it was outside the line of the off stump, so no problems there. And on off the mark.
Well, this is up in the air. It could be 2 wickets in the over, and it is. The catch has been taken, and Bashar Khan, just like that, the spin comes on, and both the openers now depart. Fahad Ali, well, he goes for another big hit. Doesn't get it out of the middle of the bat, and the catch taken there in the deep. Nicely done. That's another one that bites the dust. Nicely caught by Javed Mohammed. This time 2 wickets in the over. This game is back alive.
Yeah, both openers taking the bait really against Bashar. I don't think it's that smart. I know it's one thing to kind of all-out attack. I don't want to see them under-attacking, but especially after they lost Barg, I didn't really need to play that shot either. Could have just taken his medicine. They're still on target in this chase, and there's no other bowler quite like Bashar. I mean, they'll probably get Sajan as well in the middle overs here, but spin changing the game, really. Brescia now 38 for 2.
Yeah, that brings Wasim Ahmed out there. Now, Wasim Ahmed and Adnan, we know they can both bat, but it's all about how they play the spin. Yeah, not sensible. One thing I always say is in cricket, yeah, there's a lot of tactics, a lot of things that you can do right with the bat, with the ball, but you also have to be smart. And for me, that's not very smart from both the openers. I can understand if one of the openers, when they're there together, said, right, you know what, I'm going to go for it. If I get out, well, then you know what your role is. You just stay there and you keep things going. For them both to go out in the same over off a bowler that we know has been taking wickets, he's not the bowler that you want to be taking on. He's the bowler. When you got 35 in the first 3 overs, you just, even if you take 6 runs off him, you're happy with that.
Exactly right. Wazim's been great this series, but he almost nicks behind first up. It's the end of the 4th over. Jandra Brescia hitting the skids a bit in the 4th. It's 38 for 2. Very, very good morning to you guys, no matter where you're watching from around the world. And I'm sure you've already said it, but Eid Mubarak to all of our viewers out there as well. And yeah, great to have your company. Yeah, huge game. Now, I know we don't have too long because it's going to be a quick changeover, but I did go swimming last night, and I'm not going to put them on, but this is what I wore, of course. These are the budgie smugglers as well. Okay, I know that those of you that are wondering what they look like. There you go. I'm not going to try them on.
Do they even fit you?
And I'm going to tell you this, and I'm not joking. I did not know it's International Skin and Dip Day.
It is, and that's what you've been this morning.
I did not know that, but last night...
Go on. You did. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Just going to tell you,
Who am I to say?
All right. I'll wait till I'm off camera because I'm probably going to smirk. But first, we're going to look at Sajan, who's going to bowl over number 5. Yeah, well, last night I did decide to go. Late decision because we had a bit of a late finish because the Super Friday being 5 games. I did decide to go down and I got out there and there wasn't too many people around. And it was kind of, it wasn't the clearest water for some reason. I think a few things had blown in there. So it's not like anyone could really see. So I swam out a little bit and I thought, you know what?
You're going to do it.
Just at one with nature.
Why you got this big smile on your face? Do it on camera. I want the people to see the smile on your face.
No. Over this ball. So the thing is, and I don't think I broke any laws because no one saw me. Don't know if that makes it okay or not. But I went out a reasonable distance and I budgie smuggled myself. So not even knowing it was International Skinny Dipping Day today, I was way ahead of it.
You're way ahead of it. Up in the air, could be another, and should be it is. Just like that, in 3 wickets. Adnan Ali, well, gives a bit of catching practice to Yasir. And Yasir, he makes no mistakes. It's the 3rd wicket. It is the spin that is causing the problems once more. And Janjua Brescia made a really good start. Didn't lose a single wicket in the power play. 35 without loss they were. Then they lost 2 for the space of just 3 runs against Bashar Khan. And now the captain, Kulab Sajjad, he comes on the ball and he takes the wicket of Adnan Ali. It's all happening out there.
Yeah, it sure is. And once again, doesn't really go for it either. It just kind of just pushes it in an aerial fashion. And yeah, the catch is taken with ease. So 40 for 3. Yeah, lucky they had such a good start because they certainly have kind of fallen off the pace a bit here now. Now here's Naeem Ahmed to join his brother. These two have had some key partnerships this week for Janjua Brescia. They've had a key role in kind of turning their fortunes around after they lost the first 3 games, and then they ended up, well, they're on a winning streak of 4.
Now, what if I told you that our production crew were also at the lake?
Yeah. Okay.
And
go on.
And after this ball, play it away, and they had the drone up there.
It's all right. That's fine. I mean, you wouldn't even need to be that far away. But I never got the whole bottom half out of the water, just to let you know.
Nicely whipped away.
But it genuinely did. That's what's so funny when you just told me that it's International Skinny Dipping Day, because I did have a brief but enjoyable skinny dip alone, not to be like very clear about that, last night in Lake Garda. Anyway, 5 overs down, 41 for 3. Just falling slightly behind the rate, and that's all to do with the spin being introduced. 3 wickets going down. Janjua Brescia, like I said, they did have the wood on Brescia CC on finals day last year after Brescia CC topped the table. Janjua Brescia from 4th knocked them out of the competition. Wasim and Naeem trying to basically force the same result. Pretty disciplined bowling, just the 1 wide in the first half of the innings from Brescia CC as well.
Yeah, this is now, I mean, we talk about partnerships and how key that partnership was between, between Farouk Khan and Afridi. And this one is the key one now for Janjua Brescia, these 2 batters. I mean, after these 2, I mean, you've got guys that can come in, that can hold the bat and give it the odd crank. But you need batters out there to actually get the partnership for you and see this victory home. Good ball, good bounce.
Good bounce. I mean, you don't know whether to go forward or back to that. He goes forward and then comes through about chest high. That's the bounce that Bashar gets. I mean, the last 2 overs just going for 3 each with the spinners. That came off the back of that magical 21 run over.
Been hit hard and will be 4 runs. That's a good strike. He prefers to go on his back foot, doesn't he, Wasim Ahmed? He goes back and he gets plenty on this. He's not worried about the one that bounced the way it bounced the last time round. He still backs himself, gets plenty of power in the shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. Plays it on length. Maybe that's another turning point. I mean, momentum does swing back and forth. This is a final. I think this score, if you'd asked me at the start of the week, I'd say it's below par. I'd say it's pretty much par now, based on what we've seen the last couple of days especially.
Goes after him, and this is out of here. This is massive. Well, we've seen one of the biggest straight hits today. Well, this is right up there with one of the biggest ones that goes over cow corner. He just backs himself, doesn't he? Look, he picks the length so well, and he decides, well, he's in no danger here. Goes down on 1 knee and crushes it out of the ground. 6 more, kick grande.
If you want to know how important Wasim Ahmed is to the Jays, just watch the last 2 balls. I mean, that's taken them past 50. And again, just arresting the momentum back. He tries the big shots off Bashar, gets away with it twice.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the key players, isn't he? He is the one that has led back the revival for them. I mean, he scored the 39 of 17 to get that victory against the Lions. How important that was. This one goes through. Where's this going to end up? It bubbles away. It goes all the way past the boundary rope. It's going to be 4 byes. And this is the over. This is the special over that they needed to really put them back in the driving seat. They had those blips, didn't they, with the first 2 overs of spin. Bashar himself picked up 2 in his first. Kulab Sajjad, the captain, picked up 1 as well. And this one, the second one from Bashar, well, the 6 and the 4 from it. And now this one goes for 4 byes. Yeah. Everything changes in an instant.
And this one kind of just goes straight on. Adulu can't deal with it. He plays for a bit of spin. It bounces straight over the stumps. And so, I mean, Brescia can't really blame him for that. But this has turned into a huge over now, 15 plus this.
Well, still looks to play attackingly, does Wasim Ahmed. And that is the end of the over. And Brescia, well, you can't believe that the one goes for 4 buys, but it does. 56 now on the board. Good over that for Janjua Brescia. 3 wickets down. So these two, like I say, it's the key partnership.
Yeah, but Sajad probably, does he come back now? I think probably should. He's thinking about it anyway. I mean, although they get on top of Brescia, Club Sajad slightly different kind of a bowler. But it kind of exhausts their main spin options after this over as well. So yeah, 56 for 3, 32 quite off the last 4, 8 and over. You don't have to be crazy here. But I would say this is a key partnership. I mean, take 2 wickets here, get a new couple of batters in. I think Brescia CC could get back on top, but this over will start with a wide from Kalab.
Kalab targeting the offside area.
I mean, don't forget Brescia CC, they came 3rd in the whole of Europe just a few short months ago, and they're on the verge of being knocked out of the running to defend their representation at ECL. They'd be so disappointed if they weren't to progress from this group. They have made life hard for themselves. Remember that performance last night when they got rolled for 47, costing them the double chance. Things not working their way in this match so far this morning.
Takes a single. Now this is going to be interesting for me. Wasim Ahmed was prepared to take on the leg spin of Bashar Khan. Will he be prepared to go after Kalub Sajad?
I don't think you have to be hyper aggressive here. I mean, if you bowl a bad ball, hit it, but otherwise, just score. That's what he does. I mean, intelligence is super important. Cricket IQ, I call it. It is a 10-over game, but I mean, right now, it's almost like Brescia CC want them to play a crazy shot to give them an opportunity to get back into the game. So, yeah, do the opposite.
Shorter whips this away. Just trying to get it in the gap, and he does. And I think this takes a bit of an unlucky bounce for the field. I'm not going to be too critical here. It's always going to be difficult to deal with this because it is coming at you like a dam buster. And look, boom, boom, boom. He gets down, but he can't stop it.
Yeah, he goes down, ball goes up. Yeah, can't criticise the effort at all. He's putting the body on the line and trying to block as much as he could. But it did go over him. So, yeah, smart batting again. He can pick up runs here with a minimum of risk. So, both spinners having a good first over, but not having so much success in their second.
Looking to get it in the gap again, but they'll take the single. Well, no, they won't. They're going for 2, and they're going to get there as well. What good running this is.
Yeah, and it kind of took the fielder by surprise, and he double clutches the throw. What I mean by that is he goes to throw, doesn't let go, and then has to throw again, and that just gives them time to make it with ease. So, yeah, maybe not a risk I would have taken, but it pays off for Janjua.
Oh, he's got his wicket, plays on. And, well, Kalub Sajad, what must be going through his mind at the moment? You can see he's so focused. He's not giving too many emotions away. But he knows he needed that wicket. He gets that one off Naeem Ahmed. And once again, didn't have to play this shot. Could have just played it safe down the line and take the single. Goes across, plays it on. Another one that's been played on, Vinny. So many batters have played onto their own stumps. But, yeah, look, there's the captain there. He said, come on. Get out of here. Send another one through. Look, just a little off you go. But, yeah, what could be going through his mind? Remember, as you said, led his team into the European Cricket League. We saw them early in the year in February. Played really well as well. They finished 3rd. And here they are. Probably, I mean, they need something special to happen to even give themselves a chance to get there again.
But he gives them a chance by getting a new batter out there. It's Nazir Mahmood. Yeah, not a great shot, really. I mean, tries to take that from outside off. And that's always the risk of that. It was unnecessary risk, really. He could have played that with a straight bat, knocked it for 1. Instead, he knocks his stumps out. And so here is Nasir. Last ball for Sajad coming up. You can't criticise his efforts, the captain. He's got 2 for 13, and he has 1 ball at Nasir Mahmood.
Nasir just lets this go. It's another wide. It's the 3rd wide in the over.
I think he might be attacking the stumps a bit to Nasir. If I was Sajad, I mean, the value of another wicket. That one just a wide. Grabs a bit of line on the way through.
It's up in the air, chance. Oh, wow. This could have been, couldn't it? Could have been another. It could have had Mahmood gone for 0 just out of the grass. It goes up in the air, he plays the uppercut, and this time he gets lucky.
Yeah. I mean, took a bit of a risk. I mean, but it was into the gap, so he does get 4. 71 for 4 after 7. And, well, the winner of this game that you're watching right now will go through to qualifier 2. They'll play the team that doesn't win this next match. It's the top 2 seeds, Brescia and Kings 11. They've had some very interesting tussles this week already. I can tell you that in match 22 qualifier number 1, it is Kings 11 that have won the toss, and they will want to bowl first. Well, they've chased every time they've played Brescia this week. Well, both times, I should say. Once they got there, once they didn't. All the games were pretty low scoring between those two, and there's a big prize on the line in qualifier 1. It's a place in the final. The team that doesn't win that will have to do it the hard way and play the winner of the game you're watching right now. Join us, qualifier number 2, coming to your way on ECN in 30 minutes' time. Mohammed Shafiq coming into the tournament for the first time for Kings 11. How about Brescia, though? I mean, they looked nowhere after their third game. They were looking hopeless. There's no other way to say it, but they have just strung some performances together. If you told me after 3 games of Brescia that they could potentially knock Brescia's CC out, I'd say you have to get your head checked. But right now, I mean, with sensible cricket, they should do that. It's below a run of ball, 16 off 17 now, as Sajjad Afridi comes into the attack. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The home team playing on their home ground, they just looked at all sorts, didn't they? Just didn't look like they knew how to win a game. And then, well, from a very, very tight victory, they put a couple of close victories together. And now, well, that's a good delivery from Afridi. But now, really, as you say, if they keep the nerve, keep the cool, they should do this. And, well, they'll set themselves up with another eliminator against, well, either Brescia or Kings 11. Brescia CC. It's so funny because I mean, they're a team that we saw when the pressure was on in the ECL. They came from 3rd. They came from this exact position to win their week, and they ended up winning the final against Carlton of Scotland, who hadn't lost a game at that point. So the kind of roles are reversed here, and domestically, it looks like they're on the verge of being out of here. Having said that, I mean, there's going to be maybe a few twists and turns left in this contest. You don't want to be too conservative here, but also you don't want to take any unnecessary risks, I suppose. Mahmood's got his shoelace sorted out. Now we will face Sajjad Afridi. Afridi just knows that if you can keep plugging away, no extras, get a wicket or 2. I think the main wicket has to be that one of Ahmed, who's at the non-striker's end. That's well bowled. Good running from Wasim Assawi. He's alert, and that's what that's what good cricketers do. Yeah. It's not just about what they're doing when they're facing, it's what they're doing when they're at the non-strikers end. That's it. You're still part of the game. That's something that I think sometimes you see some concentration lapses when people are on the non-strikers end, but you're still very, very much a part of the game. They've brought Imran Naveed into very short wicket to try and manufacture a dot. He wasn't quite able to get across to that one. Let's see what happens. They're trying to make some dots out of nothing here. So they brought in a second short mid wicket now. Really trying to put the squeeze on Wasim Ahmed. Oh, he's onto this so quickly. What a shot that is. That is pure class. Well, this man, Wasim Ahmed, I do not know what he's on, but he just seems to get better and better. And look at that. Look how he's enjoying that. He hasn't hit the winning runs. He's clobbers that for 6, and he's already celebrating. Well, give me some more, he says. Give me some more. They would have to fall over to lose from here, surely. I mean, he picks the short ball, he rocks back, and he actually, with his good footwork, makes it look shorter than it actually was. So, Sajjad Afridi goes the distance. And then he pitches this one up. He's running quick. He wants to push for the 2, and then looks like they're going to get there as well. Such good running. Very good running. Intelligent cricket. I mean, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. Wasim Ahmed, whenever his team's been in pressure, he has been under pressure. He does seem like the player that thrives in it. And right now, they're getting within just a handful of runs of a big upset here in the first match of finals day. This one goes straight through, and well, I mean, even that's smart. Oh, they still may get the single. He's saying no, stay there. He wants to strike, doesn't he? This is really smart. He actually wants this to hit the stumps, and it's like around the rebound. Look, he induces the throw. He basically dares him to throw. Says, all right, go on, throw. And then he gets back, and he wants it to hit the stumps and bounce off. As it was, Naveed fumbles. They don't take it, but I mean, that just shows Brescia high intelligence. 8 overs down, 81 for 4. Just 7 runs required off the last 2 overs. And really, Brescia CC, they need a miracle to stay in this tournament. Yeah, I mean, they need this to be like, I mean, we know that the line of the magical overs, they need the magical over here right now. I mean, we've seen it, haven't we? Just think what Zahid Ali did in the 1 over he bowled.
got 2 wickets, just 2 runs he conceded, something like that. And you go into the last, you put just a bit more pressure on Janjua. Anything can happen. Let's see where this goes.
Here we go with Imran Naveed.
Firmly struck. And they'll take the one.
That's really all you need now. At what point do you gamble on bringing the field right up and kind of dare the batters to go over the top, hopefully induce a mistake? I mean, I do like the fact they brought the short wicket in. I mean, Kalab-Sajjad's a very clever captain. Don't forget that. But, yeah, Jandra Brescia, they decided to chase. They're chasing very well at the moment. They can win this game with one swing of the bat.
Well, he went for the one here. One swing, doesn't get it.
Yeah, Wasim went for glory. I mean, look, if they can get Wasim here, there's still a path back into this for Brescia CC. Won't be easy, but you've got 4 left in this over. If you can get him out, you get a new batter on strike, probably bring in the field, grab a couple of dots and make it 6 off the last. I mean, it's not impossible.
No, it's not. I mean, that's the play. You get out this man here, Ahmed, new batter comes in, and you're in the match. It's in the air. But it should be stopped. It is. They'll just take the single. Good bit of work there from Yasir on the boundary.
Say, Naseem Mahmood's been pretty good so far as well. We saw him whacking away a 4 and a cut shot off Sajjad. Lost ball Sajjad's spell, which is maybe a bit risky, but you know, at least he's getting bat on ball. We're not seeing a lot of swings and misses or anything of late from the Jandra Brescia batters.
Oh, this one slightly shorter. Goes over the stumps. Goes for the pull shot.
Put the jinx on pretty well there. So haven't seen too many swings and misses. So Naseem Mahmood, swings and misses. Got to take it to the last, and then anything can happen. I mean, Jandra Brescia, they are perched on the side of the field, but they are ready to run on. They know this would be a huge victory, but they're still so close, but so far. 5 required. Naseem Mahmood, does he want to be a hero facing Naveed? Yes.
Another swing and a miss. Is another dot ball. Well,
it's not smart, really. I mean, this is where there's plenty of singles out there. I know everyone would love the Hollywood of whacking it out of the ground and then getting cheered off, but right now he's just putting a little bit more pressure into this contest. 5 off 7 now.
Yeah, what a good over this is, though, from Naveed. All right, isn't the most intelligent of batting.
But this one, I think maybe you just go for it, because if it's a dot, it's a dot, and you've got Wasim on strike. So maybe this is, you've hitched your wagon to this plan of trying to win it with one big blow. Maybe you do. 5 to win, last ball of the 9th.
And it's another dot, so we do go into the last. And it's going to be, well, it all goes down to Wasim Ahmed. And the thing is here now for me, I think, look, Wasim Ahmed, he's human. I know he's played some lovely shots. He played 1 big 6 and he was celebrating already when there was still plenty of runs to score. But he's only human. Just imagine if he goes for the big hit, tries to finish it with 1 hit, gets called on the boundary. Well, then, well, Brescia, I think, will take the upper hand here. Janjua Brescia there at the moment. Look, 5 of 6 required. And the other thing is, if he hits it well and they just keep him to 1,
yeah,
and then, well, you've just seen swinging and missing there from Mahmood.
He's on a run of dots, isn't he? So we're going down the last. I want to say a quick hello. I think Adil Raza from Carlton. We were just talking about the Scottish champions from the ECL. Nice to see you. And he's just saying hello to us in the chat. Now, how about this for his impression? Najibullah Yasser is going to come on. He bowled the second over. Went for 6. How about that 9th over from Naveed, though? Only 2 off it. So game on. 5 off the last.
And oh, well, this has been hit powerfully. It's an opportunity. Sometimes, well, moments of magic can win it for you. This has gone like a rocket.
I think that bounced
You
first,
think it bounces? I can't even see it.
Yeah,
it's gone so quick, I can't even see
think it bounces, and he actually pulls off a good stop, because that was going over his head and probably going for 4. But it is Naseem Mahmood, who's just been out of sorts here. He needs to at least get to the other end here. 4 to win.
Oh, he just drops. He does the right thing this time. Just that's what he needed to be doing.
Yeah.
In the last over, drops a bat on it. 3 now required off 4 deliveries.
Wow. If you want action and excitement, look no further. Finals day. Don't be late. Here's Jandra Brescia. Again, 3 off 4. They just need to avoid dot balls and they'll get home. But, I mean, pretty intelligent field being set. Making it hard to get that single. Harder to get the single. Well, will we go to a golden ball? Seems unlikely, but it's very possible. There's a dot.
Ball.
Oh, well, now I'm really tingling hard. That's Good bowling by Yasser. Just beats Wasim for angle there.
Yeah, he is so, when he gets that one in that area, he is so difficult to play because not only the angle of the ball, but the bounce he gets. So he's going to try and take him on. I reckon he's going to go for this one. He goes for it. And he's going to get 4 runs, is he? Yes, he is. And look, he goes down on the ground. And they come running out to congratulate him. It's a victory for Janjua. And Wasim Ahmed is the hero for it once more. He's kept his nerve. He's kept his cool. Well, lovely sight there. Just spin the thing running on. He's the first to congratulate him, Mr. ZZ Top. Well done to Janjua. And you have to say, well, commiserations to Brescia. I mean, they're a top team in Italy, but just couldn't get into the groove with the batting in this series, and that's what's cost them in the end. They've been good in the field. The bowling has been good. I mean, the likes of Bashir Khan, who is the leading wicket taker now with 13, and his captain, Kalum Sajjad, couldn't have tried any harder, but they're just not clicking with the bat. The likes of Dulu, who never got going for them, of course. He's a big player for them, but full credit to Janjua. That is now, what, 5 on the spin for them. They are on a high. They are getting better and better all the time. And look out for that man, Wasim Ahmed. He is in the form of his life at the moment.
Unbelievable. It's the classic, a team on the rise against a team on the slide. And Brescia CC had a strong start to the week, but they could not deal with Jandra Brescia when it came down to it. I mean, didn't bat probably as well as they would have liked. And then Jandra, they were fearless in their approach early, ended up just scraping across the line with just 2 balls to spare. And now we know that Jandra Brescia will play against the loser of this game in their next game, match 23. I mean, Jandra make it 5 in a row. They need to win a magnificent 7 in a row if they're going to go all the way to Rome for the Super Series. But the next game is coming up in 20 minutes' time. We'll have the first ball. It's Kings 11 winning the toss and bowling first in that one. Jandra Brescia, well, their bats, I mean, they have so much potential. They haven't always clicked, but Jandra Brescia did come good yesterday with a couple of wins. That's why they are the top seed. But Rico, let's go back to this chase. A kind of awkward pair of snowmen. 88 were required for victory. And it would go down to the very last few balls in the end. What an innings and what a start really for Jandra, who really went hard in the power play and it came off.
Yeah, look, this is what we always say, you've got to make the power play count because otherwise good teams, when they put the field back and they got bowlers like Bashar and also Khalib in the team, the spinners, they will come right back at you. But if you get the good start, you've always got that little bit of buffer. They needed that buffer, didn't they? And don't forget, there was a really good over there towards the end there as well from Imran Naveed. Only 2 came off that one, which took this ball right to the wire. But Bashir, he was good. But then there was that one over where, well, it was Wasim that took him on. Got the 2 boundaries. Then he also got one that went for 4 byes. This was another difficult one. An interesting bounce that went past the fielder. But Kalum Sajjad, the big campaigner that he is, the captain, got the wicket that they needed, got the breakthrough. And this one is another, could have gone anywhere, couldn't it, from Nasir Mahmood. He got a bit lucky with that one. When that was pumped for 6, he was really singing and dancing, wasn't he? Wasim Ahmed. And he said, yeah, give me some more. And then there, right at the end, when he hits the boundary, well, he goes down, but they pick him up, and they're going to pick him up, and they carry him off more or less. What a great innings that was from Wasim Ahmed. He's just getting better and better. What a player.
Unbelievable, really. I mean, these players know each other really well, but I don't think anyone saw that one coming. Jandra Brescia, they are the first team through to qualifier 2, which is the 3rd match of the day. They'll play the loser of the next match between Jandra Brescia and Kings 11. And, of course, the winner of the next match will be the first team through to the final. So Brescia CC, I just got to say that I'm a big fan of their club, of course. They represented Italy with distinction in the ECL, ended up coming 3rd out of 30 clubs at the Champions League of European Cricket, but they will not be representing Italy now in 2023. That must be hugely disappointed for them. Of course, they missed some of their players that really got them to success in the ECL with Baba Hussain and Ali Raza Islam, Bashar Ali, those kind of players, but had a high-quality lineup. They certainly dominated in the first half of the week, but at the end, ultimately, it just wasn't their game in the Eliminator, and Jandra Brescia are the first team through to the second qualifier. And yeah, very interesting finals day already. Plenty more action still to come. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And yeah, pretty good start by the openers, Farhad Ali and Baig, but I feel like they kind of missed a trick by going kind of hyper-aggressive to Bashar in the 4th. They both got out for 21 and 14 respectively, but after Adnan got out as well, Got to say, Wazim Ahmed, I called it earlier on. I thought that him and Naeem could be really crucial. And they just built a partnership which got them back in the game and actually back ahead in the game. Wazim Ahmed, though, outstanding innings from him, 27 of 17. But, you know, runs under pressure, they're worth double or triple, I think. And he has shown he can soak up the pressure. And he has his team through to the next phase of the tournament.
Yeah, and he played some cracking shots as well. He didn't get intimidated at all out there. He didn't let anything get in his way. He had a purpose. He had an objective. And he's taken his team into the next part. I mean, they're going to have to do it the hard way if they do it. But look, you cannot back against them. You certainly can't. I mean, they've got good batting. They probably are performing better with the bat than any other team at the moment. Maybe on level par with Brescia. Have a look at the bowling figures there. 6 bowlers used in total. Wickets for Bashar Khan again and Kalub Sajjad. But that second over from Bashir, which had those 2 boundaries in it, and also the 4 byes. That really sort of hurt them.
I mean, that hurt, but so did the third from Javed Mohammed, who they brought back after he went for 8 in the first. He went for 21 in the third. Yeah. It went magical. And look, it was a really entertaining game, no doubt about it. And, well, it has been a really exciting start today, like we said. I mean, Naveed only getting 1 over in the end. I mean, you can look at a lot of different things here, but ultimately, this is what makes ECN so exciting. You never really know what's coming next in this format of the game. So, again, Brescia CC have given us so much entertainment this year in the European Cricket League, and obviously we wish them all the best for the season ahead. But they are the first team out, and look, Brescia, a team that looked a shoe-in for last place if you watch them in the first half of the week. Well, they find themselves suddenly in the top 3 and 2 wins away from the Super Series.
Yeah, it was a good performance. I mean, they've still got areas that they can improve, and I think in a closer contest, those errors in the field would really cost them, and I'm thinking they gave away about 15 runs. So they could have made it easier. And I think also the thought process, the 2 openers, I mean, they're very good, but giving your wickets away the way they did there on another day could really have cost them.
Maybe. You never know what's going to happen, though, next. And Brescia have survived. Brescia CC haven't. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to take you into the second game of the day. It's qualifier 1 for the first spot in the final. It will be Brescia versus Kings 11. So join us soon. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for more cricket action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Brescia. It is finals day already. We have seen one match, still 3 to go. Remember, at the end of the day, we'll know exactly who will progress to the Super Series in just over 2 weeks' time in Rome. So huge day of cricket. And now we're going to see the 2 top-seeded teams here on finals day. It's Brescia versus Kings 11 in qualifier number 1. And this is a big game because the winner of this game goes straight through to the final this afternoon. Well, the team that doesn't win this game, they will have to go to qualifier number 2 for their chance to go to match 24, the final. So let's see what happens at the coin toss. We know that these 2 teams have had quite a few tussles this week already. Let's see what happens. Stefan Gooch is with the 2 captains.
Kings 11 to call. Tails to call. It's tails. Morning. Okay. Good luck, guys. Okay. Thank you.
So it is Kings 11 that win the toss. Their captain Jaipal Singh has elected to field first. So he wants to chase. And look, that has been the case both times that these 2 teams have met. They met actually in consecutive matches, matches 15 and 16. Both times they were pretty low scoring thrillers, you got to say. I mean, the first time Kings 11 really did a number on Brescia, keeping them to 62, but they only just got over the line. It was a real thrilling match. And then, well, yesterday we saw Kings 11 going down 76 to 64. They weren't able to chase a target of 77. But Kings 11 certainly hit their straps last night against Brescia CC to secure this double chance. Let's see if they can move that momentum forward. I think Vilboriana was really important with the bat and the ball. And look, Brescia, they played really good cricket yesterday. They swept aside Kings 11 in the first playoff, and that's how they got here as the top seed. But I mean, I think once again, there's not too much between these 2 teams. Maybe Brescia by a little bit could be favourites, but Kings 11, well, they really played well last night, and maybe they're just hitting their straps at the right time. Let's go up to the commentary ice cube. Rico Full is in the commentary box. News from the toss, Kings 11, well, they're going to be chasing again against Brescia after winning the toss. They've sent in Brescia, who will have the bat first. Let's get over to you now and start qualifier number 1.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Looking the part out there. And, well, one place that looks the part is down there as well. Lovely view. A review courtesy of our partner, Spring Productions, who have been doing a fantastic job this week. Let's give them a shout out. Martins, and Valentine and Kiriolis have been absolutely fantastic. I'm sure wherever you've been watching from around the world, our global cricket family, you've really appreciated the work that they've done. They've been top quality. And, well, that pitch has played very well as well. We've certainly seen some action out there, though not too much from the batters, it has to be said. And both these 2 teams, well, they have met before. We saw them in the very first playoff, didn't we? And Brescia were restricted to 76, but Kings 11 couldn't get there. So it was a victory by 12 runs from Brescia. And, well, they've had some struggles, but there was a time, of course, for Kings to bounce back as well, and that was that 63 to 62 victory. So they do know each other pretty well, both these 2 teams. The question is the batting from one of them going to click? This is what the bat versus ball wall says. It says 99 to 96 to Brescia, and if it does go that way, well, Brescia will be in the final, and then they will await to see what the result is between Brescia and Kings 11. And, but the benefit of being out there now in this contest and finishing in the top 2 in the group is that you do get that double chance. And Kings 11, well, they had to beat Brescia yesterday to be able to be there. And what a match that was. And they're coming into this with a high, beating Brescia by 9 wickets, restricting the team to just 47, bowling them out inside the 10 overs. But they have been good with the ball. They've been good in the field. You'd expect that from Kings. The issues they've had is with the bat. Are they able to put that right today when it matters? Our umpires, Amila and Sukhdev, are out there. Amila will be at the bowler's end. Sukhdev at square leg. Kuldeep Lal has the ball. He'll be bowling first up to Nisar Ahmed. Nisar Ahmed, he has been getting into the runs, but also, has to be said, he has on a few occasions got himself out in peculiar ways as well. Short ball down the leg side. Wide first up. Lal has got the wall paint on today. He marches back to his mark. Been in good form with the ball, Kuldeep. But the batting hasn't quite happened for him yet. He's one of many that applies to. Again, down the leg side, this will be another wide just getting a little short here, Kuldeep. I don't know if this is a ploy. I mean, they have got Nissa. Nissa has been out a few times, going for that short delivery and just skying it up in the air. And they've got backward point in place. No slip. The third man is back on the boundary. The other player back is on point. And this one is another wide. This time outside the off. So Kuldeep maybe feeling a bit of the jitters here in this crunch match. Win it, you're in the final. Don't win it, then you've got another match against Tendua Brescia. Who wants to be playing them at the moment? Tendua, a team that are on a high, 5 victories on the spin, playing on their home ground, getting better with each match that they play. Well, I think if you can avoid that, you would. This time, he does get this right. So that is the first legal delivery of this contest. So you could turn around and say that that's 3 runs of 1 ball. Welcome to everybody, wherever you're watching from, whether you're watching via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent. Eid Mubarak to you. And also, well, welcome if you're watching via our YouTube channel. And if you are, get involved in the chat. It'd be lovely to hear from you. Vinny will be joining me shortly, and it'd be nice to have your company as we watch this very exciting match between 2 top teams in Italy, Brescia and Kings 11. Kings 11, they've got a few, like most of the teams, I think it has to be said, have got some key players missing, but Kings, they have drafted in the talents of Kuldeep from man that normally lives and works in Barcelona, and also of Yadav. This will be a wide, just angles it across Nazir. A few extras from Kings here. I mean, that one, I can understand the ones if you're trying to get the ball in that, just inside that wide line on the offside, but the leg side, you don't want to be bowling there. Nazir, normally pretty strong on the legs. Shuffles across, gets the bat down onto this one. You can see Kuldeep seeing that shuffle and really darting the ball into the stumps, pushing it through, looking to get that LBW call. Now he has to get the line back right again to Nisar. Halfway through what's been a pretty long over here because of those wides. 6 runs on the board. This one will go out to Yadav. He also is supporting the wall paint. Wall paint, of course, the sunblock. It's going to be very warm today, and you can see the players getting themselves well protected. Well bowled there from Kuldeep. Batter Nazir just stopping his shot. So Kuldeep was ready to seize on the corner ball opportunity, but Batter plays that well, kills the ball dead pretty well. Wonder if we're going to see a big shot at the end of the over here. Last ball now, and it's not. It's down the leg side again. Kuldeep just straying. No, too many wides. I mean, especially those ones, like you say, you don't, when they're down, when they're outside the off stump, because you've got a plan in mind, you sort of think, okay, you can see what the bowler's doing, but once again, goes down the leg side to the left-hander. 5 wides in the over already. He does finish well. So in terms of runs, I guess you're not going to complain too much about that. Only 8 off it, but when 5 of those have come off wides, well, you've got to think that it's 5 wides. There's also 5 extra deliveries that were bowled there as well. So in fact, he does really well to keep it to 8. This is where we are. So we've already seen that it will be Tendua Brescia that have made it through to qualifier 2, match 23. Brescia themselves, well, we'd have to say goodbye to them, the team that did go all the way and represent Italy in the European Cricket League at the beginning of this year. They won't be doing it in 2023. They have been knocked out. Disappointment for them and their captain, Kalub Sajjad. But you just get the feeling, though, the way it's gone in Brescia, it could still be 1 or 2 twists in this series. It's nicely played away. Fielder has to do the fielding down there. Third, ball bubbles around. They go for the second. It's a good recovery, a good throw, but the batters take full advantage. They are going for Abidullah to bowl. Now Abidullah, he played yesterday but didn't get a bowl at all in that match against Brescia. I mean, he took some great catches. 3 catches I think he took in it. But it wasn't quite a bowl, so they go with Abidullah here, as opposed to just Winder, who opened twice yesterday. Once again, down to the man at third. Fielded once more, nicely done. Good throw, straight into the gloves of Kumar. So go for Abidullah. So I think they probably made a decision that just Winder is probably better to come on to bowl a little bit later, depending on what the match situation is. They've got plenty of bowlers. Kuldeep normally does bowl himself out, so I'd expect him to bowl the third. And asking the question, is this on the stumps or is it just outside? Well, Abidullah thinks he should have had his man. The first time I saw it, I think the ball is just hitting him outside the line of the stumps. Let's see it again. And, well, it's really, really tight. You've got to just say that goes down to the umpire score. I mean, it's fair way forward as well, so maybe that also goes in his favour. But look, shuffles across, and all I'm going to say is I have seen those given. But I would go with my first instinct, which was to say just catching him outside the line. But look, when you start looking at it again and again, you start to think, well, maybe not. Close one, umpire's call. And umpire Shubdev, along with all the other umpires here, umpire Milan and Rahman, have been spot on. They've had a very, very good series. In fact, the standard and the quality of umpiring in Italy is top-notch. It really is. Credit to all the umpires. We saw them do a wonderful job in Milan as well. Abidullah. Well bowled. Really good delivery. Good Yorker. Gets it through. Good over this so far. And the change at the moment to use Abidullah early. Oh, use him at all. They didn't yesterday, remember. Seems to be working. Good cricketer. Didn't start right at the beginning. He wasn't playing the first few matches. Comes in. Bowled well for them. Wasn't required yesterday, but he was certainly required in the field when he took those catches. Oh, well bowled again, and this time he draws Ahmed out of his crease, playing at this one, playing and missing. Is a dot ball. What a fantastic over that is from Abidullah. Just conceding the 3 runs, 12 on the board. No wickets down, trying to keep the squeeze on. Just have a look at what Kings have been doing first with their bowling. So Kuldeep Lal 11, Yadav 11, Jagmeet 10, the hat-trick man. So you know that they're pretty good with the ball. The top batters, Virginia Brescia, Nazir 171, he's still out there. Ahmed 132, he's still out there. Then Nawaz, Charuk Nawaz 104. Now, you know, not too many batters have gone past the 100 mark in this series. Virginia Brescia have got 3 of them right there. And you just get the feeling if one of those does click, then they'll go on to score big runs. This one is an edge. It doesn't carry. It doesn't carry to Kumar. It is the slower delivery, so you can understand it. Look, holds his back, draws him out, gets the edge. It just doesn't go anywhere. Look, there's the edge. It's going to be, I mean, not only does he edge it, he edges it away from the stumps. Otherwise, it's going to be clean bowled there. Very unlucky. Kuldeep Lal gets this one just right. Maybe he's gone back to those little slower delivery seamers from him now. He was bowling too many extras in his first over. This one is into the pads. Is well struck. Fielder out there makes the stop. No mistakes. Comes the throw. That looks like Numan Ali, who's doing the fielding out there in the deep. And a very good time to welcome back into the Brescia cooker. Well, things are hotting up. They're hotting up in here, and they're hotting up out there in the middle, Maximo.
Yeah, it's nice to be back here, and yeah, first place in the final up for grabs. Two teams in the top two seeding positions. Here's Cooldeep. Yet to break through, and this one is absolutely smashed from outside off stump. He doesn't care, and Nisa goes after him. Maximal! But what a way to get the boundary started.
Yeah, I mean, he's played and missed. He's been under pressure, but he's still there, and that's the key. If you're still there, then it means that you're only a moment away from getting yourself up and going, and that was the shot that maybe could do it. There's a big hit, gets down low, cracks this away.
Bit of a risky one, though. I mean, that could easily go wrong.
Yeah.
That could easily go straight up in the air. So high degree of difficulty, but also the payoff of the 6. And there was no one back on the leg side. They've obviously got the field set for that outside off stump attack with quite a fine third man and a deep backward point. Cooldeep with the comeback ball. Now he's on the charge. He just bunts it away for a single. So, I mean, Brescia, they have a long batting lineup, don't they? They've played a lot of T10 cricket. Of course, they were the Super Series champions last year. So these two teams both made the Super Series last year because Kings 11 last year, they won the Bologna leg of the series. This year they're playing in Brescia. They're from a place in between. And yeah, Brescia, I should say, they won the whole Super Series. Kings 11, they had a mixed time. I know they were pretty disappointed in finishing, I think it was third in the Super Series last year, but still, very good cricket teams. And Kings 11, they've bolstered their side with players like Cooldeep, like Yadav. Well, this is lifted up over the offside this time by Nazir, who's a classy player. He's taken a bit of time to get going, but that's beautifully struck over cover point, 4 more.
Yeah, this is when the concerns start to step in for Kings. Both batters now have played nice shots, handsome shots to get themselves started, kept the boundaries to their name. That was a lovely shot from Nazir. For me, he's wonderful to watch when he's playing cricket strokes. When he tries to muscle it, that's when he gets into trouble. Just got to rely on his timing and his precision.
Last ball for Cooldeep. He's going for 20. This is driven down the ground. Bit of work to do for Jasvinder. Well, how about that for a perfect throw? It doesn't get much better than that. If it was a golf shot, it would have been a hole in one. Anyway, it's the end of the power play. 25 for no loss. So, yeah, just a few control problems early, I suppose, for Cooldeep with those wides, which maybe means they're going to have to hustle through their overs. But this is where they normally would go to someone like Jagmeet Singh, left-arm spinner. They may just go for one more over, though, from Abdullah, considering he bowled so well in the second. And I think they are going to go for Abdullah again in the fourth. But, I mean, two high-quality teams. The thing that surprised me the most, I think when you look at these two teams, they're both long batting lineups, and you'd think we're going to see some high-scoring matches. We certainly did with Kings 11 last year. But yeah, both times these teams have played so far during the week, they have been really low-scoring matches. And the batters just haven't seemed to have been able to get going at all. Brescia posted 62 and then almost defended it in match 15. Kings 11 getting 63, the 63rd run off the very last ball. And then match 16, 76-64 was the score. So, I mean, it's quite amazing to think that neither one of these teams, when they played each other in 4 innings, has broken 80. It's right now, it's an interesting start because they haven't really gotten away run rate wise, but also they still have the 2 key players there at the crease, Nisa Ahmed and Fahim Nazir. We've already seen fairly huge surprise this morning. I don't think it's our last surprise we're going to get this finals day in Brescia. Here's Abdullah over the wicket to the right-hander. Nisa just dabs, finds the field and just won. So I suppose it's in Brescia, Rico, they've got a long batting lineup, don't they? They've got Sharuk Nawaz at 3, probably Hassan Ahmed at 4. Maybe someone like Roswan who did at 5.
You've got Janika as well, don't forget.
People that, I mean, I've got Janika Vats listed at 9. I can't imagine you'll bat that low. But they do have that insurance to go for their shots. But I mean, the issue they've had is they have had some pretty big collapses in this tournament so far. That has to be weighing on their mind, especially against Kings 11.
Yeah, you can just sense that. I mean, there's been a bit of a team talk, I think, with Brescia. And you can see that one of the things that probably the captain, Ruksa Ahmed, has said to him is, he's probably said to these two, he said, look, you two are classy batters, but you're getting yourself out playing shots that, they're not your shots. They're not the way you bat. So go back to batting the way you normally bat. And the same advice can be given to the guys on the other side. For Kings 11, I mean, we've seen them getting out in some very unusual and weird ways. I think just maybe trying to do too much and thinking they've got to do too much. But they don't have to. I mean, they just have to concentrate on doing what they do well regularly. Well, this one will go. I think that's going to be 4 runs. And I don't think the fielder probably, well, he still thinks that he's saved this. I'd like to see this again.
It's a long way away from the camera, that's the thing here. Well, check it out. It's bobbling away, and I mean, that's the thing. I don't necessarily see the rope moving there. To me, it's probably going to be inconclusive. If he feels, now, do we see the ball definitely rolling to the rope?
You see, that's how I see it go forward and back there.
Yeah,
but it's hard to tell if that's a rope or not.
On this ground,
yeah, exactly.
It could be rolling back and forth off anything. I think if he thinks that's good, that to me is inconclusive. And if it's inconclusive, it normally goes to the fielders. So, I mean, I have my suspicions about that one, but I think that when there's that much doubt, they'll probably say it's okay. Because the other thing is, when you're this far away, it does kind of take a turn back, doesn't it? But I think what we're talking about is just doubt. We don't really know, and that's why you have these instructions that if there is doubt,
I just want to see when he's picking the ball back up, if he's totally in. I mean, here there's the doubt. Let's have a look here when he comes to pick it up. Keep an eye on that right foot. So at the moment we're okay.
It's off.
It's yeah.
I think
he's okay.
After all that, below boundary. Couple of come for Abdullah. Full toss, not a good one. Maybe the braking concentration just affecting Abdullah, and he gets hit into the helipad. Maximo Nazir. Well, he gets a gift and he cashes it in.
Yeah, this is a good shot. This is where he's at his best. He's just playing he's playing proper cricket shots. He's not trying to whack the ball too hard. He's not trying to thump it. You can see there, if he just relies on his timing, he's going to play some big shots. So both the openers now just starting to get going.
First time he's really let himself down, Abdullah. Last ball of the over. Charges and decides to just take one. So both batters hit 16 through 4 overs, and the score is 38 for no loss. Very, very warm welcome to you wherever you're watching from around the world. It's great to have your company once again. Finals day in Brescia. Well, we are in the Brescia cooker, and I'm sure it's going to be hotting up. It's going to be hot all day, really.
Yeah.
I mean, these two teams have earned their right to the double chance, and we already saw with Brescia CC how things can change real quickly. I mean, Brescia CC end up losing their last 3 games in this tournament to be bundled out. A team that we thought, well, man, they deserve to be favourites at the start of the week. Just shows you anything's possible. Remember, the winner today, they do go through to the Super Series, and they have the ECL dream still alive.
Yeah, look, things haven't gone the way we've expected. We've seen a lot of people on the chat talking about that as well. They've expected seeing things different. They've expected a lot of runs, but they've expected teams to win matches easily when they're in a certain position. It hasn't happened. There's been a lot of topsy-turvy stuff out there, and yet maybe that first one, Janjua winning, was a bit of a surprise. I think there's more surprises to come.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, you can just do one at a time. Janjua would have to win 7 in a row to make it to Rome, but they've done 5.
Yeah.
It's quite unbelievable. Let's get back to the action, and Viro Yanov is going to bowl over number 5. So it angles across the left-hander. He strikes him quite handsomely out to the deep cover point. Does keep it to 1. I mean, Yanov's been a really good pickup for Kings 11, hasn't he? He's a real competitor. He's got a bit of the... what's the word? A bit of the... I'm trying to think of the word I can say on it. Got a bit of the growler in him. He's got a bit of...
The growler.
He's got a bit of growl about him. And... he demands a lot from those around him, but that's because he wants everyone playing at their best level. Here he is now with the ball. Well, this is the top edge, and this could have gone absolutely anywhere, and it's going to get over the fielder, who jumps and really gives it everything. But spare a thought for poor Mohamed Shafiq, who's come into the side for this game. He just gets a trampoline bounce. It's a Super Tortuga, and it's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah. There's not too much you can do about this. I know that's one. I mean, you said it, Yadav. He's a fiery character, and well, once he gets fired up, whether it's for good or bad reasons, he lets his emotions show. But he can't say too much there about Shafiq there. That bounce, there's nothing you can do about it. And a bit of fortune for Ahmed. Moves into the 20s now. Well, asking the question, I think it's probably a little bit too high for the LB. Jaipal looks like he's struggling a little bit out there. Let's have a look at this again. I mean, what do you reckon? Too high? Yeah, it hits him quite high up on the thigh pad, doesn't it?
It's moist on the hip, I think. You see where he's rubbing. So that one was climbing over the top for sure. You see it here. He's called this one yesterday, and this hits him on the knee roll. It's, well, you'll leave yesterday behind. But I think he's hurt a little bit here. No surprises when you get it on that hip bone. Doesn't tickle. Not a lot of protection from Mother Nature in that area. So I think you might get the old cold spray out there.
Well, Mary, the old Mary spray. Mary. Hello, Mary. How are you? I'm looking forward to seeing Mary again when we're at the European Cricket Championship. And that's starting in September. Well, that's the old free spray. He says, spray it this way where the wind is behind you. Otherwise, you're getting more of it than me. He says, I'll have a bit on my shirt as well. Come on, give me a bit more. Give me a bit more. He's getting greedy here now. That's it. There you go. He says, I'll have a spot of water as well. Why not? Well done to the young man out there. That's the old medical treatment on Nisar. Important partnership developing here between these two. 44 now. But look, we do know, and you said it the same way, that they can put a good partnership together. We've seen them collapse as well. So these two just want to try and stay out there as long as possible. They will, of course, know the issues that Kings have had with their batting. So I think already they're thinking, once we get to, if we can get to 90, 100, we'll probably should be able to defend that, because the Kings haven't really shown too much fight with the batting.
That's true, but I mean, they've got heaps of potential, don't they? Considering the players they picked up. I mean, last year we saw Kings chase out 150 just to stay in the tournament in Bologna, including 6 off the last ball from Jaipal Singh. It was the only ball he'd faced in the whole game.
I think Kings, for me, with the batting, are having the same issues exactly as Brescia. Go into that more after this delivery. This is up in the air, and this is another one that just bounces in between the two fielders, the man inside the circle. And it's fielded by Simran. And it's nice to see that Malkeet, we haven't really seen, look, that's another thing, we haven't seen much of Malkeet Singh. He's going back into the circle there, mid-wicket.
Malkeet's a finalist specialist.
Yeah.
You remember last year in the Rome final against Royal Palmer, came up with a very important 49. Yeah, we just haven't seen him a lot this week. He's been missing in action. Nazir gets across, and I don't know if he gets anything on this.
It doesn't. Vikas doesn't move. Vikas is surprised. I don't think he sees this too late. I think by the time he sees it, it's already past him. I think the batter sort of gets right in his way here. Look, he doesn't see it.
He might even go through Nazir's legs there.
But no, what I was going to say, like, if you think of Brescia, look at something like Dulu. Dulu hasn't got going.
Yeah.
Look at Kings. I mean, Vikas Kumar. And we know how dangerous he can be. Two very similar batters haven't got going. Malkeet Singh, he's played a few games. We haven't seen him bat. I mean, don't believe that. I mean, you'd think that Malkeet, the way he bats, you'd see him. This is another one that just gets played out.
Especially when they've kind of been searching for opening. Oh, we're going to run out here. They're going to go to the bowler, and there's an absolute good old-fashioned cook-up here, and that's a very, very silly way to lose the first week, you got to say. Yeah, wow, I think this is Nisa that wants to. I'm not sure if it was on or not, but he got absolutely nothing in response out of Fahim Nazir. Don't even know where to lay the blame here. Just watch it. Nisa, he's running the first one hard. Nazir's just trotting, and look at each other. He puts up the stop sign, then looks away, and Nisa runs straight through the stop sign. Nazir, well, he said one or two more things, but that is just wasteful, really. Nisa Ahmed run out for 21. The first wicket of qualifier 1, 49 for 1 at the end of 5.
Well, Nisa Ahmed, you know what the problem is there? The free spray. Gave him the free spray. He put so much on him and then on his clothes that he couldn't stop moving. He couldn't stop running. Well, it sorted him out, but he said, now I'm so cold, I've got to run.
Well, it was Nazir that froze, really. I mean, see, Nazir puts up the stop sign, but he stopped.
But I don't know what Nazir is looking at when he's running.
This is the thing. I mean, you look, eye contact. So he puts up the stop sign, then just turns his head. And then when he looks back, probably hears the footsteps coming. And that's why Nisa, he knows that he made a mistake. It was just a kind of rush of blood, I think, that causes that. So 5 overs down. Look at these two teams. I mean, Kings 11, you know, despite some of their issues chasing, they've wanted to chase, and they've chased in 6 of their 7 games. They've been successful in 4 of those chases. As far as Gina Brescia, I mean, they've got a pretty good record batting first, 3-1, including defending a score of 76 yesterday against Kings 11. So, yeah, interesting for me. Kings 11, despite finishing 3rd after the group, they get the 2nd seed on account of their performance on Super Friday. Over to Jugmeet then, over number 6, and he's been brilliant this week, including that hat-trick yesterday. That was something else, wasn't it? Yeah,
it was sensational, Jugmeet. And, it was nice to have a bit of a chat with him afterwards as well. He says not the first hat-trick he's taken, but in terms of what it meant to the team, and them getting this double chance. It was pretty big. This one is outside the line, outside off stump. But, well, I mean, all of a sudden, that moment of madness from, you have to say, from Nisar. I mean, when you look at that run again, you can see from Nazir, he's got no plans of running two. He's running the first one pretty slow. He gets to his end, puts the sign up, and Nisar just, well, bypasses it and just keeps running.
Takes this off the stumps and pretty well fielded.
Well, there he is. Well, let's have a look at that man again. This is Mulkeet. I mean, he's a big unit. He can hit the ball really well, but can you believe they've had him in the side and all the troubles that they've had with their batting, we haven't seen him out there yet. Well, maybe he is going to be the master, the hidden weapon for finals day. Well ball from Jagmeet again. Gets the dot in. It's behind you, Jagmeet. It's behind you.
Left-hander, left-hander. He probably likes this matchup. Decides to go straight and absolutely pumps this one into the side screen. Maximo! Fahim, well, he survived his opening partner, and then he takes Jagmeet down the ground. That's a beautiful looking shot. Well, he's looking on today, Nazir, despite that run out calamity. And he brings up the 50 for Gina Brescia with a beautiful straight hit.
Delightful shot. This is him at his best. I mean, I know he's got to put that run out of his head, but this is what he can do, Nazir, when he just gets down to playing genuine cricket shots. Gets himself into position pretty early, tries to go for that gap between long on and mid-wicket, but goes to mid-wicket in the air, but one bounce and one stop. The end of the over, so Jagmeet comes on. Not a bad over, just 8 runs from it, including that big 6. The score moves on to 57 for 1, so they're eyeing up sort of a score around about 100 here, but it all depends where they go from here. You'd think that it should be more than that.
Yeah.
With somebody like Nazir, who's now set. Nawaz, we know he can go big as well, but you just know what Kings are capable of as well. You still got the likes of Numan Ali that can come on to bowl, and looks like they're going to go with, well, they're going to get Yadav to finish his spell here.
You've got Yadav to bowl here. I think you've got Numan Ali for 8 and 10. And then you've only bowled one from Jagmeet, so I think that's it. That's your bowling taken care of.
Yeah, you've also got Jaswinder there that can come on if you want Jaswinder. They've got options, plenty of options.
They've got heaps of options. Getting to the left hand, that stays in. Maybe Jagmeet. You worry about that, but he might not last long because Nazir's hold out here, and he's going to be caught, and he is caught. And guess who? It's Mulkeet. Well, he'll hold on to it. He doesn't drop too many. He pulled off one of the best catches we've ever seen last year, and one of the worst drops we've ever seen within about 2 minutes of each other. But right here, he pulls in this one, and it's an important wicket, isn't it? Nazir, he really looked on today, but he's going to have to go for just 26. The second wicket falls. It's 57 for 2.
Yeah, Yadav takes the wicket. He's got the knack of taking important wickets, and this is exactly what I was talking about. You'd expect them to go on and score the 100, but Kings have a knack of getting wickets, and there you see Mulkeet says, I'm not letting this go, and this Yadav, now he's putting his hands up in delight. He's happy about that one. Well done to Mulkeet as well. The first time I think he gets himself in the scorebook for any bit of work that he's done.
Yeah, look, Yadav's been really good against the left-handers. I mean, he actually bowled both Fahim Nazir and the man coming in now, Hassan Ahmed, yesterday. And look, Hassan Ahmed's another one that we have not seen the best of this week at all. He just seems to have had everything running against him. Whacked a full toss, long on first ball yesterday. And maybe this is the time he breaks out. He is a big game player. But, yeah, that's a big moment in the match because Nazir, certainly the way he was looking, he had the ability to take the game further away from Kings 11.
Yeah, Yadav did Hassan with a beauty yesterday. And as you said, he does have the knack for bowling well to the left-handers. So, what are we going to see from Hassan Ahmed?
Hassan will probably take a couple of balls to get in here. Facing Vibor Yadav. Just pushes, gets off the mark. I want to say quick hello to Lance Vance and friends, saying Maximo, let's go. Watching from the Canary Islands. Always tuning into Mr. Maximo. Well, hello to you. And well, they get around, these guys. They're always tuning in from different places. But it's always great to have you, obviously, on a Saturday. You found your way into the chat and you found your way in at a good time because there was a week here in Brescia, which we always said we think pound for pound is probably the strongest week that we'll see as far as the amount of teams that are high quality, and whoever wins this week, I think, probably starts narrow favourites in the Super Series. Plenty still to go before we get there, though. Full. And missed out on by Short Nawaz, who came in the number 3 slot. Hasn't had too much to do yet. Takes him to 1 of 4. And if you do want to say hello, it's always a great time to say hello to us in the chat, Eastern European Cricket Network. I'm holding back my lurker call out, I think, for the next game. Just going to hold it out at the moment. But if you want to have a kind of a quick hello, now's a great time.
Oh, well bowled, but he's unlucky. He's really unlucky. Yorker length delivery, Vinny, right up there, but he just strays a little bit down the leg. And maybe he catches a bit of the bat as well here.
Yeah, I think it must have. You see here, actually, I think it's one of those that actually never hits the pad. It's one of those ones where you'd swear, actually, first time I saw it, I thought it just whacked off the pad, but actually comes off the leading edge.
Yeah, seen that again. No wonder there's no appeal at all. Not sure what's going on here now. I think maybe having a chat about the time perhaps here. The umpires are probably saying, hey, Skip, just letting you know, maybe you're running just a little late. No. Wouldn't surprise me, because don't forget that first over from Kulwinder, from Kuldeep, sorry, there was like 5 wides in it. So there is a discussion with the captain there.
One of the issues, I'll come back to that in a second. I don't know if it's about that. I'll tell you why in a second. It's not a good ball, no ball called, and it's going to get smacked away for 4.
Yeah, no ball I think must be for a foot fault, because it's called very early by the umpire.
Yeah, I don't think it's for height. I don't think that was an issue, because it's about knee high to a grasshopper. Have a look here. Yeah, it just oversteps. It's a good call by the umpire. So Yadav, yeah, certainly not one you want to give away, because he's given away a boundary and an extra ball in the over. That's not going to help the over 8 either. The reason I think it's not about the time is because normally you wait for the end of the over for that. In fact, you're just wasting more time if you start talking to the captain about it in the middle of an over. So I think it was about something else, but I can't tell you what. Hello to Ian Johns as well in the chat. Thanks for joining us. And right now, Kings 11 at a bit of a crossroads here. Mentioned that neither of these teams have broken 80 in the 2 matches that they've played against each other so far. But Brescia are in the position to go 100 plus. Free hit coming up as well. What a good excuse for Hassan Ahmed to get going. Can really peg his ears back on this one. Oh, he gets a full toss, and this won't be caught because it's on the boundary. But I mean, I think he's saying, well, come on, what about a free? What about another no ball? I mean, we'll check it out. He does go back. Yeah, that is above the waist, to be fair. Get a pretty good look at it there.
Yeah, I mean, this was a slow ball, but it's been called. I think they've gone to the... I think the third umpire's got involved here, because I think Sukhdev doesn't call this.
Yeah, well, it should be called, because it's not only at the waist, it's above the waist. You can see that he's pretty much hitting it at the crease. So he's hitting it belly button high. So good call by the officials ultimately. And we'll have another free hit. So Yadav's just lost the hand a little bit towards the end of his spell. Just had the turning point of the wicket of Nazir, but then things turning back against him. Now this is a wide, so we'll have another free hit coming up, which Nawaz will face again. And maybe it's a chance for Sharuk Nawaz to get his innings going.
Yeah, I mean, it's just his last few deliveries here gone astray. He's gone for the slower deliveries. They haven't quite worked for him today. That's what's ended up being, well, first the foot fault, no ball, the height. So still a free hit.
Better ball and gets it out of jail. Yadav eventually. A bit of a suspended sentence, I suppose, after those no balls. He's shaking his head in frustration, but he certainly has done a reasonable job for his team. 1 for 19 as he head into the last ball of the 7th over. He's hit pretty hard. Good luck stopping this, and Kuldeep won't. This one really skates unpredictably off the surface, and he's a good fielder. But again, you just have to go completely with reaction here. It ends up just kind of darting down to Kuldeep's right. And you see here, he tries to cover the line of it, just misjudges it slightly. So a few things just counting against Kings 11 after a really good start to the over from Yadav at 7 overs down, 71 for 2. And those of you following the ECM will know that this is just one stop in our Huge season in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Already been to so many countries. We are in Italy for our 5-week Italian summer. This is the end of week 2. But after the Super Series at the end of July, we move into August. And in August, we'll be starting in Germany for 4 weeks. 2 weeks in Dresden, 2 weeks in Krefeld. Then Belgium towards the end of the month. And that will be our last ECS before the European Cricket Championship. The International T10 starts on the 12th of September. Cartamania, Rico, 21 nations in that format. It will be great to be back there again, won't it?
Can't wait. Cartamania. Yeah, it sparks off again. And with all those international teams coming. It is the Euros of cricket. That's what we're talking about. And, well, we've got some new teams in there as well. Looking forward to seeing Scotland. Ireland there as well.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good run. England, of course, they will have already put their place in finals week because they are the champions.
It's going to be huge. I'm sure we'll see quite a few players from our Italian summer representing the Italian national team there as well. Here's Noman Ali, who's a last over specialist, but first ball he's going to disappear onto the road. Well, mind the windows. Maximo Hassan goes large.
Good shot, this. I mean, it wasn't a bad ball at all, but he just backed himself to put it away. And bang, that is a big hit. And, well, Noman Ali, welcome to the attack.
And one thing about Hassan is quite often he's come in the first half of the innings. He's had to kind of build an innings, but he's got 3 overs to go, 8 wickets in hand. He can really go for it. And Noman Ali just misses his length first up. He's going around the wicket. I think this is even more risky, to be honest. If he doesn't hit that block hole, Hassan is going to play that kind of shot time and time again. And he does. This time he goes straighter. I don't think this will be stopped either. So Hassan Ahmed, finally we're seeing what he's capable of. He goes 6 and 4, and he does look hungry for more, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good shot. I mean, it's all about keeping his shape. Keeps his shape, waits for the last minute, and just plays a beautiful straight drive. So 6 and 4, and you're right, he is hungry for more.
Good shot selection. And Noman Ali, the angle I don't think is helping him. The problem here is the length. Twice I think he's tempted Yorkers and he's missed short. Just a little bit short of a Yorker length. And Hassan's picked him up nicely. This time, slower ball, and he knocks him over. Well, third time lucky for Noman Ali, and he completely bamboozles the left-hander there. This one sneaks between bat and pad. The stumps go everywhere, and Hassan, well, he was looking so good there, but he has to go for 16. 3 wickets down now, 81 for 3. And Noman Ali, what a comeback that is.
What a comeback. Look, we're probably not going to see it on the replay because it just happened a few seconds before he went into the approach. But Vikesh Kumar, the keeper, he's down on his knees, and he's giving him the signal. And he's basically, we just saw it before that, he's just giving him a signal, say, slower ball, and that's exactly what he does, slower ball, and it's an absolute beaut.
And he knows he's in trouble, Hassan Ali, so he pulls out of the shot and just tries to keep it out, but he can't even do that. I mean, when he sees it, he thinks he's going to play a similar sort of a shot that he played last ball. That Noman Ali, I mean, that's why he is so dangerous at the end of the innings, that variation. And although he got it wrong a couple of times, he cleans up Hussey, and now Brescia have lost both their key left-handers.
Yeah.
But, this is a man that can come in and whack the ball a long way as well. Jannika Vast coming out at number 5.
Yeah, we thought that we wouldn't see him coming out at 9. He's too good a batter to come in so low. But what a great ball that is. I think that's the one where probably if you're the batter, you think it is coming.
Yeah.
So he could have really attacked it, but I think he still doesn't pick it. And by the time he realises, he tries to block it, as you said, and he stumps and knocked over.
All right, over to Jannika, who is going to be dropped first ball. Wow, not a great bit of contact from the batter, but Noman Ali in his follow-through. See here, I think he's as surprised as anybody. Just reacts and ends up clanging it off the hands. I mean, that would have been a huge moment in the game as well. Just remember that if Jannika goes on to do some damage in this last couple of overs.
Interesting he stayed around the wicket to the right-hander.
Now gets it wrong. Another slower ball, and it's going to be 4. So good batting by Vast, who goes through the line. So Noman Ali trying that trusty slower ball, but this time gets the length wrong. Turns into a big, juicy full toss, and Vast gets off the mark with 4.
Yeah, well, let's go back to that ball before. Quarter ball opportunity. He'd be very disappointed he didn't hold on to that. It would have been 2 and 2. Remember, he did have an opportunity of a hat-trick himself yesterday. Ended up being a team hat-trick.
Yeah, that's
right. There was a run out of it. They let himself down with that delivery. Can he come back, get back on the money?
This is well hit, and this one could be 4 more. Well, that's just beautifully stroked away by Jannika Vast. So back-to-back boundaries. Well, this is an over that saw 4 boundaries, a wicket, and a drop catch. That's the kind of action you'll only see here on ECN. It's the end of the 8th over, 89 for 3.
Yeah, they're just starting to get the acceleration in at the right point. Yeah, wickets are going down, but it doesn't matter. This is what you're talking about. Wicket does go down, but the new batter that comes in has also then hit 2 fours. And they're looking to, well, at the moment, maybe the 110, 120 even perhaps they could go on to. They are scoring pretty well. But look, one good over can change everything. And that's what they're looking for here for Kings. One good over, maybe just a couple of runs only from it, a couple of wickets. And once again, they could try and keep this score to under 100.
I mean, you cannot pack more entertainment into cricket than we do in ECN. I mean, it's just pretty much impossible. That over was 1 for 18 and a drop catch. Now, they're bringing back Jagmeet. A bit later than he normally bowls, though. Here he is. Got 2 right-handers to bowl at. He's such a good performer, though, isn't he?
Yeah, just love the way he just bowls the ball, turns around, goes back to his mark. There's nothing else. He's not a showman. He just wants to get on with the job.
Oh, it's pretty well bowled as well, but little under edge. How far will this run? Fielder's in pursuit. Cut it off and keep it to 2. Takes him up into the 90s. Yeah, Hassan Ahmed, he looked like he was going, didn't he? Just a very good piece of bowling to get him out, but Janak Vivas has come out in the mood. Right now, look at Nawaz. Pulls this straight. Should just be 1. Simran's a good fielder, isn't he? That's his area he likes to patrol. Yeah, so winner of this game, they go straight through to the final. The loser will have to play Chandra Brescia. And I think you're right, what you said earlier. Nobody really wants to play Chandra Brescia right now. We're on a hot streak. And this is gone. Middle stump out of the ground. So Janak Vivas tries to elevate this over the wicket. Hits across the straight one. And Jagmeet doing what Jagmeet does. He looks like the kind of guy that would help you with your mathematics homework. But I tell you what, he's a very, very clever bowler. And he cartwheels Vas out of here for 8. 92 for 4.
Yeah, this is all about the length of the ball. He knows who pitches it up, Waz isn't going to be onto it. So he keeps it just slightly shorter. Waz doesn't move his legs, doesn't get to the pitch of the ball. Look, he hops around a little in the crease, but instead of hopping, he needs to go forward. And Jagmeet, he's liking it. Like I say, he just turns around once the middle stump has been knocked out. That's very similar to the ball he bowled to get his hat-trick yesterday, actually.
That's
just
true.
takes the middle stump clean out the ground. So another batter comes in. So he's doing what he needs to do for his team here. As I said, a good over, and all of a sudden, the 110, 120, well, maybe it may not even be 105, but he's got to finish it well.
Right-handed version, I suppose, of the ball. Bashar Khan was the man who basically awarded Jagmeet the hat-trick yesterday. Trying to whack a 6 out of the ground and getting bowled. Here's Mohamed Imran, though. Ideal situation for him. He's a guy that can come out and whack boundaries straight away. Let's see what he does to Jagmeet. I think he'll attack these 2 balls straight away. I mean, no reason not to. He does. This is pretty well. Slicing away from the fielder. It'll be a real awkward stop, but a fancy bit of foot fielding down there. That's Jaswinder, I think. That will keep that to 2. I mean, he does very well to improvise this kind of boundary stop, which saves a couple of runs.
Yeah, I thought this beat him, but he manages to just stretch that right leg out. Stops it. Good work from him. He saves 2 runs.
Yes, lured into this shot. Well, this is almost into the gap, but Imran's so quick at anticipating that, so he'll keep it to 1. And so Imran will keep the strike. 9 overs down, 95 for 4. Another good spell from Jagmeet, who takes 1 for 14 off his 2 overs.
Yeah, he bowls very well indeed, doesn't he? He's a very clever cricketer, very classy. So we go to the last over, 95. So that's projected score. Keeps going up and down, up and down. Now it's dropped down to about 106. And that was all down to that over from Jagmeet. That's what I'm saying. Get 1 good over in there. Get a wicket or 2. Keep the runs down. And then all of a sudden the pressure's back on. I mean, you've got Mohamed Imran who's back on strike. We know they can give the ball a good whack. And Nawaz as well. Nawaz is another one. Stroke Nawaz. I mean, he's came in at number 3. He's faced 10 deliveries, so hasn't had too much of a strike, but he's going less than run a ball at the moment. So that's something which will be probably a slight concern. Hasn't really been able to get the momentum. They do go for Ali, and he's sticking to around the wicket. And he does well. That's a good stop. Saves the run.
Yeah, good first ball stop. So, yeah, the drop, if you want to call that, from Noman Ali last over that he bowled, ends up costing 8. Vas is dismissed for just the 2 boundaries. Yeah, but the 100 is up. It's pretty straight, but I think with the angle Well, he's given him out, actually. Well, check this one out on the replay. I mean, this one certainly hits him in front of the stumps, but I think he's quite a fair bit forward with this angle. Rico, I think it's pretty hard to get hit in line and for the ball to hit the stumps. Give us your thoughts on the replay.
Yeah, I mean, look, bowling around the wicket, the umpire has to be absolutely sure, and the ball has to do an awful lot. Let's have a look at the replay. I mean, the question is, I think it's a full pitch. I don't think it pitches. Let's have a look. It's pretty full. Batter does come out the fairway. I think the ball has got a lot to do there to go and stump. I think that is, I mean, umpire Sukhdev has given that out. For me, looking at the amount of the distance the batter comes out, looking at how much the ball had to do, and looking at Nouman Ali, look, he gets, this ball is always going away. I think that's a break there that Kings have got there. That's an unlucky decision.
I have to agree with you there. I mean, I think he's quite wide of the crease as well, and so that's something that just have to consider is where the impact is as well, how far from the stumps, and it was a long way down, even though it does him on the back pad, but I think he's a bit lucky on that occasion, Nouman Ali. But anyway, basically, it's a fancy dot ball. There's 4 to come, and the next one is knocked away, and well, it's going to be a pretty good stop, I think, in the end from Simran. They will get 4. And now the other thing is, you notice the 100 coming up, but they have incurred a time penalty here for the slow over rate, and we thought this was a risk, Rico.
Yeah. I thought that was, I said there was some conversation between the umpires and the players. That was it to do with, I mean, they just haven't been able to get the acceleration, and so the 100 does come up. They've been boosted by that time penalty here.
That's why the 100 did come up. Swing and a miss. They want to go anyway. They should have a run out here, but they won't. So just leaking an extra one. That will go down as a bye. I mean, we always thought that was a risk. I mean, I can tell you how many extra deliveries there's been bowled in this innings as well. And I can tell you there's been 7 extra deliveries bowled to whole over. And so Kings 11 just basically losing that time, not able to make it up.
Is that with the no balls as well?
Yeah, 7 extra deliveries.
I thought it was more than that, because I
Felt
know
like more than that.
I know that 5. Didn't 5 just come off?
Well, 5 off Kuldeep and 2 from V-Ball. They're the only ones, but I mean, it's still significant, right? 2 to come. Swing and miss. Well, might as well go anyway this time. Well, this is smart. You don't really need to throw here because you're not going to save a run, even if you do run him out. So no need to do anything crazy. 103 with the ball to go. Pretty good last over this from Nouman Ali. He's only conceded 3. One of them was a bye. Not really his fault.
He's
so
done well
last
because
ball coming up.
His first over went for 18, remember, so he was under pressure. Can he finish well? 103.
Last ball, strap yourselves in. Digs out a Yorker. You might as well go for 2 here. Throw should go to the keeper. It does. And, well, it goes over the keeper. You might as well keep running here. So now they're going to go for a 3rd. And I think he makes it.
I think they're going to get there. Well, the throw was overcooked by the fielder.
That's why you take the second. You take the second because you might force a 3rd on the error. And you're right, it does make it fairly easily. So, well, good over from Nouman Ali. Didn't get a lot of help in the field, did he? But it will be 5 and a bye off the last over. Don't forget the 5 penalty runs as well added onto the score. Now, when you add all that up, it'll be 106 for 5 off the 10 overs. Oh, look, Kings 11, by no means have they been batted out of this game, but they're going to have to bat really well against the Brescia side, who won the Super Series yesterday. They are good under pressure. They won the Super Friday meeting between these two teams. But Kings 11, look, they know that their batting hasn't really clicked yet, and if they do click, then they will be every chance of chasing down these 107 runs and fast-tracking their way to the finals in Brescia. A lot of excitement around these two teams, Rico, as we roll the highlights. And it was Kings 11 winning the toss and electing to bat. And look, early on, didn't really take any wickets, but also kept things pretty quiet. That was despite some slight control issues. But Nazir, he was looking really good, wasn't he? The left-hander, very stylish player. And he didn't ultimately make it to 26, but no further. Along the way, he ran out Nisa Ahmed. It was just a mix-up between the opening pair. And that brought out Shuk Nawaz, who never really got going. Didn't have a lot of the strike, to be fair, facing 12 balls in the innings. Malkeet taking that catch, and that was a big one, wasn't it? Nazir gone for 26, and this innings just stalling. Hassan Ali's another one, looked good. Found a way to get himself out for 16. So when it's all said and done, 106, I think it's a good score, but certainly not an insurmountable score that's put on the board by Brescia.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the batting that Brescia have, and I mean, you mentioned some of those big names already. I think Kings, as we see that beautiful delivery there from Nouman Ali, Jack the Fatte style, Shaba, as he does his old Bhangra celebration. But yeah, I mean, it's a score that you'll take. They'll be disappointed that they've given 5 penalty runs away, because don't forget, you've got Jugmeat that also been bowling there as well. So it's not like they've used all the seamers. So they've just got the timing a bit wrong. Well, that one, I think maybe that's a slight misjudgment there from the umpire as well. I think getting a lucky breakman there. But at the same time, we saw the 5 penalty runs come up before the start of that last over, so boosted by those 5 runs, which helped them get past the 100 mark. Look, I'm going to say this. I think Kings 11, when they're playing average, when they're playing the normal average game, they would knock these off. They are such a good batting side. But the way they've been at the moment, that's a lot of runs for them to get. They're a team that have been shaking when they're trying to get to 70. One of those batters has to go out there and perform as we have a look at that scorecard. A good start from the openers. Look, they nearly put the 50 partnership up between them, Nisar Ahmed and Nazir. But I think Ahmed, he really had a rush of blood when he ran himself out. Good batting from Nazir, but it was Yadav who got his wicket once more. A catch from Malkeet Singh. And Shuruk Nawaz really never got going. A run of ball 12 from him. Hasn't played the big shot. Hassan Ahmed, we saw what he can do when he plays. He shot 16 of 6. And then Janik Awaz came out there, hit the first 2 balls he faced to the boundary. But Jugmeat got him with an absolute beauty again. And then the LBW from Mohammed Imran couldn't really get anything going. And Ghulam Fareed was not out batter there towards the end. So they all contributed. They got to a score over 100. I think that would have been the plan. Whatever happens, let's get the 100 on the board, because they know the frailties that Kings 11 have got with their batting.
Yeah, of course, these two teams have earned the double chance, but Brescia, the ton plus, I think, always useful in such an important game like this. No one really getting taken to the cleaners there. 2 wickets for Noman Ali and 1 each for Yadav and Jagmeet Singh, but I think Abdullah bowled pretty well early as well, only conceding 16. He kind of built some pressure, didn't he? Those 18 extras, including the 5 penalty runs, though, that could be crucial in the wash-up of this one. And look, Kings 11, their highest successful chase out of their 4 successful chases this week was 101. That was against Chivadate in match 2. So they'll have to beat that if they're going to be straight through to the final. Certainly an interesting second half ahead. Join us in just a few minutes. We will be back and we'll see the chase. Kings 11, 107 for victory if they're going to fast-track their way into the final. Brescia, well, they'll be hoping they can defend this triple-digit score. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for more action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers, wherever you're watching from around the world. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series, and it's finals day here in Brescia. And, well, Gina Brescia, they've put the runs on the board, 106 for 5. They will believe that is enough for two reasons. Number one, Kings 11, they have struggled with their batting. They haven't been able to score runs fluently or consistently at all. And number two, they have got a very good bowling attack. They make it very difficult with teams to get any kind of runs from them. And Mohamed Imran, the opening bowler, class act. He'll be getting this ball to be moving away from the right-handers. Vikas Kumar hasn't really got going in this series, but that's the sort of ball that he likes. Short into the body, he puts it away, 4 runs straight away. Well, you don't bowl there to Vikas Kumar. That is for sure. I mean, he'll play those in his sleep. And to get that one first up, that will certainly give him a lot of positiveness. He's a candidate for LBW because he likes to really rock right across the line, and he likes to play on the onside. When I saw him in Bologna, he was a pretty good cutter off the ball as well. You haven't really seen that side of his play, but certainly anything on the legs like that, he will put it away. So that's a bit of a gift for him. And this time, it's where it needs to be, outside the off stump, and he gets the reward straight away. Mohamed Imran, dot ball. That's where Kumar has struggled. Always looking to play the ball on the onside. Can sort of understand it here because you can look at the field that's been set. Just the 2 men on the leg side, mid wicket inside the circle, and long on. And he goes up in the air, and can you believe he's going to find that one man? Yes, he does. So Vikas Kumar hits one boundary, then he departs. And that's exactly what they wanted. That was the plan. And, well, Mohamed Imran, he fires another one that's pretty wide outside off stump. He knows that Kumar's going to go for it. Kumar does go for it, goes for power rather than trying to place this. And up in the air the ball goes, and the one man that is there inside the circle on the leg side takes the wicket. Again, just goes to demonstrate if you bowl to a plan, it will work. Only 2 men, as I said, on that leg side, but the ball still goes to one of them. Hassan Ali is the man that takes the catch. And the first wicket goes, and it is once again Mr. Reliable, Mohamed Imran, that takes the wicket. Vikas Kumar goes for the one scoring shot of the 3 deliveries that he faces. 4 dot out. And that will bring Kuldeep Lal to the middle. Probably a bit earlier than he would have expected. Just 3 balls in. Has a long chat with Yadav, who hasn't had a chance to face a delivery yet. And these 2 have got to bat well. Well, they're both, well, brothers in arms maybe, both wearing the similar war paint. Need something to happen, Kings. Kumar goes for 4. Imran to Kuldeep Lal. Lal gets beaten by a beauty. That's the ball he bowled so well, Mohamed Imran. And there's not too many bowlers that I know that bowl this any better. And that's what the captain does so well as well. Rukhsar Ahmed of Gina Brescia comes up to his man and says, yep, keep it going. Isn't it interesting? One thing that we've seen in this series is a lot of younger, maybe newer players started captaining their teams at the start of the series. Played, and oh, it goes down. Well, it would have been a spicy one. Kuldeep Lal reach it, it goes up in the air. A great effort from the big man. Going down fast. And look, he can just about keep up with it. Great camera work there. Hits him hard, pops up, he tries to take it on a rebound. He's not able to do so. Oh, big moment there. Could have been Lal gone without scoring. Just remember that. I think that's Janaka Was, who couldn't hold on to the catch. Lal survives. Yeah, going back to what I'm saying, but when it comes to the crunch games, the old-timers go back to captaining the sides. Oh, and this one is an ugly, ugly shot from Lal. And he's lucky still to be there. Now, he could have been gone on both occasions. This one sort of shaves the off stump. Clever bowling from Mohammed Imran. As we say, he knows he gets the balls to move away. This time, he just makes sure it keeps its shape. And Kuldeep Lal did not have a clue. 344 matches without a golden ball. So just to touch on what I was saying there. So we know that Simranjit Singh was captaining Kings earlier. Well, captaincy goes back to Jaipal Singh. We saw the same with Brescia. It was Hassan, and now it goes back to Rukhsar Ahmed. So the key captains are back, taking control of their teams. Good first over. Only that one scoring shot from it. Up in the air, and this is a very, very good shot. 6 runs, 6 carreras. Well, that's what Yadav does with his first ball. Sort of moves around in the crease, doesn't he? It's like he's got ants in his pants. Well, we got ants in our pants and loads of ants over here. So we know what the feeling's like. But he stays focused and he crunches this one down the ground. 6 runs. Nazir goes for 6 at the first ball. This time, tries to play this out. And it's well fielded. No run there. And good time to welcome back into the commentary position here to Mr. Maximo. Oh, Maxi, what a start.
Yeah, what a start. Man, Gully's been pretty handy so far. Always had a chance to grab a catch last over. Got a slip in a Gully. Very attacking field. I think they know the importance of these early wickets. Field's gone slightly differently now with the long off going back. So he goes leg side, and this is in the air. Well, the fielder's going back with the flight, but he's not going to be anywhere near it. Maximo! Yadav goes deep twice in the second. It doesn't, as he just decides to go leg side this time, hunting the fielder that's inside the circle, and that's where he gets that margin of error. And he has gotten Kings 11 motoring here in the second over.
Yeah, lovely shot. Beautifully played. He backs himself to play it. It gets the power in the shot, and straight away you see he's getting that change made on the onside. So another player will go on the leg side. So they get 3 out there now. I mean, he's not going on the boundary, just putting another one in inside the circle. And that's well bowled. Gets this one to move away. Yadav. And he's trying to not get himself bogged down. I think that's the key here. He knows that there's no point getting bogged down. He knows the importance of trying to get a good start in the power play. That's why he's playing some of these shots, trying to be aggressive, but at the same time safe.
Yeah, true. He's a key, Yadav. I mean, he could win the game off his own bat. He's that good. Short pulled, and this one should be stopped. Won't be an easy one. None of them are. That's well handled down there. But I mean, power play is important, especially after that first over. They couldn't really get a lot going, could they? Kings 11. It was a 4 and out situation for Vikas Kumar. Yadav and Kuldeep Lal, I should say, had a couple of close calls. 3 dot balls to finish the first. It's only 4 off the first, 13 already off the second. Again, you just want to track at that 11 and over or so, even 10 and over. Last ball for Nazir in this over. And he bowls a good one. Kuldeep Lal just keeps copying Jaffers. It's the end of 2. It's 17 for 1.
That's an absolute beaut. This is a corker. Look at this. It rises on him. It follows him. Oh, what a great delivery that is. And what was interesting there, when you see the keeper take the catch, you see the puff of smoke. It's almost like it's dusty gloves or a dusty ball. I don't know what it is.
Like magic. Hey, interesting how this series has been lower scoring. It's just one of those things. I think one of the reasons is the bowlers have had better plans and they've held more catches in general, the teams. You see only one day cracking the 100 per 10 overs mark, which was day 2. You see last year we had a lot more high scoring days. 4 out of the 6 were over 10 and 2 were over 11. But all up 9.1 and over. Overall in the 2 years we played ECS cricket here in Brescia, the average run rate is 9.8 per over. So, I mean, slightly above that Brescia in this crucial match, but I mean, anything can happen. This game's still very much in the balance. I think Yadav, for me, holds the key. I mean, if he can whack a 50 or something, he can get him home, but he's going to have to deal with Hamid Imran. He's got his tail up. Slogs him across the line. This will probably go for 4, and it does. Just gets enough bat on that. Probably he's not going to win too many beauty contests, that prize. Beauty contest prizes, I should say, but Yadav does get 4 here. Useful runs in the power play.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good shot. I mean, he's certainly eyeing up that area because he knows the way this field is set. So he's saying to himself, well, you know what? Every opportunity I get to play in that area, I'm gonna. So once again, from that first shot, he gets the field change straight away. So man now goes out into mid-wicket. Still just got the one man out on the leg side. And and the other man, of course, will be at long off.
He goes, and this time he goes in the air, and this one is sailing out of here. Maximo Yadav turning it on. He moves to 23, and Kings 11 up and away.
Yeah, an even better shot, this one. This time he says, well, okay, I'm going to go here, and I'm going to take you on. And he does. And they're going to have to make a change here soon. I reckon they're probably going to have to think about getting the long off back in the circle and putting 2 men out there, the mid-wicket, and also long on. Let's see if he goes for this. I mean, maybe he was a tad short there, and Mohammed Imran still
I think they like
taking him on.
The thinking by leaving the mid on up is, you know, they'd rather have a long off than a long on and try and force him to go across the line slightly because it's riskier. But he's getting away with it. He's seeing him so well at the moment. Now, just intelligently pushes away for one. He'll get a single. And I think Yadav in particular is going aerial in this power play. That's what he's up there to do. And he's got them off to a flyer.
Yeah, Kuldeep Lal just going over to the umpire here. I think he's saying about his bat. Well, that's quite interesting.
Yeah.
Kuldeep Lal hasn't got a run on the board. He's faced 4 balls and he's managed to do damage to his bat, whereas Yadav, the only one who's hitting the ball, he's more than happy with it. Well, Kuldeep, you haven't touched the ball with it yet, yaar. Kinna mera bat mein change karna, main to keh raha bat kidda change karna, hale run to koi banaya nahi. Ball mere khayal bat te lagi nahi. Ek wari lagi si catch jagah drop ho gaya. Well, the only time you think he touched it, Vinny, is when he gave that catch and it got put down. It was a spicy one.
Yeah, he's looking at the top of the bat where the kind of handle joins the blade. Change your bat, change the luck maybe for Kuldeep.
I don't know. He's had good luck because he's still there. I know he ain't scored. And now he's just knocked the bail off, did he? Did he knock that bail off there?
I don't know, but I mean, what's going on? This.
Well, the first thing he does with his bat, he says, well, I know, it wasn't his bat, it was the wind.
It's like Jurassic
That's
Park.
not a good sign, is it?
When the footsteps were coming. Goes for this. Would have been a wide. Instead, I think it's going to be 4. Well, the edges of that working at least. And so, good. It gets off the mark. Not convincing. I think, yeah, this is on the line, but it flies away. Gets enough bat to get over Nisar Ahmed. And the run's still flowing. And Lal will be happy to get off the big duck.
So that's what he wanted. He wanted the bat with a thicker edge. Look, you can probably even see the mark on the bat now of that one. Doesn't matter, they all count. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck. Hay veces que necesita poquito de suerte. Well, he's had it, hasn't he? Well, he's been put down once. That edge goes past Nisar. And he's up and running now. 4 to his name.
15 off this over, still 2 to come. This one's whacked back. And so Mohammed Imran just getting a hand on it, but Kuldeep will get a single here. Brings Yadav back on strike for the last ball of the power play. This one is actually a chance.
That's a catch, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure straight away, but that one was just a reflex one. Either sticks or it doesn't. Kuldeep gets another slice of luck. Yadav. How hard will he go? Last ball of this power play. They brought the mid off up now. Long on's back. He hits across this one, and I think he'll just take one here to retain the strike. Now Kuldeep overcommits here. I don't think that ball ever hits the stumps. And it will be the end of the over. It's 34 for 1. Decent power play in the end. Mohammed Imran, he had a really good first over, but the second over cost him 17. You see this one here, not so sure the ball ever hits the stumps. Have a look when it comes in. Yeah, to me, I don't think that's out.
Yeah, I think the wickets are broken with the left glove. But what he does do afterwards, but once over's called, he takes the ball in his hand and pulls the stump out, but by that time, it's too late.
That's kind of a giveaway that the ball doesn't hit the stumps. Anyway, so 34 for 1 after 3. They're where they need to be in the game. And so, I mean, Jin and Brescia, their batting kind of clicked a bit better today, didn't it? And Kings 11 will be hoping for the same. It's really been their bowling that has gotten them through into this top 2 seeding. It was their bowling did a real number on Brescia CC, who they rolled for 47 and 8 overs yesterday. So now we're going to have over number 4. And here's Janak Abbas, who's going to bowl. And he's a very good swing bowler as well. There's a lot of in movement. I think he's kind of playing into Yadav's hands. But, yeah, well, We'll see how Yadav handles him. I don't think he would have seen a lot of Janika Vas. Over number 4. Let's roll. Shows him a bit of respect first up. Works it for a single. I think that's smart. I mean, you can score off every ball, go after the bad ones, but just keeping it ticking at this stage. They are pretty much at that required rate at the moment.
Yeah, look how focused Yadav is at the moment. Every time Kuldeep Lal gets on strike, before he lets Kuldeep face the ball, goes up to him, chats to him. He's probably saying things. I mean, the sort of thing he's saying, I think, look, me and you, we don't want to see, and no other batters coming in here, mate. Me and you, we're going to see this home. Stay there with me. Let's do it together. And that's what all the talk is about here.
He knows that Kuldeep is probably susceptible to the odd brain fade, and he just is saying, you don't need to. All right, just stay with me. I'm hitting him well. I just need a bit of support from your end. Janika Vas coming right arm over, but now Nisarama, who's a very good keeper, going up to the stumps, but that is risky. Someone at Janika Vas's pace with his in-swing. He is likely to lose the odd one behind the legs, which could be a risk of a 5 wides. Anyway, let's see what happens. This one comes in off a length and just pulled away to deep square for 1. We have a little bit of a friendly fight to see who gets to field the ball. That's a single though, brings Yadav back. This will be interesting because if Vas pitches up with that kind of natural in movement, I think Yadav is going to take him on and try and flick him over the leg side boundary. If he doesn't quite get it right, there's 3 fielders waiting for a catch.
Yeah, interesting. Good move, I think, from Nisar to go up to the stump, especially to Kuldeep. Remember, Kuldeep has been guilty of getting himself stumped a few times.
Good
what a beaut.
seed. This one goes the other way.
What a beaut. And good work from Nisar as well.
Really good ball. I mean, this is not what you're expecting. Normally swing it in, and this one, I think, might be a slight leg cutter, but absolutely does Yadav well. Hello to Andrew File, who's watching from the Netherlands, saying the outfield needs a bit of watering. Well, funny story. Well, not so funny, actually, but because of the state of emergency, you are not allowed to water fields here in the north of Italy due to lack of rainfall. There's that leg cutter again, but he gets the bottom edge on it. Cut off at first man. Just one. Yeah, so that's why, Andrew, you're seeing that the fields in the last 2 weeks, actually, because we were in Milan, which is about an hour away from here last week, look a bit more like the French Open than a cricket field. But, you know, credit to the players. They've had to adapt, and their fielding hasn't been easy. That's the state of play at the moment. Hopefully we do get a bit more rain. Not in the hours of play, though. Now, this should be out, and it really should be. And well, Kuldeep's run out of lives. Eventually just could not get going in that innings. This one is an attempted pull stroke, but he just top edges it. Hangs in the air a long time. Sharik Nawaz takes the catch. Vas has bowled a good over here in the 4th, and he gets the reward now. 2 wickets down, 37 for 2.
Yeah, and it was a matter of time, I think, before Kuldeep Lal just lost his cool. And he wanted the big shot. He was getting frustrated. This one climbs up on him. Nawaz does get the ball to Tort, doesn't he? And straightforward catch taken there by Nawaz. And now it's time for... Well, they're not going with Simranjit here. They're going with Jaswinder. So I think this is probably a good shot. Jaswinder can give the ball a good old whack. He's not going to find it easy here, but it's worth a try. Simranjit, remember, so yesterday when he was out there, he really did struggle to keep up with the pace.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Yeah, Simran. Yeah, it's a situation though where you don't need to do much. You need to support Yadav. So I thought probably does suit Simran, but they've gone for a slightly more attacking option. I think the Ludus, as you like to call him, his big arms, facing up. Last ball, the 4th, and he smacks it, and he hasn't cleared the fielder, so he's going to go first ball. And guess who? 2 in a row. Sharik Nawaz takes the catch once again. Same combination. So Jaswinder, they gamble on him, but he doesn't get it out of the park, falling just short. He goes for a golden. Vas is on a hat-trick, but it is the end of the over. 4 overs down, 37 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think he's been sent out there, Jaswinder, to play this role, to play this shot. He makes pretty decent contact, but once again we see a batter not able to clear the boundary, and, well, Jaswinder just stops and can't believe that it hasn't gone all the way. Now he has to make his way back, and unfortunately, he's not going to be a happy man. It's another duck. So now maybe we are going to see Simranjit go out, or maybe not. Doesn't look like. Looks like it's going to be Jagmeet Singh.
What do you think? Now,
what's the reasoning behind that?
Yeah.
I would agree with you. While you've got Yadav out there batting well and hitting dangerously, All you need is a sensible approach at the other end.
Yeah, it doesn't have to do too much. But yeah, very, very good morning to all of you guys. No matter where you're watching from, great to have your company on the European Cricket Network. Really exciting day here in Brescia because the winner of this day, this final series, does go through to week 5 in Rome. That's the Super Series, and that's how we will find the ECL representative club from Italy for 2023. So yeah, looking forward to that. Just reminding you can follow us on social media as well, Rico, because there's a lot happening in the world of European cricket. If you want to follow along, you can follow along at European Cricket, or you can get me at Mr. Maximo and Rico at Rico Full. I know that your social media game is getting better and better. You've overtaken me really quickly, but once again, we often say it. Thanks to everyone that sends us messages. We know we can't really get back to everybody because of the time restrictions of our job here, but we do appreciate the support. Keep those messages coming. I sometimes get back to people, and I'm not joking, 4 to 6 months later, I will come across messages and I'll try and send a nice personalised reply because I do appreciate that people take the time to message me, and I know that you're the same. Don't know if you wait that long, but we do appreciate.
No, we appreciate it big time.
The
Thank you, everybody. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Hassan Ali coming in, angling across the batter, and so Jagmeet misses out. Interesting point in the game now. They've just fallen behind the rate a little bit with that 4th over. Janika Vas, who's on a hat-trick at the moment. I think he'll come back in the 6th. Or will he? I guess we'll find out.
Hassan Ali. It's another young bowler that's really impressed. The left armour. Oh, that's a really good ball. Really well bowled. And you can just see, signs of frustration from Yadav. You see that replay there again. We get a chance. Have a look at the body reaction from Yadav. He's getting a bit frustrated that he's not getting too much support. The other, he can't do that. He has to stay positive. Where they are in this match is fine. I mean, okay, he puts pressure on him because he needs somebody to play a few shots.
This is quite cleverly played. Gets it behind square. And there's absolutely nobody in that quarter of the field. So this is good batting by Jagmeet. It just uses the pace of Hassan Ali, and it's sometimes easy to play this shot to a ball that is angling that way because you've just got more chance of intercepting it with that bat angle, and he does get a boundary. A steadier for Kings 11.
Yeah, that's well played, and you see that's what he's got to do. He's got to support. I think he can't be at the other end there, letting the batter on strike when he misses 1 or 2 balls, seeing his body language being really negative. That's not going to help him. He's got to give support.
This time, he just tries to smack it sideways. So, yeah, Yadav just going cold at the other end at the moment. I want to say a quick hello to Mohammed Rashid Khan Rabi. Hope you're well. Thank you for your positive thoughts. And like we say, we really
just look at the body language here of Yadav. Look, it's a swing and a miss. And look, he's like, you don't want to be doing that. He's not supporting Jagmeet at the other. Remember, Jagmeet just hit the last ball for 4. You've got to support him.
Just hoping Jagmeet doesn't see him. Certainly wears his heart in his sleeve, doesn't he? Oh, once again, swing and a miss. So, end of the over. That's halfway through this reply. Kings 11, 42 for 3. Yeah, but the issue there is that Yadav gets a single off the first ball of the over. He never sees the strike again. So, the pressure building on him to keep going. And look, clean innings so far. We saw this happen once earlier in the week. Completely clean innings. And that's opposed to Kings 11 that had bowled a lot of extra deliveries by this stage. But I think this is a huge over now. And it looks to me like we are going to get Janika Vas back. And don't forget, he's on a hat-trick. He's going to have to bowl at Yadav here. And of course, we had our 14th hat-trick during the week. We're looking for hat-trick number 15. Could it be Janika Vas? I wouldn't put it past him. If he does, it'll be a huge moment in the game because he will remove Yadav for 28. Here we go. Hat-trick ball. Oh, he tries to late cut. Can't catch up with it. That shot's on, and there's a fine third man and more of a square third man, but there's nobody in between.
Yeah, that man that got the hat-trick yesterday, he's out there, the non-striker sent, Jagmeet Singh.
That's true. Yadav isn't getting funky here. He's going to whack it. Tries, misses. Vas has come in and he's changed the course of this innings, hasn't he?
Yeah, the thing with what Janika Vas does, doesn't try to do anything special. You see there, he just, a bit like 1 or 2 of the other top bowlers that we've seen, gets the ball, goes back to his mark, turns around and comes again, but he's very clever. Gets the ball to move around, cut out, cut away, swing in. Probably go for the fuller one here.
Well, it's short, it's top edge. The fielder's going back and he will hold the catch. So, well, This is what Yadav likes to do. He gets something a bit shorter and he tries to go square, but he just gets the top edge. What a good catch that is, running around from what I would call like a second man position, because he's not quite a third man. So Yadav, well, a bit like leftovers from last night. He went cold, didn't hit the other end, and he ends up going for 28. A third wicket for Vas. He's put Jenner in the Brock seat now. The score 42 for 4.
Yeah, great catch this from Hassan Ali. Look at the way he's kept his eye on this all the way. Eyes on the ball, body positioning good, opens the fingers up, takes the catch, and then he does the jug of the hot day celebration. And a very well held catch. So that is the end of Yadav. Yadav has to go. It's been a brave effort from him. He's really kept him in it single-handedly at that point. But he now departs for 28 and off the 16 balls that he faced. Excellent catch from Hassan Ali.
I've got to say that the captaincy's been really clever in this series. I mean, that's a shot where in any other form of cricket I've ever seen, it's safe. It's gone right behind the keeper. But I think the captain's realised a lot of balls go in that direction, and so Hassan Ali pulls off a really good catch. Abdullah gets a wide first up, well taken by Nisa, who stops it going for any more. Still no Simranjit Singh. He's not batting in the top 6 here, and I know he's been a little bit out of sorts at times. He's also hit some good shots. I mean, he's a guy that I think, this position suits, and you want your senior players to step up. They are rolling the dice with Abdullah, who's more of a bowler who bats. Can't catch up with this, so just the game slipping away from the grasp of Kings 11. And look, I would rather throw Simran out there. If he doesn't come off, he doesn't come off. But you'll never know if you don't try.
Look, when you got, I mean, I'm not saying that it calls for it or has called for it up until now. It might do in a bit, seeing how this over's going. That one, I think he just run past it. He doesn't even play the shot in the end.
That's great keeping. I mean, you talk about keeping your concentration despite the distractions. You've got heaps of distractions here. You lose the ball there for a while, and he kind of guesses where it's going to be, and then it wasn't quite where he thought it was going to be, but he still was able to adjust these Rama. That's top-class wicket-keeping, and this is top-class bowling as well from Janika Vas, who has 3 for 4. Last ball of his spell coming up. Well, Abdullah gets a full toss, but this will be a wicket. So Vas takes 4 for 4 in the end, and Abdullah, strike 3, you're out. Well, he does get some bat on this, but he can't clear the fielder. And Kings 11 have just run into a roadblock here in the form of Janika Vas. And now, with 6 overs down, the score is 43 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, what a great over. 2 wickets came off that one. He didn't get his hat-trick the first ball. He was on a hat-trick, but he does pick up 2 more wickets and only goes for 4 runs. Excellent bowling from Janika Vas. He changes the content of this match. But look, I'm going to still go back and say, look, when you lost that wicket of Kuldeep Lan, I think Simranjit Singh has to come in. He has to make that goal to come in. He's gone with Jaswinder. He's gone then for Jagmeet. These are guys that are not going to play the sort of role that you need at that point. And, if he is genuinely thinking about, well, look, I'd rather send somebody out there, just give me a bit of acceleration, where you can go with other players. You can go with Malkeet. You can go with Jaipal. So I just think the tactics, you're absolutely right. I think the tactics here from Brescia have been spot on from their captain. I don't think they've been right from Jaipal. He's just got the batting lineup wrong, but not for the first time. It's the second time, or second or third time we've seen from Kings. There's just no consistency in their batting.
Doesn't seem like they know what their best combination is. And I think their best combination needs to have Simran in the top 6. Now he comes out number 7, but he's a spectator, as this one is hacked away, and it'll be another wicket. This is straight down the throat of the sweeper on the offside. So the wheels falling off. Jagmeet goes for 4. Hassan Ali gets a wicket, and Kings 11 are on the brink now, 43 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's just have a look at these 4 wickets. It's an absolute disaster. And Kings 11, there's been their issues all the way along. They just haven't been able to bat. But the thing is, and I'm just going to put this out there, Brescia have had the similar issues. But what they've done is they've always stuck to their openers. They've always gone with Nisar Ahmed. They've always gone for Fahim Nazir. Nawaz has come in at 3. And I think 9 out of 10 times Hassan Ahmed have come out 4. They haven't changed the top 4. So what's that's happened is the more times they've gone out there, eventually they've got into some sort of form. Kings 11, they've never done that. They haven't allowed the top 4 always to be the same. They chopped and changed it. They chopped Vikesh Kumar. They chopped and changed with Kuldeep, with Yadav. We've seen it again here today. And I think they just haven't been able to get going. And now we see Malkeet Singh. He's coming out there. It's the first time that we're seeing Malkeet in the series. He has played a few games, never had the opportunity to bat. So this is going to be interesting to see how he is able to cope in this situation. 43 for 6.
Yeah, so it seems a long way back, but you do have 2 good strikers of cricket ball. And let me tell you about the first time I saw Kings 11. It was a game against Brescia Prato where they hit 68 of the last 3 games to win a game. They had no right winning. And right now, they might have to do something similar. Hassan Ali to Malkeet. Can't make any contact with this. So yeah, Brescia will feel like they have 1 foot in the final now. Last year's Brescia champions and Super Series champions in Italy. And they lost the playoff with the 2020 champions Brescia for the right to represent Italy in the ECL this year. They desperately want that ticket to Spain. But will be called a wide. So this is where do you need to be at the end of this over? 3 a ball is normally where I draw the line on what you can catch up with. It's an interesting one. Called a wide in the end.
Brescia, they were the team yesterday in that victory. They didn't bowl a single extra, single wide, no extras at all when they beat Brescia.
This one won't quite carry, but he's going to have to get his skates on, and this would have been out by miles. In fact, I think the fielder realises now that Malkeet was never making it. He could have gone back to the bowl there, but he went for the direct hit and missed. We haven't even seen someone like Ruxar Ahmed yet as well, who has been arguably their leading bowler this week. And the captain holding himself back. First ball now for Simran. And he feels at this one. So yeah, Kings 11 just lacking confidence with the stick. And you know, I talked about it early. Yadav, he was the key for me. Needed to go on, probably make 40 or 50 with the start that he made. He was starved of the strike. And ultimately, he mishit a pull shot that would bring about his dismissal. He's hit 3 maximos in this innings. Nobody else has hit 1. Last ball for Hassan Ali. Very, very economical. Goes for it, and this one could be another catch. It is. So Simran goes for a duck, and Kings 11 just really going down in flames. No other way to say it. End of 7, 45 for 7. And Hassan Ali finishes with 2 for 7. What a defence this is from Jinnah. And despite kind of having a power play, which you would argue went the other way, they have brought themselves back into this game. They are roaring towards the spot in the final.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine bowling, it's fine fielding, it's great catching. Brescia, I said it at the time, they would have known that the issues that Kings have had with the bat, so they knew what they had to try and get to with the score. They got there, and now they're just demonstrating to everybody just what a good side that they are, and look like they're getting into the final here. We see that's the 2 teams again doing better. And remember, Brescia are waiting to play whoever loses here. That is not going to be an easy match.
Yeah, exactly. You said it. I mean, Brescia on a hot streak. They already knocked out Brescia CC, so they'll feel that anything's possible. And Kings 11, the way things are going, looks like they will be the team which will face Brescia in qualifier 2. Brescia to be sailing towards that first spot in the final. So stay with us. Big day here in Brescia. The winner of today goes through as one of the qualified teams for the Super Series in a couple of weeks in Rome. Here's Shabir. He gets one to cut back a lot. And Malkeet can't catch up with it. So Kings 11, yeah, it's hard to say you want a settled batting lineup and they have anything but. So it doesn't matter what kind of order you put them in next. I mean, I probably would just go back to basics and put Simran up at number 3. Gives him a chance to work his way into the innings. He's then going to be batting with either Vikas Kumar or Yadav first up, who's hopefully up and going. Take some pressure off him. Someone like Malkeet, I mean, he's very capable at the top of the order. We know that, but I just think he looks a bit short of batting.
Yes, and yeah, you're right. He hasn't. I mean, when they've had the opportunity to maybe give him a knock, they haven't taken it, and now, well, they're asking him to go out there and perform in this match. I think this is all about if you can just get. Remember, they've got another match coming. They get another chance to get in the final. It's all about from here on in. Where it's just been, well, certainly for the last 3 overs, it's been all negative. They've got to bring some positives into it and go into that match with Janjua with positive stuff, and it's not going to happen because this is another one that is hit straight into the hands of the fielder. Another easy catch there from Hassan Abid. And Malkeet Singh, well, he does get one, to his name, but that's all he's going to get. 1 of 5 deliveries. Another wicket goes down.
Yeah, so trying to muscle this out of the ground, but he can't get the elevation to get over Hassan Ahmed, who's a very good fielder, no matter where you put him. And he wasn't going to miss that. So 45-8 now. Yeah, just looking at that power play when they were 34 for 1, they were kind of ahead of where they needed to be. That's when Jannik Vas came into the attack. And look, since then, in the 4.5 overs since then, we've only seen 1 boundary. That was the one that was flicked away by Jagmeet Singh. Nobody else has been able to reach the boundary. There's been a bunch of dot balls in there as well. And after the first 4 overs went for 37, the next almost 4 have only gone for 8. So that'll show you that things have really, really slowed down. And Kings 11 already, I think they realise the writing's on the wall. They're going to have to get to the final the hard way. Jaipal Singh comes out. See if he can do something. I mean, gives him an opportunity at least to get a bit of batting practice in. Now Jaipal's out there with Mohammad Shafiq. Let's see what Shafiq can do. Bunts and runs, just a single. So, I mean, it's not easy when you've chopped and changed. What do you think with the Kings 11 batting lineup?
Yeah, too many changes. You know, you got to go with what the likes of Brescia have done and 1 or 2 of the other teams. Even though your batters at the top aren't clicking, you stick with it. You know, you stick with the plan. You say, well, they will come good eventually. If you keep chopping and changing, I think batters don't like that. You know, if you're an opening bat, number 2, number 3, you want to be up there. And I think in this match, I think when you saw that wicket of Kuldeep, I mean, Simran could be the one who just had, because you didn't need somebody to be blasting at the other end. I think you also just need to give some bit of confidence for somebody, the other batter like Yadav. If Yadav can see he's got a batter out there that can bat, that can play a few shots, give him the strike, put the ball away when he has to, that gives him confidence to stay there. He never got that confidence, and I think he felt that he had to go for the big shots himself. And you can understand that when you look at the score at the time. He was the only one that had made any runs. So they really are struggling, but they're going to have about an hour, aren't they, to get back together before they play that crunch match. They've got to get together, they've got to have a real serious team talk and try and sort it out. And then also there's little things like, I mean, I can understand Jaswinder going out there, but Jaswinder doesn't want to be going for that first ball 6. Yeah. That wasn't what was required. And you can see this worm here, the 2 worms. What a story they tell.
It's a flat line. I mean, they'd be calling all the doctors in to try and wake that worm up, wouldn't they? Because that has been going nowhere. 34 off the first 3. The last 5 overs have just gone for 14. So that's 28 pace. That's 2.8 and over. That's a real crawl. Here's Rookie. He's coming in with no pressure, really. He'll just get the 1 over here. He's just greasing the wheels. Slight fumble. They're going to go for a second. So a rare lapse from Brescia. That one brings up the 50, but it's too little too late. I mean, yeah, let me think about what my batting order is. I think, look, now you've got to stick with Kumar and Yadav at the top. I think I have Simran at 3. I have Kuldeep at 4. And then, you know, depending on how it goes, there's someone like a Jasvinder and Jagmeet in 5 and 6. I mean, I think the main difference here is, like I say, if you put Simran up at 3, it allows him to play himself in a little bit, knowing that he's still with one of those opening hitters. And then Kuldeep, for me, I think number 4, it's more likely he'll come in the second half of the innings, and he has less inhibitions about his stroke play. I think one of his big problems is sometimes he's been trying to build an innings, and he hasn't really been able to go on with it. I mean, yeah, on another tournament, you could shuffle them around and do it completely differently, but I'm just trying to think of what I would do in this exact moment. Not sure what the issue is here. Maybe a slight problem. I wonder if Rookie's okay to keep bowling. I think he's all right. Maybe I think Nisarama's looking at down his hand there. I don't know if there's an issue with him. Right now, this game is spluttering towards conclusion. Remember, that next game coming up, the toss will happen pretty soon after this game is finished. Next game starting in about an hour and 20 minutes. He's in the air, but it won't carry. Shafiq will get a single.
Yeah, I mean, it's all been... Well, you just have a look at the end of the 5th over, the score was 42 for 3. And look where we are, we've only just got to the 50 mark, so you can see just what's happened in the last 3 overs. They haven't even just got 10 runs on the board, but they lost all those wickets as well. So 5 wickets have fallen for 10 runs. And, I mean, Jannik Vas, yeah, he did bowl brilliantly well, but I don't think Kings 11, they helped themselves. This one is sort of, I think, off the body, is it, more than the bat? the batter. See what the decision is from the umpire. Yeah, leg by signal.
Credit to Janika Vasto. I mean, he is a guy that when I think of him, I think big in-swingers. That's because of especially how I saw him bowl in the finals last year. He was really getting the ball to go heaps. But, you know, with that leg cutter as a variation, really he was able to move it both ways and completely bamboozled the Kings 11 batters in this innings. This one's pulled a little bit too far to the left and will be a wide.
Yeah, so just going through the motions here now. I think in Brescia, they know that they've got themselves into that final. You can see Rooks Ahmed. He's all smiles at the moment. Quite happy with the way things are. It's well bowled. That one is keep it in there. And of course, oh, well, I thought that was well bowled. And Rooksart is probably saying, are you sure? Oh, I think this one is okay.
That's a wide, I think. That's gone over the blue line.
Just catching it a little.
What do you think, Rico, on the replay?
Well, I tell you what, our producer says no.
That was wide.
This one definitely isn't. There's not much between this one and the one before. And Rooksart
Get a double down.
Has a little look at the umpire and says,
Yeah, it's just that's the one you thought you saw last time.
Yeah.
But anyway, it takes over 6 a ball. Kings 11, I mean, they are capable of mercurial with the bat, no doubt about it, but they're going to have to win 2 games from here. I mean, I suppose, on paper, they might be happy that Brescia knocked out Brescia CC, doing them a favour. They would have thought Brescia CC would have been amongst their greatest competition. But, I mean, Brescia, they're just full of confidence. They're high on life at the moment. Last ball of the night coming up for rookie. Well, that's another partner killer, but it's going to be 4. So Shafiq whacks this one down the ground. It was almost Jaipal bound, but it ends up going to the boundary 4 to finish the night. And that is the first boundary in over 4 overs. That shows you how much Brescia have put the brakes on. It's 58 for 8 after 9.
Yeah, I mean, that one goes on to the stronger together banner. Well, they're going to have to be stronger together after this one. They've got to put aside all of the little niggles that are happening out there, have a good talk, have a good lunch, and come back fighting against Janjua. But look, I said it at the time when Janjua won that last match and beating Brescia, and I said there's nobody that will really be wanting to play them at the moment because they're just on such a high. They're also the home side as well. Like we know, they're just getting better with each match, winning 5 in a row now. So they definitely are the team of the moment.
I mean, we've seen teams win from 4th in this format, 3rd in this format. And Brescia CC won it from 3rd actually in the ECL. Never seen a team win the whole thing from 5th. Brescia. And they're hoping to change history and make history. Their last overtime. Bit of going through the motions here. Shabir gets the second over. Virginia. They've won the big games. When you look back at it, I still think for the most part they haven't hit their straps. They haven't really played to their potential, but they won both their games on Super Friday, which was the biggest games to date. And they've essentially taken apart Kings 11, especially in the second half of this game. Full toss, knocked down for 1. Just mentioning already, and I'll say it again, the next game will start in about an hour and 20 minutes. It will be at 11:30 a.m. GMT. It's 1:30 in Central Europe. It is 5 p.m. in India, 5:30 p.m. in Bangladesh, and 7:30 on the west coast of Australia, 9:30 on the east coast of Australia, and it will be Kings 11 taking on Brescia for the right to play Jinnah in the final. Once the slow ball gone slightly wrong, and it gets away from Nisa as well. Say 2 wide. They're going to carry the 1, make it 3. And now they think of another one, and now they might make it 4, and they will. So,
well,
run's been given away for free now, but they're still a long way from where they need to be. It's a rare 4 wides.
Well, that's some highlight for you, isn't it? And,
here we go. We've got a fast motion replay of this. Almost hits the helmet as well.
Speed it up, speed it up. But this one here sort of does come off the batter a little bit, but he says, well, you're the one who threw it at me, so I'm still going to run.
Needs to have to do his own backing up. Going for one for the highlight reel.
That's anyway, one way to get 4, isn't it?
Yeah, that's one way. And doesn't even count as a ball. This should be out. It doubled the runs conceded. This one is slightly in the gap. Outfield has got a bit of work to do, but he will do the job. And they get back for 2. And this one will just extend proceedings by a minute or so while we fix those stumps up.
Yeah, they're going upstairs on this one, Vinny. We're going upstairs, so let's have a look.
Yeah.
The umpires, I think he slides his bat in okay. Let's have a look. Here we go. This is in the right place, and yeah, he's home comfortable.
Yeah, no problems there. Still, this is where, as Kings 11 kind of stagger towards the end of this game, you just got to draw a line under it and forget about it. Learn from it slightly maybe, but don't let it affect you. You're not going to solve all your problems in 1 hour, but you just have to go there, have confidence that you've got what it takes to beat Jandua Brescia. You don't want to set your sights on the final too quickly because Jandua do possess a challenge and they have been very, very good. I think Jandua want to chase. I think Kings 11, if I was them, I'd want to bat first.
Would you? Really?
Yeah, I would. And I just think the chase has undone them on a couple of occasions. Right? They didn't chase 77 yesterday. They haven't chased this. Yeah, I mean, I just would just give it a different feel.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that maybe those top order batters, it's the pressure of the chase.
Yeah, I mean, there's
that's
always
getting them
more
to get
pressure
out,
in the chase.
you know?
I think so. I mean, they do like to chase, but it hasn't worked out for them. And it's kind of the same story in the Super Series last year. That it's not just them. It's just the situation. I think batting without the encumbrance of a target, just try and put together a good innings. What you think is a good innings. Here's the last ball of qualifier 1, and it's going to be bowled. So Shabir will finish with a couple. Shafiq goes for 9, but this game was over a long time ago. It'll be 106 to 66. Jinnah Brescia win by 40 runs in qualifier 1. Jinnah hoping to win the Brescia series back-to-back after they won last year and make it through to the Super Series. And there's a funny kind of feel about this finals day so far, because I tell you what, Jandua Brescia knocked off Brescia CC in the first game last year. Then Jinnah Brescia won the second game last year when they absolutely destroyed Chivadate. And that set up a final between this format last year. It set up the final between Jinnah and Jandua. Well, are we going to see it again? I mean, Kings 11, they're up, they're down. They don't know where they are, but they need to pull it together because they do need to deal with Jandua Brescia coming up. But Jinnah Brescia, well, you can't take anything away from them. They certainly have the job to do. They impressed on Super Friday, and they are the first team through to the final in this Brescia leg of the tournament.
Yeah, and congratulations to them. And they certainly are looking the part, aren't they? And there you go. They've registered their name in the final, so they will get a good time to get a bit of a rest here now, put their feet up, watch what's happening in front of them. And, of course, they know both of these teams really well. Look, if they had a choice, going by the way that one went, they'd love to be playing Kings again, I think.
Yeah, well, that's true. I mean, they'll feel comfortable no matter who they play. Jinnah Brescia, they're on a winning streak of their own now, and that makes it 3 in a row from Super Friday onwards. And so we will have the next game. You can see it there, 11:30 a.m. GMT. It's 1:30 local here in Italy. It's 5 p.m. in India, and I mentioned a couple other time zones as well. 5:30 in Bangladesh, 7:30 West of Australia, and 9:30 East of Australia. 11:30 p.m. in New Zealand. So stay up if you are a Kiwi. But what I can tell you is Kings 11, well, they need to get their stuff together because they've gone from the high to the low very, very quickly in the space of 2 games. They did get the double chance, but they needed it essentially as they couldn't mix it with Jinnah Brescia in this one. And Vikas Kumar 4 and out to start. But really, they looked in good shape. Yadav, his 28 in quick time, got them on course to chase these runs down. Yeah,
he played some really nice shots, and he was keeping one end game. The thing was, though, nobody was giving him any support at the other end. Even when Kumar called it, came out there, and well, he thought, I'll change the bat. Well, all the bat did was give him an edge, but he wasn't able to do too much more with that, and called it. He did go for one big hit, catches this high up, and well, this was when Danica Kwas, he really turned on the style, and it was wicket after wicket. Jaswinder Singh went for the big shot, but wasn't able to get it past Nawaz.
Yeah, it was tactical, wasn't it? I mean, I think they needed more of a support player to get around Yadav, and in the end, he went cold at the wrong end, didn't he? And he ends up getting out on 28, and then from there, it was a little bit ugly, wasn't it? As the wickets continued to fall, the boundaries dried up, and even, Simran going for a duck, just kind of summing it up. Kings 11 gonna have to do it the hard way, but you got to say credit to Jinnah Brescia and their bowlers. And how about Janek Avas? 4 for 4. He absolutely shut the gate, and that's probably from a position where Kings 11 was slight favourites when he came on. He completely destroyed this innings, and we had a lot of help in the end. Shabir cleaning up the stumps with the last ball of the game. 40 runs the margin. Jinnah Brescia are through to the final. And now, well, they'll fancy their chances to make it to the Super Series for the second consecutive year. We've said it all week. We think this is such a strong week in Brescia. And whoever wins this week will have a very, very good chance of representing Italy at the ECL. 28 for Yadav, but daylight next. In fact, the next score in line is Shafiq at number 10, who put together 9, but the game was gone by then as Kings 11 staggered to 66. And look, that's 63, 64, 66. The last 3 times Kings 11 have played Gina Brescia. And if they do meet in the final, that's something they're going to have to sort out. And like I say, T10 cricket, you just have to take the good with the bad. Okay, they've had a performance there that they just want to forget about, I think. Move forward, deal with the next problem, which is Jandra Brescia, who are on a winning streak of their own. The Kings 11, certainly if they play to their potential, they can find their way back into the final. But that batting order, it just has to be sorted out, I think. As far as the bowlers went, when the game was on the line, Var stepped up 4 for 4 of his 2 overs, 2 wickets each to Hassan Ali and Shabir. Really nobody going for big runs. Mohamed Imran went for a few, but he still got an important early wicket. And Gina Brescia, well, they do look like the team to beat in this series now, and they have swept their way into the final.
Yeah, I mean, they played so well. I mean, just have a look at the all-round performance. Just looking at the bowling figures there. I mean, great bowling. You mentioned him. Janika Wass, he was just on top form. 4 for 4, brilliant from him. Hassan Ali, liking the look of the youngster, him. Shabir as well. Rooks Army, we know what he's capable of doing. Mohamed Imran, he was the only one that was a little bit expensive, especially his second over, but that was all down to Yadav. But this is a team that are really rocking at the moment. Everything is going their way. They've got an opportunity now just to take a bit of time out, have a watch, and they certainly will be watching the match between Kings and Janjua. They'll know then who they will be taking on in the final. Remember, what's that place? Win the final later this afternoon, then you have booked your place in that Super Series starting on the 25th of July. Remember, the likes of Fresh Tropical, the champions of Milan, and the runners-up Albano, they're already there. Who will be joining them? Well, Gina Brescia have given themselves a huge opportunity, a huge chance, because they are in the final. But Kings 11, they just never clicked again with the batting. I said that they're a team that have struggled to get 70 on the board. They proved that again here. Are they going to come good when it matters? Well, they certainly will be hoping so. Just leave you with that summary once more. So, yep, it's an easy, emphatic victory, and we're going to be back in, just under about an hour and 20 minutes time. So take the opportunity to get yourself a bit of luck, get a bit of lunch, get yourself sorted, because you don't want to be busy when we're going to see Kings take on Janjua Brescia. 2 teams for Kings. They earn the right to have the second chance, and they're going to need it, but they're going to have to play a lot better, because Janjua Brescia, the home side, well, they're putting some good cricket together themselves at the moment, and they're not struggling with scoring runs. Some of their batters are starting to kick. Kings, they really got to get their game sorted here. So join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, as we return in about an hour and 15 minutes time, more or less, for that very, very important match between Kings and Janjua Brescia. Who will be joining Gina Brescia in the final later on today? Well, join us to find out. Hasta pronto.
Hello and welcome back to Brescia, and we're halfway through finals day. A lot on the line here. Now just 3 teams remain in the running for that coveted spot in the Super Series as the winners of this tournament in Brescia. And now we're going into qualifier number 2. We're going to see Kings 11, who had a bit of a stumble in their last game against Ginna. They're taking on Jandua Brescia, who are up and away. They're on a winning streak of 5. Well, if they can extend it by 2 more matches, they will be the qualifiers for the Super Series. A lot to play for here. 2 teams come and only 1 team will survive to the final. Let's go to the coin toss. Stefan Gooch is with the 2 captains.
Hill, tails the call. Heads. Good luck, guys. Thank you. All the very best. Have a good game.
So Jaipal Singh has won the toss and he's elected to field first. Gotta say, I'm scratching my head a little bit about that because they have had the staggers chasing. I thought maybe this would be a chance for them to bat first and try and put the runs on the board and defend them just for a slightly different feel. Yeah, but you know, things really going wrong for the Kings 11, particularly in the second half after they made a bright start in their power play. They weren't able to get anywhere near the 100+ score that Ginna put on the board. But Jandua, I think that they will have to do something a bit different because they have been really good chasing. So I suppose they will be doing it slightly differently, putting the runs on the board here in qualifier number 2. Well, 2 teams show, 1 will stay, 1 will go, and it should be very, very interesting. Which Kings 11 team are we going to see? Because we do know they've got a lot of players which have the potential to turn a match, but they kind of went missing, didn't they, in the last game. Jandua Brescia, though, got to say, Wazim Ahmed, he is a pressure player. And, well, I guess the difference is this time he'll have to do it in the first half because they are batting first. Let's go over to Rico for mouth-watering match. This one, can the Jandua dream continue, or will the Kings turn it around and make it through to meet Ginna Brescia in the final later on today? Over to you, news from the toss. Kings 11, they want to chase. They're going to get their wish here after winning the toss. Let's get ready for qualifier 2.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu out there in the middle. And welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a nice break, a nice spot of lunch. And, well, let us know maybe if you had something interesting or exciting, something that will make our mouth water. You know, you can always get in touch with us on the YouTube chat. So, the Kings 11, yeah, I mean, myself and Vinny as well, we were talking about this in the break. We thought that maybe Kings would, perhaps, if they got the opportunity to try and bat first. Maybe it was the chase, the number in their head that was getting them not to bat well. Maybe if they've got a blank sheet, they can go out there and score runs more freely. But they're deciding to go with what they want to do. And Kings, they're expected to win this one, 105 to 95. I must admit, I'm quite surprised about that, especially when you look at what Jandua Brescia have been doing. They've won 5 on the trot, whereas Kings have been very much win, lose, win, lose, win, lose, win, lose. Is there going to be a win? Well, if there is, it would get them a place in the final. They've certainly been 50% sort of team, haven't they? Win one, lose one. Win one, lose one. Well, they're due a win. Jandua Brescia, well, they've just made winning a habit after they lost their first 3 matches. They will do everything they can to stop that from happening. And, well, thank you all for joining us. And also, thank you for everybody that's joining in from the sub-Indian continent via our partner, FanCode. Hope you're having a wonderful day where you are. And, of course, a lot of people around the world celebrating Eid. So, Eid Mubarak. Happy Eid to you all. Hope you're having a very good weekend. So, this match, this is what it all comes down to for these 2 teams. Win it, you win the final. And you get a chance to represent your club in the Super Series in Rome. Only 1 place up for grabs here. If you don't get it right, then it's adios, and everything that you've done up until this point, it doesn't matter. It's all in vain. So a slight change here from Kings. It's not, I mean, the thing is, it's not the changes that they need in the bowling department. It's in the batting, but they're going with a change in the bowling. They're going with Abdullah to bowl the first one. He's attacking that line outside the off and just goes a little bit too close to it. So umpire Sukhdev stretches his arm straight away. And Abdullah, he's not happy about that call. And the 2 umpires come together. I'm not sure what this is about, to be honest. I mean, let's have a look at the delivery first. And, well, we've seen them call. The umpires are very consistent with those wides. Wide it is, I think, if you're the bowler. just accept it. Don't let it trouble your mind too much. Get back on it. That one is right up there. And, oh, well, really good work this from Amidullah. If this hits, he has the wicket. It's well backed up there by Simranjit. This is really good work. Look, he gets it, pick up and throw. That would have been out. Look, he's in no man's land. What a disaster that would have been for Umar Baig. He's been in very, very good form, but both these batters have. They've certainly been the ones that have been responsible for the change in fortunes for Janjua Brescia. Abidullah, the slower ball, it's firmly struck, but goes towards Jagmeet. Gets the fielding in. I mean, Kings, what can you say? I mean, they were one team. They were huddled together after that defeat against Brescia, and they were talking a lot about things and the batting, and there was a lot of talk about, well, look, you've got to concentrate more out there, just sometimes take the singles as well, don't just go for the big shots. I mean, talking about it is one thing, putting it into practice is another. Let's see if they are able to, but of course, they can. The only way they can help themselves really is by putting in another very good fielding performance from there. If they can put in a good fielding performance, maybe get the key batters, and these two are the key batters, aren't they? Fahad Ali, Umar Baig, get them out early. And the other man really to look out for is Wasim Ahmed. I mean, he was in sensational form in their first match here today. And there's some discussion going on here. And, well, this is a no ball has been called here. And I think this is all to do with the umpire, Sukhdev, is saying that it was a back foot no ball. So, free hit. So, yeah, it is going to be a free hit. So, the umpire's called it. So just going too wide, Abidullah. And it's been hit well as well. Well, that's getting the most out of the free hit. He bangs it down the ground. 6 runs. 6 carreras. Boom. Shaka Lagya. And just like that, they're up and running. Well, he didn't need an invite, did he? Fahad Ali says, okay, you give me a free hit. I don't know what to do with it. Smashes it down the ground. So Abidullah, he starts well. Had a few calls that have gone against him. The wide ball was very close. And then there, no ball called. Bangs this one through, and swing and a miss this time from Ali. 10 of the over already. Still a couple of balls to go in it. Abidullah under a bit of pressure first up here. We made that change. Like I said, I don't think they really need to make any change in the bowling department. Called it. Has bowled well opening up. I know he had issues with the wides in that last game. That's up in the air and won't carry to anybody. And Jagmeet, it goes through him, and, well, I think he manages to save the 4, but still 1 becomes 3. We'll have to maybe have a look at this again. And I think he does manage to just keep it back. Look, goes through. Keep an eye on this. Foot is fine. His flip back is okay. 2 extra runs. I suppose credit to Jagmeet for fighting back. Ball to go in the first over, and it's been a good one for Janjua. This is played out towards Yadav, who does the fielding, so get 1 more from it. So 14 off the first, and that's a pretty good start from Janjua. So just have a look at the top performers here. Let's focus on the batting from Janjua, because I think that's where they really have changed things around. Wasim Ahmed, he's been absolutely fantastic. He was top draw again today when he scored that 27 with 17 in that player, the match performance against Brescia. Then you've got Ali there as well, who's out there at the moment, of course. Fahad Ali. And then you've got Ahmed as well, just short of 100. They're up against the bowlers, the key bowlers there. This is up in the air, and it will go all the way. 6 more. Balle, 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 Kinnasona. Shaka Lagya straight down the ground. And now Umar Baig decides it's his turn to play a few shots. And that's his first boundary, and it's straight down the ground. 6 runs for Kuldeep. First ball is just in the slot, gets put away. Simranjit is inside the 30-yard circle, so he's got no play on this. This time width. Oh, and this is a really difficult one to contend with. He does so well. This is such good work. I mean, look at the reaction time that the man at third has here. This is terrifically well done. And he gets the applause of his teammates. Really, really good stop there at third. Well bowled. That's a slower delivery. And that is, it's got a hat full of wickets for Kuldeep Lal, that slower one. Very good positive start from Brescia. I mean, they will be thinking, probably like a lot of teams, that if you get to the score, once you get above 80, then already you know that Kings are going to be in trouble. This one, oh no, well this one, he made a really, really good stop earlier, didn't he, Shafiq? But there's nothing you can do about this. Just look at the bounce on this. Look, that just takes off from nowhere. Well, that's the old Tortuga. Well, Jeffrey is out there. I must remind Vinny, make sure you put Jeffrey in the bag after today. Don't want to leave him behind. That's so unfortunate. Well, Shafiq, he made one very good stop early on. He managed to get a hand to that. That one, there's nothing you can do about it. Kuldeep now wants to make a change. So third man is pushing right. Well, no, third man stays back. What he's done is changed mid-on and mid-off. And, well, he's gone. He's got his wicket. Well, yeah, batter does work. Walk. He waits for the umpire to put the finger up. So Kuldeep Lal makes a little tactical change in the field. Maybe that's worked for him because he does bring the long on into the circle. So mid-on, long off rather, in, and he sends long off back. And that's what the batter is trying to do here. I think he's trying to hit this over the mid-off fielder who's just been brought in. The Kuldeep Lal, well, no smiles there because it's not the ideal start, but they do get a wicket. Look, he's going for that shot. Eyeing up the man that's just been brought in, gets the edge. Vikas Kumar does not make any mistakes, and they do get the breakthrough. And it's Fahad Ali that has to go. He goes for 14 of the 7 deliveries that he faced. Kumar takes a straightforward catch. And Kuldeep, he's gone for 13. He's gone for 13. He has picked up that wicket. The new batter makes his way out there. That's Adnan Ali. Takes guard. Kuldeep. Get another here, be happy. Gets the dot ball, be happy as well. It's nicely played out for a single. And held on to there by Abidullah. So they'll get a single. That will be the end of the second over. So runs are on the board. Score moves on to 28. Just getting that one wicket there. I mean, depending how this over goes, if it's another tight one, I mean, Kings will feel that maybe they've just, that it's even Stevens, but certainly the way looking at the moment, they're way in front that Brescia. And when you know the troubles that Kings have had scoring runs, they'll be very happy with the way things are at the moment. The man that's also very happy as well, looking very chilled, and especially after his bit of skinny dipping last night. It is International Skinny Dipping Day today. It's Vinny Sandhu who joins me back in the Brescia cooker.
Well, I don't mind being ahead of the curve, and I did decide to celebrate a day early, even though I had no idea it was International Skinny Dipping Day today. I must admit, I had a bit of a sneaky au natural dip in the Lake Garda. Out of sight, of course. Anyway, here we go with over number 3, and Jasvinder's coming in. Oh, this one almost reeled in. But it will just be a single. Got to say that Brescia, wait for it, just a single. Brescia, I mean, they're running good form. There's a couple of things have clicked for them. One of them has been buying at the top of the order. He's been brilliant, and he's just shown that intent that they maybe lacked a little bit earlier in the tournament.
Jaswinder coming into the attack this time. So still, you see, this is the thing with Kings. They do like making changes. They don't like to go with the same pattern of things. And even when you'd suspect they probably didn't need to make too many changes with their bowling. See the nice work there from Kuma. Takes the bails off, but one foot was in the air, but one was firmly planted as well.
Yeah, smart work. I mean, Kumar is a player we saw doing more bowling than keeping last year. But yeah, he has been doing the job behind the stumps for the Kings 11 this week.
Wide ball. Just Winter just trying to sneak this one in. It just goes a little bit too wide.
And what did you think about the Kings electing to field first? Got to say, when I set the toss, I was a little bit surprised that they might want to just mix it up a little bit.
It's a nice looking shot, and it gets through 4 runs. And well, you've got 2 men pretty close to each other there, but he still gets the timing on this perfect. And not sure what, it's hard to tell there. I think this one is he's trying to put a foot out onto this one and not able to stop it. That's disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is Jandra have kind of done the job chasing. That's what they've done, I think, well in their resurgence. We've seen them win 5 games in a row after losing their first 3 in the series.
It's tamely to the fielder, and Jaswinder takes the wicket, and it is the wicket of Umar Baig. That is a big wicket. Jagmeet takes the catch, and Jaswinder, well, after seeing the misfield that goes for 4, which would have disappointed him, he sticks to his guns. They did make a slight field change there as well. They put the man at point because the misfield, and they thought the balls were being played and attacked out of the off. They put the man back on extra cover, and they actually brought to long off in, and it served them well because there he is. He takes a catch, so things maybe just working in their favour as well.
Yeah, I think so. So, I mean, that's part of the advantage of being in the power play. I mean, normally that fielder would be back, but Baig just not collecting that one the way that he wanted, so he becomes the second wicket to fall, 34 for 2. This will bring Naeem Ahmed to the crease at number 4.
Yeah, both openers now gone. Now the openers, as I've said on many occasions, the openers and their sort of surgence to form has been the reason, I think, why Janjua Brescia have got themselves to winning ways. Them and one other man, and that is Wasim Ahmed. He has been in fantastic form. They're holding him back here, interestingly enough.
Yeah.
They're going with Naeem Ahmed.
They'd prefer
above him.
Wasim Ahmed coming in at a certain point and typically not in the power play, maybe not the first 3 or 4 overs. But like we said, I haven't actually seen them batting first that often of late. This one will be fielded by the bowler. So pretty tight stuff so far by Jaswinder. He is a strong guy, isn't he? Even though I'm scared about those shoelaces breaking. If he's tying them up with those big guns.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Hang on, what's going on here now? There's more talk.
We haven't got another 6 outfielder situation. It was a back foot no ball earlier. Yeah. It's called a no ball free hit. Wonder if this is maybe for a back foot. I mean, to wind it back, but yeah, I mean, yeah. No ball called. A bit clueless with that one, but obviously something was seen.
It won't be out. So the key thing is not to give extra runs away because Kuma does the job. Yeah, didn't quite spot what that was for. I think there seems to be more information coming through on the old walkie-talkie.
Might have been for 3 outfielders. We're still in the power play, and the third man was back. I think the long one was back and the deep point was back. I think that's what it was for. So anyway, here comes the last ball of the third.
Hits it pretty well, gets it over the man this time, gets over Jagmeet and will go to the boundary. Nice to see some kids there enjoying playing the game as well and getting a chance to do a bit of fielding. Good shot. He gets it up and over, does Adnan. And as soon as that gets over the 30-yard circle, it's always going to be a boundary. So 4 to finish the over. So that's a pretty reasonable power play. I mean, they have lost 2 wickets, but the key thing is they're keeping the runs flowing, and that's exactly what Janjua Brescia want to be doing.
Yeah, so
whatever it is, just keep on getting the runs on the board.
Got bit of information. It was another back foot, no ball. So it's another return crease infringement. So, I mean, kind of dodging it a little bit, but not the last ball, which did go the distance. So 40 for 2 after 3. Pretty good power play for Brescia. I mean, you would not have put dirty money on them early in the week after they lost their first 3. They look nowhere. They look dead certainties for last. But right now, yeah, good strong start in this game. Kings 11. I know they have got 2 wickets, but I think they've come out just a little bit flat. I mean, maybe this is a guy that can turn that around. Vibo Yadav. It's been excellent for them this week. Here he is bowling over number 4.
Nicely stroked away by Naheem. Yeah, he has been very good for him. I don't think his spell in the last match was his best. Bowled a couple of no balls in that one, of course. And maybe he's just starting to feel that this pace of these games and this heat is catching up with him. Let's see if he's got a couple of big performances left in him. He's hit hard towards the fielder. Well fielded and has a throw. And they will take the overthrows. And I think it's definitely worth a go. I think when you have a look at this, I think if this hits, it's a wicket. Here comes the throw. And yeah, the bat's in the air there, you see. That is hitting. That is out.
Maybe spots that the throws away from the stumps. That's all you can maybe say there.
Good shot. Plays this well. And there's a man out there. Bubbles away to him. Nicely played to the places away. From his body, gets that swivel in.
And a question from Luke in the chat. Hello, Luke. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a great weekend there in Belgium. He's asking about the format in Bologna. He sees there's 9 teams there, and he asks, have Venezia gotten a bye through to the second round? And that is exactly what's happened. So there's 8 teams that have to fight for the spots in the group stage, which will be Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
This is timed, and Simranjit gets there, gets the throw in now, and wow, it's a good throw.
Brilliant fielding. He's a very good fielder, one of the best. Simran rockets in a throw as well. Yeah, so there's 8 teams that will be in 2 groups of 4. They will play in the first 3 days. Only the top 2 out of each group will make it through to Thursday, and they'll be joined by Venezia, who, as last year's Super Series qualifiers, they get a free pass into what we're going to call the Super 5. So it's the top 2 from each group, plus Venezia. They'll play Thursday and Friday. And then the top 4 will play finals as per usual. So 9-team format, slightly different. It's the format we had in Milan last year, actually, when we had 9 teams. So yeah, Venezia, they've earned that right due to their performances last year. But yeah, it should be a really interesting tournament in Bologna. Of course, last year we had separate Venetian and Bologna tournaments, but this year they've been combined into one. Makes it a pretty big week. Let's ball the over coming up.
Gets played out to the offside. So once again, batter's quite happy to take a single. This is one thing I was saying to you about, that maybe that Kings can certainly watch what's being done here by Brescia and learn from it. And that's the idea of taking the singles as well. It's not only about the big shots. When the big shots are not on, you take those singles.
Yeah, so let's have a look as we get to 47 for 2 after 4. What's interesting about this is that neither team have batted first very often. They've always been chasing except for one game, which they've lost. So both teams have chased out 100-plus scores. I think about Kings 11, though. They're 4 and 3, batting second. Brescia, all 5 of their wins that have come in a row have been successful chases. So they've chased successfully 5 times in a row, and a lot of that is due to the form of Wasim Ahmed, who's been brilliant. The way that he's been able to engineer these successful chases.
Oh, this one will be out, I think. Yeah, I mean, the umpire gives it. I mean, I think the batter thinks this is probably going down the leg because of the way he's played it. But when you see this again, I think this is a pretty straight delivery from Jagmeet. I don't think it's going to go on and hit. Let's see once more. I mean, batter will probably feel he's come a long way. Let's have a look. Look, you can see the middle stump there. Watch where this ball is pitching. And he leans on it. Yeah, I think that sort of just straightens up slightly.
Yeah, I think that's what solicits the decision. I think it does turn a little bit. And he's coming forward. He's kind of on the move. You see this one. Pitches, just straightens a bit. It's a tough one, but I think the batter can't complain too much. He wasn't good enough to get the bat on it. So Jagmeet does it again. Left arm spin to win. So 3 wickets down now. 47 for 3.
So Jugmeat once more comes into the action. Gets the wicket straight away. That's a wicket they probably need. I mean, it's all about trying to slow down the rate as well. I think Janjua, they're probably pretty keen to just keep saying to their players, look, go out there, play your shots. We've almost got 50 on the board. If we can get another 50 on there, we know that the difficulties that Kings have been having.
Yeah, it seemed to bounce a fair bit. I mean, it's hard because it hit him on the move as he was coming forward. For me, actually, the height might have been the one of the elements which was slightly in doubt. But I mean, like I say, it certainly as a batter, you can't complain too much about that one. That was a straight delivery. He plays all round. And here is Wasim.
Yeah, Wasim, who's been in very, very good form. He's backed himself, hasn't he? He's played some positive shots. I mean, these innings this morning against Brescia at 27, not out of 17. It was a superb knock. It was a match-winning knock. That, well, they would love to have something similar from him again. Adnan's going well as well. Oh, this is, I think, definitely a bit of an edge here. It's one of those that I think the wicketkeeper, there's nothing he can do about it. It goes past him before he even gets a chance to move. Look, he's getting into position to take this and this. Yeah,
that's really
no
taken
chance.
off. Yeah, no chance for the keeper there.
Soft hands.
Yeah, I mean, Jugmeat has been unbelievable in this series. I mean, took a hat-trick during the week, the only one we've seen so far in Brescia. So, down to Brescia, how much do they want to attack him? Just a single there. 50's come up during this over as well. And so, yeah, Kings 11. I mean, where's the head up with the bat? That's the question. They've just struggled to make anything happen, really, in the last couple of days. Even when they've won, it's been chasing really low targets. Pretty good over, though. Just the 4 off it from Jugmeat. Also picks up a wicket halfway through the first innings here. Jandra Brescia, a 52 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just watching that over and just watch the way that it was played there, particularly by Wasim Ahmed. I'm just wondering whether the Kings, I mean, Yadav could probably come on and bowl his next, or would they? They could really just take a gamble here and maybe go back to something like Jaswinder, or even maybe go to Jaipal Singh, because I don't think he looked too confident with the spin. So maybe take a gamble and say, well, look, he didn't look too comfortable with the spin. Let's just try and over spin here at this moment of time. If you get Wasim out, then you go back to the likes of Yadav to bowl, and you can go back to, you know, you've got Numan Ali as well there. But without Wasim there, it could be a different ball game. Don't look like they're going to. It looks like they're going to stay with Yadav to bowl. Up in the air, and he's dropping short and doesn't quite get there, the fielder. A very good effort. And I think that is Jaipal. Yeah, has a really good go. I mean, this is always dipping.
Yeah,
Look,
I mean,
great effort.
I thought he does kind of get there on the full, but yeah, just can't come up with it. Nice effort coming forward, Yadav. Wicketless so far. He's been absolutely brilliant in this series for Kings 11.
Firmly hit, but this time it is a chance. It's another one that comes out. Well, 2 chances in 2 balls. And this time, I think that is Jugmeat. And well, he's going to have to give his knee a bit of a rub there. You're always taking one for your team when you try. Once again, he throws himself at this. And this is just all about the impact on the deck that comes out. Yadav will be disappointed, but at the same time, he should be pleased that the guys are throwing themselves around here.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, that's 2 in a row that have been real teasers. I mean, Kings 11. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them.
Swing and a miss. They want to take 2, and they're going to take on the arm. In comes the throw. It's not a good one. And, oh, they're going to go free here now. Oh, dear. Well, Yadav, there's going to be steam coming out of his ears. He saw half a chance, you've got to say, 2 in 2, and then that one, well, bad throw.
2 brings
almost
3.
Knocks out of the batter.
I think they just spotted the fielder was slow to go to that ball, so takes it on marginal one, but creates a bonus run as well.
hit down the ground. This time should just be the one. Gets fielded by Simranjit.
He's been absolutely brilliant for them, Yadav, and he's not the only one. I mean, Kings 11 have had a lot of good performers with the ball. That hasn't really been the problem. Problem's been chasing down the average scores and above, which was actually what they did really well last year. But it's a slightly different class of opposition, I suppose, maybe you could say, although there were some very good teams in Bologna last year. Maybe the Bologna field was a little bit easier to score on in general as well, a bit more batting friendly. Nice ball coming up for Yadav.
Up in the air. And it won't be a catch, but he's got to deal with it, and he does. So well done to Abidullah. Keeps it to one. So Yadav, they're keeping him out, aren't they? That's what they've done well. They've stopped the big guns take the wickets. I mean, Yadav, it's been a much better performance from him as well. 11 so far. Well, that is the end of the over. I thought it was one more to come.
60 for 3 in the end. So, I mean, have a look at this. Out of the 5 top wicket takers running into this game, 3 of them are from Kings 11. Yadav with 12, Jagmeet with 11, and Kuldeep Lal with 11. So it shows you they've had a lot of attacking weapons with the ball. I mean, their issue has been with the bat. And yes, they've chased the targets that have been tiny, but it's the other ones that have been the problem. But Bashar Khan, well, his tournament's over. Brescia, so he's seen knocked out in the first game of the day. Unbelievable. Jagmeet, one of the men we were just talking about, is going to start, and batter takes a bit of a chance, gets away with it, and this one is going to travel, and it's going to travel all the way maximal. And Denali gets a bit inventive, steps across, and he scorts this one out of the ground. 6 runs and a very good start to the 7th over.
Yeah, what a good shot this is. I mean, he shows all of his stumps to Jagmeet. And Jagmeet goes with that sort of delivery that has been getting through batters and taking the middle stump out of the ground. But Adnan plays a beautiful shot. What a lovely shot. This is from Adnan Ali.
Yeah, I've got to admit, I was waiting for the death rattle when Adnan gives up his stumps there. We've seen it time and time again this week, but he takes a chance and gets away with it. There's nobody in that quarter of the field from kind of 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock.
Jagmeet probably wouldn't be tempted to do the same again, but get this to just whisk this in a bit quicker. Now he goes outside the off, and this is another one that goes all the way. Balle. Goodness on a Shaka Logyan. Well, there's Safi. Safi decides, well, he's going to get into the act. And safe hands of Safi there, your swimming partner.
2 catches in 2 days. So, yeah, brilliant catch that is. And don't forget, he's a man we saw playing for Jandra Brescia last year. And look, last year, we had a Jina Brescia, Jandra Brescia final. And that was despite Jandra Brescia being the 4 seed going into finals day. So,
well, what's going on here?
Some sort of,
what's he doing? He's got all things going on here.
Loose change. Well, he's got the sunglasses.
I think he wants to give his glasses a clean. He says, I've hit that one so well. That's I've steamed up my glasses. There you go. I can see again now, says Andanali. Well, what's him Ahmed is probably saying that. Don't worry. If you're hitting them that well with your glasses steamed up, leave them steamed up. You don't want to see it. If you see it, you might miss it.
Steamy day.
And then Ali.
Well, Ajay Dev has got a comment for you saying, Rico, goodbye to you. Spain is awaiting and your family too. Now it's time for Corey to do some Valle. We'll miss you, Rico, and your voice. We'll all miss you, Rico, as usual.
Chance. And it's another one that escapes. And that's 3.
It's a tough one.
You've got to say they've all been tough. They've all been half chances, but on another day they're taken. And you're looking at a score of maybe 58-60 for 6 instead. Yeah. Another one that goes on the ball.
Silver lining does stop the boundary there. I mean, that was pretty much lasered. 2 to come.
Well done, Jagmeet.
Yeah, so Corey will be here for the next couple of weeks, giving you a well-earned break.
Yeah, wishing Corey all the best. Of course, Corey, it's a shame not going to be able to chat to him. Would love to have a bit of a chin wag about the performances of Spain. This one's been hit out hard in anger. Fielder Kuldeep Lal makes the stop, gets the throw in. Yeah, it's always nice to talk to Corey about some of the performances of the national team boys in Spain and other things. But look, wish Corey all the best. And yeah, I'm looking forward to going back to Spain and going back to some other work.
Yes,
but I'll be back in no time.
74 for 3. Well, speaking of Team Spain, we'll see them in Group A of the ECC, 21 nations taking part in the T10 international tournaments. The second time we've held that. England were the winners last time, overcoming Belgium in the final. Belgium, the real surprise packers of that tournament. They really loved the format. I think it really suited the way they play their cricket. And so join us from the 12th of September, where we'll get to see the 15 countries from last year, joined by 6 newcomers in the second ever ECC right here on the European Cricket Network. Now, let's get ready for over number 8. Noman Ali, he's their specialist death bowling option, coming on to try and close things out.
And he's going to go over the man at third. You've got to make up your mind, haven't you, where you want your third man to be, inside or outside. And once you make a decision, you keep him there. This is another one that goes flying over him. We've seen one bounce over it. This one goes clear over. It's 4 more runs, 4 runs to start off the over. And Tanjura Brescia just keep on piling on the runs. And they'll be feeling here that they really have got 1 foot in that final already, getting these runs on the board.
Need a bit of luck as well. I mean, one of them being that a couple of those half chances going down, and that one looked like it could go straight to the field. It went over and went for 4, and this one could go for more than 4. That's out of here, and it is. Yadav gets close to it, but he can't pull it back. Maximal Wasim doing what he does at the back end of the innings, takes Noman Ali deep for 6.
Yeah, good hit. I mean, the first one he's got lucky with. It goes all the way for 4. This one goes all the way for 6. A 4 and a 6, and he wants a few more of these. So Noman Ali, well, this has happened to him before, and the next ball was a slower one. Let's go. Let's see. No, it's not the slower one. Noman Ali's another one. I mean, remember in the last match, he changed to come around the wicket to the left-hander. Bowled got the wicket. Then he stayed around the wicket to even the right-handers. Here, he's staying over the wicket. So I don't think he really has a preference. I think he needs to come with a preference and stick with it.
He's normally falling straight. This is a bit shorter than straight here. Slower ball.
Up in the air. This is an opportunity. Simranjit Singh, and he does not miss him. Takes another catch to Noman Ali. Well, it makes a pattern of this. A couple of boundaries, then comes back with a wicket. A good wicket to get, though. Wasim Ahmed to get him before he really gets flying. He did score 10 off the first couple of deliveries, but now he is out.
Yeah, big man to get at the time. Still a quarter of the innings remaining. And he tries to go downtown, ends up uptown. Simran takes the catch, doesn't drop too many. One of the best fielders in the country, Simranjit Singh. So is the end of Wasim. He goes for 16. It's 84 for 4. So Ajay, he was just wanting you to perhaps say a quick hello to all the viewers, particularly in India, because they're watching and they said they're going to miss you. So maybe you'd like to give a quick shout out to Ajay and
Ajay, look, I'm going to leave you in capable hands of Vinny and of Corey while they go to Bologna from here and also to Rome. But I will be back for the Super Series. But look, I'm loving everybody's support, loving everybody's good wishes. And I'm going to give you all my good wishes and love as well. And, really do enjoy having your feedback as well. And I would say keep your feedback coming, not just to me, but for Vinny and for Corey as well. Keep supporting us. We love your support. You are the best viewers in the world. And remember, our mission, well, maybe by the time I come back for the Super Series final run, we'll be close to that 300,000. That's our Italian job. And then we did say that we would then do the Ice Bucket Challenge, myself and Vinny. So go on. Tell your friends. There's another one up in the air, and this time he's yet up. He's just times it right. I thought for a moment he was going to get himself snookered on this, but he doesn't. He goes back, then goes forward. So it's a good catch. So Ali gets another one in the over, finishes with 2 for 10. And it's Abdul that goes for a... Well, I want to see Corey doing that. And I hope all of you are going to be asking Corey to do the duck sounds while I'm away.
Well, Corey's pretty good at hustling for new subscribers, so if we do it in the next 2 weeks, maybe we'll make Corey do the Ice Bucket Challenge. He'll hate that too. Anyway, 84 for 5 after 8. Noman Ali will be in the hat-trick when he returns at the start of the 10th over. But, yeah, you can't really blame Hasib. Once again, tries to go straight down the ground for 6, but just slightly miscues it. And I think slightly misjudged by Yadav. He has to come in late, but he's good enough to get the hands in the right position and judge it. So, still 2 overs remaining. I'll be hoping to get that 100 plus. Now, interestingly, Kuldeep, because he only bowled 1 over earlier, he does get to bowl 1 at the end, and this is something that he did very well earlier in the tournament. He was the Noman Ali of the first half of the tournament when Noman Ali wasn't here. So this one has a bit more bounce. Caught a wide in the end. And,
Kuldeep don't like
Bit
it.
of whiplash
I
from Kuldeep.
do think it just catches the line on the way through. Yeah, look, it does. More than just catch. So that's a good call for me. I
It is
know
a good
Kuldeep
call.
doesn't like it, but
Straight over the blue line.
yeah. Goes full straight, gets well stopped there by the man at third. Does a good job out there. It's not the easiest part to field, and Mohammed Shafiq has done really well.
Let me tell you something.
Tell me.
I didn't inspire this, but random questions kicked off already in the chat. A few random questions coming in. I'll shoot one at you in a second from James Stewart, who's watching from Estonia. Actually, I'll give it to you right now. After this ball from Kuldeep. Full straightish, missed by the keeper. Well, you might get more than one buyer here. It's going to be an awkward one. It'll be 2.5 buys.
Yeah,
Make it
Shafiq
2.
making up that ground again. That's not the best. I mean, you can see that some tired bodies out there because Kuma probably should have done better.
Here's the question from James. Rico, apologies for the early random question. No need to apologise. What makes you balle in the kitchen?
Balle in the
So
kitchen.
maybe
I'll tell you,
what
I'll
gets
tell
you
you what
excited
makes
in the
me
kitchen?
balle in the kitchen. It's every so often we'll get people come in and they'll say, we want it spicy. And I always tell them, well, look, my spicy is proper spice. No messing around. When you say to me spicy, there's no medium, there's no a little bit, it's full whack, full on. And when they say, yeah, I can handle it hot, then I'm doing the balles because I love that challenge.
I'm still waiting.
There's not too many that succeed.
Well, I'm up for that challenge.
You're up for that challenge?
Actually, I didn't. Oh, this is well before fourth game of the day, but after I went to the lake last night.
You know what? I've got an
I actually
idea.
had Pakistani food last night.
I've got an idea that this challenge. I mean, I know it's difficult to get you to Alicante or Torrevieja. Be a good ball there from Kuldeep. Just follows the batter. Maybe I'm going to take my spices along with me to Kartsma, and I'll make you a proper balle curry, and we can do the challenge. We'll do it on air.
Ready.
We'll do it on air. There you go.
I like it hot and spicy. You know that.
Yeah.
Right,
So
right
there
now.
you go. But no, other than that, I love it when the people come and they enjoy the food and and appreciate what they've had. But yeah, I do like it when people say, no, I can take it hot, as hot as you can do it. And I'll say, okay, thank you very much. And I love sneaking through my little peephole from the kitchen as I see them sit to dine and eat it. And then I can see the sweat. And then the hiccups start. And I say, yep, that's another tick I can put me.
You're getting joy out of that people's pain, are you? 90 for 5 after 9. Got to say, Vickers Kumar came up to the stumps after struggling with a couple of double bounces. Then he gets absolutely, gets his pads blown off by a couple of Yorkers, but they kind of stagger to 90 off that over. There were 3 byes, a wide and 2 singles in the over. So no boundaries. Kuldeep closes out pretty well. Now we'll see if they can keep it double digits. And here's Noman Ali, who's going to come in. He's on a hat trick. Well, he had one. Was it yesterday?
We had one yesterday. You're right, Jagmeet.
Yesterday on Super Friday, we had Jagmeet with a hat trick. Let's see if Noman Ali can take one right here. First ball of the 10th.
Well, he goes for the slower ball and decide not to throw, probably because Kumar hasn't got. I still would have a go. You still got Malkeet Singh there backing up. No, it becomes a single. We went for the slower delivery there.
Yeah. So Noman Ali. This is what he's in the team to do. Can he keep it single digits?
Well, this one, is it going to get to anybody? No, it won't. Watch the bounce on it, Kuldeep. And he negotiates it pretty well. They just stayed to the single.
They could have got 2 there, but I think this is Adnan Ali saying, right, I want the strike. And I like that. I mean, he's on 29 to Nassim Mahmood's 1. Not that Nassim Mahmood's not capable, but I think you got to essentially give up the 1 extra run you could have got just for the ability to get the set batter on strike. Here he is now.
That's very well bowled. That's clever bowling. Noman Ali gets in the dot.
It's a very interesting target coming up. Just inside the line. Remember, if any of that ball hits the blue line, it will be called a wide. But I think it just sneaks inside. 3 to come, 92.
This is called a wide. And he banks it in short, but then the ball does start to move away. Let's see, what's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I don't think it's actually a wide.
I think it
it's
is.
inside, but just testing the umpire's patience. And sometimes if you bowl a few of them out there, the umpires get a bit itchy to get the arms out. I think that's what happened on that occasion. 93 now.
This one probably is, and it is. It's called straight away.
Certainly is. But, yeah, I mean, you feel like one boundary gets them to 100, which is a psychological barrier. But I don't know where the psychology of the Kings are at. I mean, they've been so hit and miss. They've played some really good cricket, but they've also let themselves down at times. This is a big match. Got to get the win or go home.
It's his hard. It's up in the air. Who's going to fancy it? And, well, he doesn't take the catch, but what he does do is stop the ball from going over the boundary, and he also keeps it to 1.
Yeah,
so,
as good as.
Yeah, it's as good as. I agree with you.
I mean, second best plan. I think it's catchable, but he's pretty conscious of that boundary. He doesn't want to pat it over.
It's jug meat there.
Yeah, jug meat. Could have been a 4 or 6. It's Mood back on strike, then with 2 to come. 95 on the board.
Oh, this is Gandhi. Oh, dear, what has happened here? This is the Gandhiest of Gandhiest balls. And Numan Ali, I don't know what he's trying to do here. This is bad.
I think it's a no ball, you know. I think it's gone above the waist. And we'll have a look at it from side on if we can. But, yeah, Numan Ali, I think it's just an attempted Yorker. I mean, we'll get an idea of it anyway here. That is over the waist. So it is a no ball plus 4 buys. That does bring up the 100. And that could be important. Just remember that. I mean, it is too high. I mean, they might be having a word about it, but we saw it clearly there on the replay. It was above the waist of the batter. I remember now if it's at the waist or above.
Yeah, I mean, that was high. I mean, I think that's what Jayapal is just questioning, and Numan Ali is now I mean, it's a Gandhi ball. It's come out all wrong. It ends up being a no ball. I mean, we've seen it already. And it was too high. I mean, you just got to get an appreciation of it. I mean, look at this, the height on that. Yeah. I think for me, at that moment, I could already tell that's too high because I see it starts dipping once it actually goes past the batter. So free hit, the 100 goes on the board. There's still 2 balls to go. He's got the license to go the full Monty here. And Numan Ali, well, he's done so many things right, hasn't he? And then lets himself down right at the last. Some more discussions going on here now. Not sure what this is about now.
There is a warning that comes along with it, but this seems a bit more than your simple warning. I think Numan Ali, to my knowledge, it's the first no ball he's bowled, so it'll just be a first warning.
I think they were questioning the no ball. He was unhappy that the no ball is being given, but I mean...
It was a no ball.
It was a no ball.
End of story.
The thing is, the only difference it made, the ball would have had to be bowled again anyway. The number of runs on the board is exactly the same, 5. The only difference is that, well, the umpire signals it's a free hit, and he cannot be out from this.
There's the 100. 2 to come. Sound the free hit horn. Nasim Mahmood on strike. Oh, I'd be running there. But you know what? This is where it kind of breaks down a bit because, I mean, what Nasim Mahmood needs to do here is keep that end safe and try and force them to go to the bowler's end. And that will actually get Undanelli back on strike. But in the end, they kind of make a real meal of it.
Well, that's probably the softest no balls, free hits I've ever seen. And you can see here, it ends up just being a very, very simple...
See, this is where he has to go back about now to the crease, and then it allows Undanelli to get there, and Nasir will be run out the other end. But it means that... Actually, you know, if I had to pick someone to come out and whack a 6 off 1 ball, it probably is this guy, Mohammad Afzal.
You know what?
It was a good slow ball, though. Numan Ali, he'll bowl another slow ball right here. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, you know what that brings me to? I'd like to see something else change in cricket. I'd like to see you able to get 2 batters out.
Oh, yeah?
I'd like to see that. I would like to see that.
Here's a slow ball to Afzal.
Oh, it's up in the air, and the fielder does take the catch. Judges it beautifully well, does Jagmeet. And Numan Ali, well, he does have the last laugh. And though the horrible 5, brought up the 100, you've got to give it to him. He finishes pretty well because they don't get any more runs off him. And it will be 100 exactly. But the question is it too many runs for the Kings? The Kings have really struggled. I said before, they're a team that have been struggling to get to 70, and I was spot on. They struggled to get to 70 in that chase of 107 against Brescia. Well, that would have given them the opportunity, if they'd won that match, to go into the final first time round. They still had that opportunity. Vinny, the only thing I'm thinking is, in that last match, in the back of their mind, they were thinking, if we don't do it this time, we can do it next time. And maybe that affected the play. This time, they can't think that way. This time, it's do or die. We either do it or we don't.
Well, that's exactly it. It is do or die. And look, Brescia, they started their winning streak against the Kings, funnily enough. And that was back in match number 12 on Wednesday. And right now they were batting first. And, well, first wicket there falling. It was just a very fine edge, I think. Fahad Ali had to go. But, yeah, Chandra, they certainly have batted pretty well to get the 100 on the board. They'll test the Kings for sure. But, yeah, plenty of twists and turns along the way. I mean, Jagmeet, once again, he's been very, very good. This one caught Naeem Ahmed coming forward. I mean, for me, it was a marginal one, but it was given out. You can understand why. Safi, well, 2 catches in 2 days. He's been on fire as well. But it was Chandra Brescia with a bit of luck along the way, but also some very, very good shots. They get to an even 100 in their 10 overs in this must-win match for these two teams because only one of them can meet Chandra Brescia in the Brescia final.
Simranjit Singh doing what he does best, taking catches. This one was an interesting one for Yadav. I thought for a moment he was going to get there, but he does. And then, well, this was a Gundy of Gundiest balls for Numan Ali, which got to him 100. But the thing was, after that, they couldn't get another run off him. He does finish well. Then a catch here right in the end, in the deep from Jagmeet. And look, there's been some great performances here from some of those Kings players in the field and with the ball. Are we going to see them perform again in the field? All depends on their batters. If they can get to 101, then the answer is yes. But they've got to get that score on the board to beat Chandra Brescia. Let's have a look at the scorecard.
Yeah, we'll have a look, and you can see, and then Ali batted pretty well. He's run out just trying to pitch the strike back in the last over, but he did score 30. Apart from that, just a few in the teens. And Fahad Ali and Baig, the openers, with 14 and 15 respectively. In pretty quick time, got him off to a flyer. Wasim Ahmed, well, he did get 16. He got out at a time that you thought maybe that could derail them slightly, but I think with the expertise of Adnan Ali guiding them to that 100, especially they get a few extras as well. Look, 19, once again, that's been a bit of a thorn for Kings 11, who gave up 18, including 5 penalty runs for time this morning. But still, Kings 11, I mean, they're close enough if they're good enough. They bat well here, they make the 101. If they don't, they won't. Simple as that. Chandra Brescia, the little team that could. I mean, they've won 5 in a row after looking like they were going to finish dead last after their first 3 games, which they lost badly. But right now, they are one good bowling and fielding performance away from finding their way into the final for the 2nd consecutive year on their home turf.
Yeah, I mean, on their home turf, they got the runs on the board, 100. I always think, I mean, when you look back at what the scores have been, the average scores per innings, and we're looking at it being around about 90, so they've gone beyond that. And when you look at the average score that the Kings have been scoring, I think you'll find that's going to be around about 70, maybe even below. So they've done everything right at the moment. On paper, everything is right. On paper, everything is in favour of Chandra Brescia. But is this going to be that sort of innings where we see a team that have struggled, they've struggled, and all of a sudden they just go bang, everything clicks? Well, you'll have to wait and see. But first, let's have a look at the bowling figures. Numan Ali, he had his problems, but he still picks up 3 wickets.
He does. I mean, probably he's owed the 4 byes there as well. So I think probably should be 3 for 20. That's the no ball plus 4 byes. But I mean, look, he did take the wickets, took him in consecutive balls. That's been a good performer since he's entered. And wickets each for Gurdeep Lal, Jasvinder Singh and Jagmeet. Look, pretty even performance. Got to say, Yadav, unlucky not to take a wicket. He only went for 12 of his 2 overs. He himself had a couple of moments where he had some control issues. But ultimately, like I said, 101 for the win. If Kings 11 want to be the best club in Italy, these are the kind of games they're going to have to win. And they're going to have to. Otherwise, their ECS and ECL dreams are over for this year. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, you know, the other thing is, remember, these teams, they go from here. It's not just about winning here. You go from here, and then you go to Rome starting on the 25th of July, the Super Series. And if you're having troubles now, well, getting into Rome, getting into the Super Series when you've got the best of the best you're competing against, well, you're going to get blown away. So you've got to start performing, and this is the time for the Kings to do it if they can. But Chandra Brescia, I mean, look, when you have a look at the bowling that they've got, and just some of those names that come to mind. I mean, Rahim Qureshi has been so good, Maqsood as well, and you still got Wasim Ahmed in there. They've got so many good bowlers, and Mohammad Afzal, I don't think we've seen the best of him yet either. So everything to play for here, but midway through this qualifier number 2, Chandra Brescia, the home side, the team that have won 5 on the spin now, have put 100 on the board, 101 required from the Kings 11. Are they going to show up when it matters? Well, join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo in just under 10 minutes time to see how this one pans out. Yeah, it'll be a good one, so don't go too far. Back with more shortly. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Well, it will be do or die for the Kings. Will they stay in the tournament? Oh, Chandra Brescia continue their fairy tale run. See you shortly for the chase. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, cricket lovers around the world, and welcome back. And welcome back as we are in the middle of a crunch match. We are waiting to see who will be our second finalist. We know that Brescia are already there, and they're looking on, no doubt, as well. Will it be Kings? Will it be Brescia, a team that they've had to do battle with before in the past? Well, Brescia have got the runs on the board, 100, and they lost 7 wickets in doing so. They're up against Kings. And Kings are a team that they've done good things in the field, good things with the ball. This time, okay, they probably didn't have the rub of the green, but still, that's a good performance to keep it to 100. But now they've got to put in a super performance to get to a score of 101. And they have struggled, and I wouldn't blame you if you're thinking there's no way they're going to do this, because they haven't really had things go their way. One thing they've done is they made changes continuously along the way, and they've done the same thing here again. It's going to be Vibor Yadav to open, but they've gone now with Abdullah as the opener. I don't really know where that's come from, but we shall see if this partnership proves to be fruitful for them. They've tried so many things, and I'm not sure what the thinking is from Jai Park. Yadav to face the first ball. And this one, it goes, oh, I think this does catch a bit of the bat. You know, I think this may have been a bit of bat pad. And you can see that Yadav is saying, well, did you see that one? Well, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it just comes straight off the pad. Wasim Ahmed. Certainly, in terms of the players of this tournament. He certainly would be my player of his team, Janjua Brescia. That will go into the pack of a few that have been outstanding all the way through. And he comes again. And this one has been launched into. It's a good shot. He plays this one with the swing. He goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginnasona. They're up and they're going. Good shot. He plays his with the swing. He sees what happens to the ball before. And this time he thinks, well, okay, if that's your game, well, I'm going to play this with the swing. And he just helps that ball to accelerate over the boundary and up the hill. Great start. 6 runs of the second ball. Oh, and now he shows all his stumps here. Well, I'm not sure what this is about. You got the ball swinging into you. So he plays that first shot, which I understand, because you're playing it away with the swing. And this one, he shows all his stumps, knowing that the ball's coming into him. Dangerous move. Well, he's got to stand up, Yadav. He's surely got to realise that him scoring 30, 40 runs here could be the key to victory for his team. Oh, well bowled. Absolute beaut. Absolute beaut. And that's the reason why you shouldn't be going forward, to give yourself room to hit down the ground. Good comeback from Ahmed. Yeah, so going with Abidullah. And the other thing for me here is, if you're going for Abidullah because you think he's going to be able to get you quick runs in the first 3 overs, why is he standing at the non-striker's end? Gets hold of this beautifully. This is another one that's out of here. That's a big shot. Gear, gear, gear. Boom! Shaka, Lagya. Well, stronger together. That's what the Kings 11 have to be. And if they can be stronger together and they can mount an attack here and get a partnership going, they could find themselves going into the finals. But we've seen this before from them. So I know they're not going to get too excited, and their supporters are not going to get too excited. They have made these sort of starts before, but it's all about maintaining it. It's all about seeing it through right the way to the end. Yadav, 2 big sixes. And then he cuts and cuts hard, and he's going to get 4 from this. 6, 6, and 4, and Yadav is hungry for more. Is he going to show his best once again where it counts? He started off with 62 in the first game that he played for the Kings, and it was a match innings and player of the match performance. If he can match that again here now, then he will get his team, Kings, into that final. End of the first over. It's a very good and very productive start. 16 without loss, but the runs have all come off the bat of Yadav. Can somebody else get in there as well? End of the over. And also, we're going to leave this out there as well. 345 matches now without a golden ball. That is an ECN record. We're getting closer and closer to that 350. Is it going to happen today? Well, if it is, there's only 2 matches left in this series in Brescia. Otherwise, well, that record goes with Vinny Sandhu. And Corey, well, of course, will be joining Vinny in Bologna. And we, well, start to look at it all over again over there. Good start. And Azim Ahmed going for 16 in the first. And now, well, it's going to be very much sort of the same here. As it's going to be Mohamed Afzal to bowl. And Afzal also does get the ball to be swinging in. He's an in-swing bowler, so they're going for a very similar sort of attack. The only difference is Abidullah that's going to be doing the bowling. Well, that's our man, Simone. Well, Simone, he's a very huge figure in Italian cricket. And, somebody that I've been chatting to, and he's been telling me some of the history of the cricket here in Italy. Very well-known figurehead of cricket in Italy. This one gets played away for a single, and I bet he's enjoying finals day here. And I've got to say, thank you very much, Simone, for lunch today. I believe that lunch was supplied by yourself. I'll be very grateful. Thank you very much, and certainly looking forward to having a long conversation with you after the final. And a lot of things to be talking about, Simone. It's been instrumental in getting cricket started and growing here in Italy. And this one's up in the air, but nobody's going to stop this. Hit 2 straight. It's 4 more. And Yadav just keeps on going. He's in the mood. He's in the mood to party. And he's, well, he's making the most of the power play. This is when you can get away with some of these shots before that field gets spread out. Afzal now taking a bit of a tonkin. This one's well bowled right up there and well played as well. That's the way to do it. Yadav just plays this one down. So under attack early, Tanjua Brescia, but they will know, just stick to the guns, stick to the plans, pluck away, get a few wickets, and they know what can happen when he takes him on, and he gets another one. 4 more, uses his feet well, Mohammad Afzal. He holds his head because he thinks this is close, dances down the track, hits it well. The fielder, he can't stop it. I mean, it's certainly not catchable. Was it stoppable? Well, I think if he gets a dive in there, he gets a chance. But really, to be honest, I think all he's going to do is get hurt and the ball still ricochet off him to the boundary. Good shot, good. Well, it's a sort of, what would you say, sort of fair free batting really at the moment from Yadav. He's moved on to a quick fire 24 off the 25 runs that are scored. This is smashed out of here. Well, that is big. That one goes all the way over the ridge and down the other side. Don't go there, fielder. Don't go there. There's a lot of snakes over there. Leave them alone. That Kookaburra will not be seen again. Let's get another one. Manos arriba from the umpire. Put him up like you just don't care. Yadav is on fire. And just like that, he moves on to 30. He's going at 3 a ball at the moment. 30 of just 10 is so important, though, that he just keeps going there for his team. Afzal, ball to go in the over. First over went for 16. This one is 15 at the moment. Hits this into the ground, tries to get it through the gap, but more importantly at the moment, he's quite happy just to take the single and go back on strike. 32 after 2 overs. 16 and over they're going at. And, well, Vinny Sandhu, nice time for you to come back into the action.
Well, it's the old kings of old that we're seeing at the moment, but it's one of the new kings that's doing the damage. In Milan, we had Albano and Fresh Tropical qualify for the Super Series. They had 2 slots because there were so many teams in Milan. So only the winners from here on in do make it to week 5. So we'll find out who will be written in that 3rd gold bar today. They'll be joined by the winners of Bologna and Rome. So 5-week Italian summer adventure culminating in that Super Series. And the winner of that goes to ECL 23, representing Italy as their champion club. Oh, how about that shot from Yadav, though? That was absolutely pounded. That was miles and miles. And it actually went up the hill on the full. There was no way that was going to be found, Rico. Huge hit.
Massive shot, really worse. Just backing himself.
So now go back to Wasim Ahmed, over number 3. Now, can he stop the bleeding? That's the question. First over, went for 16.
This is up in the air. A lot of body trying to get underneath it. And, oh, they've put the catch down. The ball stays in the field of play. They'll take 2. So Yadav, he gets some luck. Is that going to be the one that makes all the difference? Went a long, long way up in the air. A lot of fielders around this.
Yeah.
I think it may have been Qureshi in the end that goes to take the catch. It doesn't happen.
He's conscious of the boundary, isn't he? Then he actually kicks it away. So they get 2 minutes. Yadav getting dropped on 31. Look, it's not an easy catch, but he did have a lot of time to get there. He did find the drop zone, but he just couldn't hang on to the side of his body. Remember that moment.
Yeah, Yadav. He's got to make it count. He's got to think, right, I've had my chance, and I don't want to give another until maybe I put another 30 runs on the board. It's well played. That's sensible. That's what he's got to do. I mean, he's taken, look, all of the strike more or less so far, apart from one delivery. It's an opportunity for him now just to stand at the other end and just say, right, I'm going to have a bit of a breather. And what he should be saying to Abdullah here is say, hey, Abby, I've been running all over the place here. I'm out of breath. You know what? Give me a breather for a couple of balls. Look, just trying to hit a couple of shots yourself. Yeah. That's what you're up here for do. Abdullah is not there to be a bystander. He's there to do a job.
He's there as kind of wild card option at the top of the order, facing Wasim Ahmed.
Well, he's not going to get battled to Paul, I don't think. I think this is bites. And, well, hang on.
Maybe.
Not getting anything through.
Was there a little edge on that?
Well, there must have been. There's no signal from the umpire, so he does get something on it. Maybe he chops it down onto the ground, which is why it gets past the keeper.
It was an edge. It was just a fine little inside edge. So we'll give that run to Abdullah. Anyway, back to the Yadav show. So he has really attacked this power play. Question is, how long will he last? And if he does get out, what's going to happen next? Because Jandra will really feel like they can get back in this contest.
Well, if he does get out, I mean, for me, the way I would play this, if Abdullah goes, I think for me that you've got to be sensible and go with Simranjit Singh has to come out. Just he can play the perfect role for Yadav. If Yadav goes, then you go for somebody like Call It maybe. This is out of here. It's big. Well, Yadav does go, but he goes big. And that's another one that goes all the way. Look, almost sitting on the edge of the fence there. This is a big shot. He just places right through the swing zone. Anything that is there has been put away. He certainly has got his range. Isn't it quite ironic? You see some players, many of them have been hitting that ball as hard as you can, and they've been caught on the boundary. And here you go, Yadav. He's clearing it by a long way.
Pure timing. But, well, to say he's carrying his team at this stage would be a bit of an understatement. 40 out of 42 runs off his bat. Still a couple to go in the power play.
Well, this one will be called a wide. Goes for that slower, fuller option, but gets it wrong. Wide ball called correctly by the umpire.
Yeah, it is a good call. Again, trying to probably hit that one leg side. You don't want to get too carried away being leg side conscious. I mean, that's where the two sweepers are now. 2 more balls left in the power play. That's the kind of ball, if you get that kind of width, I think if you're going to go over the offside and play it with a cricket shot. Wasim's gone for 27.
Sensible, well played. That's what he's got to do, and that's what something that the Kings batters, they've got to take a leaf out of the book of Yadav here. Yeah, you play your shots when they're there, but when they're not, take the single.
Remember that last time he went cold at the non-strikers end for a while, and that's when he got out, when he finally got back on the strike. So what he's done really well here is he's faced most of the strike, 15 out of 17 balls. He's just had a quick word with Abdullah. And I think he's basically said, this is one, you got the license to try and muscle it out of the ground. Plenty of batting to come. Got a free roll here. Oh, it's called a no ball here, and it must have been.
Wow.
Well, I was going to say must have been. I don't know. It's either, it could be a back foot no ball, or it could be a field indiscretion. So that's another back foot no ball that's been called. So we've seen it go both ways. The free hit coming up, so and still 2 to come. That would make it. This is hit away. It'll be caught, but it won't be out. And well, they might have had a chance to run out of there because the batters almost crashed into each other.
Yeah, I think batters sort of stop. Forget it's a no ball almost. They also do clash.
And look here. Abdullah's a bit conscious, and he's not watching where he's going. Well, a bit like people driving when they're texting. It wasn't pretty, but it won't be the end of the over. We'll still have 1 more ball to go. So Yadav will get 1 more crack at Wasim Ahmed. And so now we're going to see the end of the power play. This power play even bigger than the one that started this game off, which was 40 for Jandra Brescia.
Well, it's a short ball. He bangs it in. And, well, that is the end of the over. So there's no need to call the one for the over. It does go over the shoulder height quite clearly. You see there, he's disappointed he's missed out on that. But, look, he's still there. That's the most important thing. Just have a look at the 2 power plays here. So this one goes to 46. And it's very productive. But the key thing here is not to throw away this good start.
Yeah, pretty consistent scoring, 16, 16, 14. Like I said, Yadav's been doing the lion's share of the work. Well, Maiden Waters, I think it's getting a bit late over on the east coast of Australia. She said, night all, enjoy the final games, and bye, Rico.
Thank you very much, Maiden.
And see you again soon. So, yeah, Maiden is off, and we'll let you know if there's any Maidens. But, yeah, she's a wonderful viewer, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. You're a superstar. And thank you for the good wishes. And, well, look forward to reacquainting when I come back to Rome for the Super Series. Thank you for all your support.
Also want to say quick hello to Lily Panda. I'm always on Panda Watch. And it's a good time to join us, Lily, because things are really hotting up here in Brescia. What's the weather like in New Zealand anyway? Let us know in the chat. So now we go to the middle overs, and there's going to be a change of pace. Zahid Ali, no surprises from me that he's coming on now because the pace hasn't worked, so they're really going to slow things down.
Well, he hits this well, but he will go to the fielder. So Zahid does tend to start with a loose, now 1 or 2 down the leg side, and then he gets his radar right now. You'll find that he is going to challenge and attack the off stump.
This is going to be super interesting. Really, really interesting. Zahid Ali to Yadav.
Plays it into the ground.
So Yadav has time to go make a cup of tea while this ball's in the air, then play his shot. He's got almost too much time to think about it. He's been batting on instinct so far. And now he has to be a bit more conscious. Abdullah, I think he's just going to go pedal to the metal here.
Hits this well, and this goes all the way, and that's exactly what Abdullah does. Well, pedal to the metal, that's what he does. He hits this one out of there. Bang! And this will bring a smile, though we're probably not going to see it from Yadav. He doesn't give too many emotions away. He's going to smile there because he's thinking, finally, somebody else is scoring some runs at the other end. A big 6 from Abdullah. That's exactly what they need. The 50 now comes up. Zahid Ali, the captain, wants to get and needs to get the breakthrough.
Got to get something going their way, Brescia, at the moment. In the middle of a storm. Yeah, and Ali, he cannot let them get back and pump him to the leg side. If anything, you'd rather make them take on the fielders down the ground. And once again, he's going to be bowling to Yadav, who's on 42 now.
Well, he goes for it, and has he got enough of it? He has. That is an almighty hit. Well, there's a bit of a grunt and a groan as he muscles this over Simone. Simone is not worried. He just sat there casually watching this one go over his head. What a big hit this is. Lovely jubbly, 6 more.
Well, change of pace with the ball, but no change of pace with the scoring rate. The first 3 overs, 16, 16, 14. We had 15 off this over now, including 2 Maximos. Last ball of the 4th.
Well, he goes again, and this is big. Adios, Palota. This is a biz away supersonic 6. What a way to bring up your 50. 54, he moves on to Yadav, and he is taking the captain of Brescia to the sword. It's a little bit of carnage going on there in the middle.
Yadav is the wild card in this batting lineup, and he's going wild here in qualifier 2. We talked about him having to go on with it. We know he had a life on 31, Rico. It wasn't an easy catch, but it was Rahim Qureshi that put him down. Right now, he's got it down below. A run a ball for the first time. 54 off only 19 balls. What an innings it's been. And this innings has really set things alight. 6 sixes and 3 fours. So that's 48 runs out of the 54 in boundaries. Just a reminder that whoever wins here in Brescia will go into the Super Series, along with Albano and Fresh Tropical, who've already qualified. They'll be joined by the winners of Bologna and Rome in weeks 3 and 4, respectively. So stay with us. Our Italian summer is really hotting up, and it's pretty hot in the kitchen right now for Brescia. Now they're going to go to a bowler who I think's had a very good week, Yusuf Maqsood, the left armour. So another change in angle. Abdullah gets called through for a leg bye. Yadav is now wearing the big floppy hat. Actually, it's called a run in the end for Abdullah. He might have just been the beneficiary of a couple of marginal ones, but he won't care. He moves up to 12. Yeah, so Yadav will have another challenge now with the left armour coming in. And Maqsood has had a good week. I mean, he straightens the odd one down the line. Also can just angle across the right-hander. Let's see how Yadav approaches things as he has already passed his half century.
Yeah, wants to be getting this wide. Outside is off. Anything that's at Yadav is going to go. And this is short. There's a fielder out there. He makes a brave effort, but the ball goes past him and goes to the boundary. And it's 4 more to Yadav. Again, this is just a little bit too straight. He's always going to attack these. And you see there, it's one of those where you can understand the fielder committing because he knows, take this catch, you could change the context of the game.
It's a good effort. I mean, it's the
4.
same fielder. It's Rahim Qureshi who's out there. And I think he tries to pull off a miracle catch, but I think the way things are going, you can't win the game without getting Yadav. So if you have even a sniff of getting him out, you've got to go for it. Maqsood in once again.
It's nicely played. He'll probably try and want 2 here. He should get them pretty comfortably. It's the same man, Qureshi, that has to go and do the fielding. And it's a wild throw. Where's this going? Well, they should be looking for 3. Abdullah is not looking.
He's saying, I don't want 3, I want 2. So, I mean, it's all about, I think, controlling the strike. See, Yadav's saying, hey, we could have gone 3. Abdullah's saying, hey, you stay down there.
No, Yadav is talking to the bench. The bench are shouting to him, and he's shouting back to them, saying, hey, not me. I was ready. You weren't looking.
He's controlling the strike so well, something he didn't do in the last game when he was stuck at the wrong end. And right now, he's going to go so close to chopping on Rico. How did this miss?
I don't know how this misses. I was expecting him to move away. The stumps beyond the floor. And look, hits his pad and does it go? Goes over the stumps. Whew,
Wow.
lucky.
Yeah, but remember, he went cold in that last game when he was on 28. He had to watch from the other end when he finally came back, played a false stroke and got out. But this partnership has been like a rocket to the moon. Speaking of the moon, that's exactly where Yadav tries to hit that, and maybe that's the shot that has a bit of fatigue in it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, look, runs required now, 27. Okay, balls to go, 32. I'll make that, that's probably maybe 31 here now. I mean, he's done so well, I think he's got to finish it off. He knows the frailties that have been in this batting line for Kings. He's there at the moment. He just wants to bring it home.
I just had a feeling he'd straighten up and fly right after that loose shot. Right now, they are in a great position, Kings 11. They are 74 for no loss at the halfway point. And this is just what they're capable of. And there's every chance they could do this. I mean, assuming they pull this off in the final and make it to the final. I mean, they are an enigma, an enigmatic team, Kings 11. And right now, when Yadav's firing, their batting's firing. This decision to open with him and Abdullah paying off, although I don't really think it matters who they batted him with. He's had so much of the strike. He's been brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, Abdullah's out there, but you've got to say, he's just been, he's had the best seat in the house, really, just to watch. That's what he's been doing, watching a marvellous performance. Yadav, he will so desperately want to be there right at the end.
Here's Qureshi, who gets a chance for some revenge, although he'll be facing Abdullah first up. Over number 6, 27 required off the second half of this chase.
Nicely played. Makes a good bit of room for himself. Just gets bat on the ball, takes a single.
Sometimes when you're batting, Rico, you have a moment where you realise you kind of made a bad decision. And sometimes you get away with it, sometimes you don't. I think Yadav played a big, filthy slog last over that was a bit unnecessary to a ball that was outside the off stump. And I think since then he's realised, hold on, I was a bit lucky to get away with that one. I'm just going to be a little bit more careful here to a good ball, because he understands the importance of him staying there and guiding them all the way to the target.
He needs to be thinking that way, you're right. But is he really? Let's see. Well, this is big. It's gone again. Balle, balle, balle. Kidna sola shakka lag gaya. Well, ये दो टीमां ने ना थोड़ा जब ब्रेक सीगा ਜਦੋਂ ਹਾਰ ਗਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਬੁਰੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਹਾਰੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਇੱਕ ਦੋ ਪਰੌਂਠੇ ਖਾ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਆ Yadav is on fire. Well, they had that break. Well, who knows? Maybe Jagjit Singh, who we haven't seen at the ground today, maybe he sent some prontas or something, because all of a sudden Yadav is on fire.
And that one was one to go after. It was short. It was a half track. It was asking for it. And Qureshi finds out the hard way. You can't get too short to Yadav, who's on 66.
Nicely played, and that's sensible. That's what he's got to do, you see. That's what we haven't seen too much of. Yeah, when it's there, when it's in your slot, yeah, you play your shot because you back yourself to play your shot and you're going to get reward. When it's not, well, play it away and get the single. That's what they're doing here. And you can see the body language from Janjur Brescia is starting to tell a story. They're looking like a side that are beaten here, beaten because of the batting of Yadav. Abdullah on strike. And he'll get the wide here.
You don't have to go looking for trouble now if you're Yadav. I mean, you can really... I'm not saying to put the shots away. I'm just saying be selective about what you go after. He's getting kind of routinely 1 or 2 balls and over that he's really confident about going after. And just stick to those. Don't go after absolutely everything. Just 18 required now. Surely they're going to do this, Kings 11.
It's up in the air. The fielder, it's the captain, Zahid Ali, sees a guy around. The batter should be thinking of 2. They will get 2. Because by the time the fielder doing the backing up controls this, stops the ball and gets the throw in, they've taken the 2.
Yeah, Zahid Ali just gets an awkward bounce there. Couldn't quite get to her on the full. So a couple more to Abdullah. Controlling the strike is so important. I think we talk about it a lot. Who is facing and how they're going. If you can get a batter that's going so quickly, you want him to face most of the balls. That's how it's worked out here. Abdullah now getting a couple of deliveries in a row. Hits a 2 and a 1.
Yeah, that's good though also, isn't it, for someone like Yadav, because he's not playing dots, he's getting singles, got the 2, got the single, gets him back on strike now after he's had a bit of a breather, and he knows that they're almost there. Just 15 runs required for victory.
Last ball of the over. Let's see how he approaches this. Already 12 off this 6th over.
Nicely played. Just drops the bat. Oh, dear. Well, this is not good. He doesn't get himself down here at all. He needs to go down. You've got to get down. You've got to get dirty. You've got to make the stop. He doesn't. The ball goes for 4. He finishes with 4 more. And, well, this is not good at all. And not really sure what the fielder's thinking about there. It wasn't a good bit of play. It's 4 more. Look, looking at a team here that have been struggling. We've been talking about their struggles. Well, one thing I did say is, was this going to be the case of a team? We've seen it so many times in so many different sports when a team is just being beaten badly because they can't get something right. They fail, and fail. Then all of a sudden, it just clicked. And that's exactly what's happened here for Kings. We know they have the ability, and they're finally showing it. Are they coming good, ready for the final?
Well, now he's 71. With that stroke, he goes past the highest individual score of the week, which was Fahim Nazir at 68 not out of 27 against PLG. That was on Tuesday. And third in line is, guess who? Viboy Yadav. 62 not out of 22 against Shivadante. Right now, I think it's last rights time for Janjoy, who've had such a dream run from their 4th match onwards, but just 11 required for victory. The way things are going, you can't imagine that we'll get to the end of this over.
Abidullah sees that one being called a wide. So now, 10 runs for victory. And what a victory it's going to be. It's nicely played. It's going to be 4 more. They get it past the fielder. This is a lovely shot from Abidullah. Well, he's just got better and better. And, well, we've seen him play one sort of to the right of this fielder here. This time, look at that. He just gets into good position. Good use of the wrist. And there's nothing that Afzal can do to stop that. It's 4 more. And it's another one that he's got to painfully run and get from the other side of the boundary rope. So, well, they're almost there. They're almost ready to book their name down in the final. Floated up there. Goes for the big hit. And it's going to be 4 more. And that just sort of sums up the sort of afternoon this has turned out to be for Janjua Brescia, playing on their home pitch. They're the team that, well, they looked like this when we saw them the first few games, but then they came back with some inspiring cricket. They really did, winning 5 on the trot. And they probably went into this match probably as favourites based on the form that Kings was showing. But it wasn't to be. So this is played out into that area again. Yep. So they're almost home. This will tie the scores.
Fittingly, I think Yadav will get to hit the winning run or runs here. And that makes it 100-100. And look, you know, then the final, you don't want to miss it. Set your watches. It'll start in an hour and a half from now. Technically, probably an hour and 35 minutes from now. So we will find out exactly which team will be going to roam for the Super Series. But right now, any score wins it for Kings 11. Yadav.
He hits it down the ground, and it doesn't matter where this ends up because the single has been completed, and that is that. It's a 101 partnership, the highest partnership that we've seen in the series between two batters. The highest score from Yadav, 72. They're up and about. There's smiles back on the faces of the Kings 11. There's smiles back on the faces of millions of viewers around the world as well, because I know there's a lot of people that love Kings 11 and want to see them do well. Well, they were asking all sorts of questions about what's going on with their batting. Kings 11, though, they stuck to it, didn't they? Jaipal won the toss. He said, no, I know we can chase. That is our game. We're going to stick to what we do, even if we're under pressure. That's exactly what he did. Won the toss. They still made the change. They didn't go for any consistency. Yadav, he's consistent, and he's shown that all the way through. Abidullah, though, well done to him as well. Well, he's certainly taken the applause of his teammates. Well, how about that? That's what they think about it. Simranjit Singh lifting Yadav up in the air because he knows how important that role was. But the most important thing as well is that they've got a batter like Yadav in form going into the final. Well, what a victory that is for Kings 11. If they wanted to keep quiet the doubters, this was the performance that would do it. 101 without losing a single wicket and winning it inside 7 overs. Brescia, look, they played a great part in this series. They've been brilliant hosts to us as well. And their captain, Zahid Ali, has been absolutely fantastic. It's going to be sad to say goodbye to them, but look, that's what the story is all about. And that is the man with the laddus, the laddu master. Well, you know why he has the laddus? Because, well, when somebody performs like that, he's saying, look, we want you to save your energy because we need you to do it all over again. So you're not walking off the field of play. I'm going to carry you off the field of play. Wow. Well, let's go back to these highlights. But, of course, the man of the moment there is Yadav. What a performance this was from him. And, well, he's still coming this way. But this is what it was all about. Well, you might as well just sort of cut this out and clip it down for the batting performance so far of this series. I mean, it really takes some doing. But he was up for it right from the start. And it was all about saying, look, I know what we need to do. I know we haven't done this before. I know we've had a lot of trouble. But the only way to get this right is to come out, be strong, be brave, and hit the ball all over the place. And I tell you what, there's no other person that we want to hear from right now probably than the man who did the job. And it is going to be Yadav who's coming into the commentary box as we're looking at the highlights. Well, all I'm going to say to you, Yadav, well done, congratulations.
Thank you, mate. Thank
How
you.
does it feel? I mean, you're looking at some of your shots here. What's going through your mind when you're going out there? Now, based on the fact that Kings 11 come on your team, just haven't batted well at all, have they?
I think we had nothing to lose, and if anything, my mind was quite blank. I didn't have any thoughts, and I was just wanted to watch the ball and react.
Look, you're a man of many emotions when you're out there, whether you're in the field or when you're with your bat. But I think the concentration in your batting, this is a fantastic sight. Well, Mr. Laddu himself just been picking you up and saying, well, I'm saving your energy for the final because you are in the final. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's just an amazing feeling. You know, all the hard work we put in throughout the week, I think it's come to fruition, and hopefully we can go one step further. Well,
look, that's what you want to see, your name there in the final. You're playing Brescia. They're a team that you have beaten once. They've beaten you once as well. So they beat you again in that earlier match when once again you had the difficulties with your batting, and they made 106 for 5. You fell 66 for 9. I mean, now that you personally scoring runs, another partner there, this time with Abidullah, he played his part in it as well. It's so important, isn't it, to have another opener who's out there that could give you some support, maybe give you time to take a breather so you can have a bit of rest. But you played for some great shots there. And look, give yourself a wave. There he is, the man of the moment. Look, I haven't even seen it on the sheet, but you're definitely going to be the player of the match. I know that your guys out there supporting you. But how important is it when you're out there playing your shots to have a good opening partner there with you?
100%. You need someone who's going to keep you calm because you can easily get sort of step ahead of yourself. You need someone to compose yourself.
Look, this is the first time that you're playing in the European Cricket Series. I know that you play a lot of cricket in the UK. Try to describe to the viewers what it feels like to be taking part in a European Cricket Series and this setup with the European Cricket Network.
I think you guys have put on a fantastic show. I really want to thank obviously all the organisers, and my favourites obviously being Rico and really,
thank you very much.
And I think it's a fabulous tournament, and I hope it grows from strength to strength and gets the reward and the exposure that you guys deserve.
Well, look, the joy for us is not just to see old faces when we travel back and forth to these places, but also see new faces as well. And 100%. Seeing yourself and your talents out there has been absolutely marvellous. Good to see you enjoying yourself. I know you want to regroup with your side again. But look, very quickly, final coming up. You've got about an hour to prepare for it. What's the process going to be for the team? And first of all, the team, I mean, that's going to do the team around a lot of good, right?
No, 100%. I think I believe in momentum, and I think we've got momentum with ourselves. And I think probably looking forward to eating some parathas.
Eating some parathas. I'm glad you mentioned parathas. You had a little bit of break before that loss to Brescia. Who are you going to try and, try to get some vengeance back? Did you have a few parathas before the start of that match?
I think it was more rice and dal. But,
No, don't spoil it for everybody. Well, dal and rice. Look, well done. It's a fantastic performance from you.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
All the best in the final. Well played. It's been an absolute pleasure watching you.
Thank you.
Well, there you go, folks. The man of the moment. And it's Yadav doing the damage. What an innings that was, 72 of 28. But he was supported very well out there as well by Abidullah at 25. Let's just have a look at that scorecard once more. So a team that struggled, a team that couldn't get any runs on the board. We were asking the questions. We were saying when Janjua were batting, we were saying, look, they're getting to 80, they're getting to 90. Maybe they feel it's enough already. Well, they did get to 100. Courtesy, I mean, remember how they got there? That's a no ball. What, that no ball that went for 4 byes? But all of that is behind them now. One thing they have shown is that when it matters, when it's crunch time, they can perform. And Biba Yadav, take a bow. What a performance. And what a lovely pleasure it was, and a lovely moment for me as well to be talking to him straight after he scored those 72 runs. A marvellous performance from him. Certainly will be the player of the match without doubt. But well done also to Abidullah as well. Well, Vinny, I think the most important part of that is not just about the banning of Yadav. I think finding somebody else that could support him up there at the top of the order.
Yeah, well, he didn't have to do too much. I think Abdullah went out as the kind of smasher, but he became kind of the #1 seat holder there as he was able to take part in that 100-plus partnership, which gets them home with a third of the innings remaining. So, I mean, everyone pretty much copped it, didn't they? Yusuf Maksud, probably the only one which bowled an over, which didn't go large. So, yeah, I mean, really, really interesting game. And Jandra Brescia, I mean, they had to do it the hard way, finishing 5th. They had to win 7 in a row. Well, to their credit, they get 5 in a row.
Yeah.
But I still think that they salvaged a fair bit of pride in that series, especially knocking out Brescia CC. I think that probably both the teams in the final owe a debt of gratitude for Jandra Brescia for removing Brescia CC from the equation. But ultimately, Jandra Brescia will finish in 3rd place. They won't make the final for the 2nd consecutive year. But once again, we'll just let you know exactly what's happening now. We've got pretty much exactly an hour and a half before we get to the final, and this will be for that golden ticket to the Super Series, Ricker. So it will be huge. Thanks very much for Viva Yadav for coming straight in and spending that time with us. So we'll see if we can do it again, see if lightning strikes twice. Kings 11, remember they were up and about last night, and then they had a terrible time next game, so they need to sort themselves out. They got a bit of time just to kind of relax and think about things, that maybe just tune out a little bit, but then they better be ready because Jandra Brescia, they're ready for them. We'll see you in an hour and a half for the big one. The final is on the way, match 24. Until then, Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Ford. We'll see you for the big one. It's coming. Enjoying our time here. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. We'll see you very shortly. Well, it comes down to this. We started with 6 teams in Brescia. Now we do have the final 2. Gina Brescia, they've had such a good couple of seasons. They were the Super Series winners last year, as well as the winners here in Brescia. But the new arrivals in Brescia this year, Kings 11, well, they've had some success as well. They swept their way into the final. These guys have had some really good battles this week. We'll see how it goes. Only one of them can make it to the Super Series. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Italy Brescia final, and it starts right now. Hello, welcome back to the Brescia. One more time, the Brescia. Hello and welcome back to Brescia in the north of Italy. It's been a really exciting week, week 2 of our Italian summer. It certainly has been hot and spicy. We did start the week with 6 teams. We now just have the final 2 right here. And it's last year's Brescia champions, Gina Brescia, taking on last year's Bologna champions in Kings 11 in the decider, match 24, the final. And of course, only the winner of this game will make it through to the Super Series in week 5 and have their ECL dream still alive, because the winner of that series in week 5 actually does get to go to Spain for the ECL in 2023 as the champion club of Italy. So there's a lot on the line, no doubt about that. We know that these teams, they know each other pretty well. This is actually the 4th time that they've met this week. Let's go to Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee. He's with the 2 captains for the coin toss for match 24, the final.
Okay. Kings 11 to call. Good. Tails to call. It's heads. No back. Okay, another bat. All right. Good luck, guys. Thank you. All the very best for the final. Thanks. Cheers.
So it is Gina Brescia. Their captain, Ruxa Ahmed, has won the toss and elected to bat first. So I've got a sneaky suspicion we probably didn't need a coin toss, because I feel the Kings, they would have wanted to have chased anyway. So I think both teams getting what they wanted out of the coin toss. But look, it's one thing to chase against Janjua, where it was quite dynamic, wasn't it? Vibo Yadav really went off in qualifier number 2. That was the story, as they got the 101 required in that match of just 40 balls. That's how Kings 11 got here. But you just wonder, will it be so easy? I don't think it will against Gina Brescia, who are a champion team, no doubt about that. They've only dropped 2 games along the way to this final. And look, these 2 teams, they've met 3 times already this week. The first time, Kings 11 were able to get the win off the very last ball, but in the subsequent 2 meetings, it is Gina Brescia that have won, and they won pretty comprehensively earlier today, winning by 40 runs, 106 to 66 in qualifier number 1. So I just think Gina Brescia a little bit more rested, a little bit more experienced probably as well, but I think it's a cracking final. Let's see if Fahim Nazir continues his journey this week. He's been outstanding with the bat and the ball. I think the left-handers will be a bit of a headache for Kings 11 as usual. And look, the bowling of Ruxa Ahmed, they only needed him in the 1 over earlier today. I think that he might have a bit more of a role to play for Gina. He's a very experienced campaigner. He knows exactly what he's doing. But Kings 11, from the team we saw in the Super Series last year, they have bolstered their side, no doubt about that. Yadav has been a real boost to their batting and their bowling. Also, Kuldeep Lal, I think he's due for a few runs. So I think there's a lot on the line here. It's going to be so sad to say goodbye to one of these 2 teams. They both competed in the Super Series last year, but only room for one of them this year. So it's going to be a huge one. Rico, let's get ready for match 24, the Brescia final. And I can tell you, Gina have won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Over to you. Let's have a cracking game.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there, Vinny Sandu, giving us all the in-depth to this final. What a match it's going to be. Gina Brescia, well, you can't argue that they deserve to be here. And Kings, well, people will have different views about it. And, but all that we can say is that when it mattered, they performed. I mean, they've been top draw in the field. That is where their strength has been. I think all their bowlers and all the fielders have performed. They haven't really had a mare in the field. That is why they've stayed in it. It's their fielding and their bowling that has kept them alive. And one thing that we were always asking the question about is, when is their batting going to click? Well, it clicked when it mattered. It clicked in that qualifier number 2 when, well, they needed to do the job of a Janjua Brescia. The Janjua Brescia got to 100. They thought maybe that would be enough, with good knocks there from Adnan Ali, 30 of 22. Wasim Ahmed, 16 of 12, did the job. But, well, Viva Yadav, the player of the match, had other ideas. 72, he smashed all over this ground of 28 deliveries. And he was supported by Abdullah. So maybe they have finally found an opening partner there. Well, this is what the bat versus ball wall says. 99 to 95 in favour of Gina Brescia. But look, you can see what the Kings 11 have been doing. And when we were looking at this before the start of that T10 Brescia match, I said, well, they win, lose, win, lose, win. Well, the thing is, the pattern, if it's going to go to pattern, the next one should be a red dot, should it? Because that would mean it's a loss. That's the way things have gone. Or can they change it around when it matters? Well, they needed to change their batting around when it mattered, and they needed to respond, and they did. They got that victory. So they have, I think, earned their place in this final. One of these two teams will make it through to Rome, to the Super Series, starting on the 25th of July. Who will it be? Remember, we already know from Milan, Fresh Tropical and Albano, they will be there. Which one of these two will join them? And then, of course, the team from here move on to Bologna to find the champions in Bologna to join those four. And then the fifth team will be made up from the champions of Rome. And those will be the 5 teams that play together to see which team will be the champions of Italy and represent Italy in the European Cricket League in 2023. Welcome to everybody. Hope you had a good break, whatever it was you were up to. Maybe let us know how you spent your time between that last game. That was a fantastic win for the Kings. And this one, maybe you looked up and watched back at some of other matches and other ECM matches. If you did, tell us which one you went back and watched. Certainly one that maybe you can tempt me to go back and have a look at, whatever it was. But at the moment, all eyes are focused on this, the final. Here we go. Abdullah to bowl the first ball, and he'll be bowling to Nisar Ahmed. The heat is on. It's warm. It's hot. Sandhu is naked, sitting next to me. And this is an edge. It's this. They're wanting this one. And the umpire, the finger goes up. It is a first baller. Abdullah has got Nisar Ahmed. Well, if you were stunned by hearing that Sandhu was sitting naked next to me, well, you're stunned now because we sent the wicket first up. Well, it is the International Skinny Dip Day. And Mini Sandhu, we know he was late this morning because he was in the sea. Well, he's not naked, he's shirtless. He's just cooling down. He's been playing a bit of cricket out there in the middle. What a delivery, what a start. This is an absolute beaut. Good take also from Vikas Kumar because, look, it's dipping. The catch is taken. I don't know why the batter, he doesn't want to go. Nisar Ahmed, oh, you know why he doesn't want to go. It's the final. He wants to score runs. He wants to still be there, but he can't be there. Abdullah. Well, Abdullah, he does the job, gets it right in the spot, and it was too hot to handle for Nisar Ahmed. Nisar, the big batter, goes first up. Caught brilliantly by Vikas Kumar, but well bowled by Abdullah. What a start, what a moment in the final. First baller, here we go. And he's got to go, a big splash in the Lake Garda for Nisar Ahmed. So the Kings, they impress with the ball, we know that. What a start that is. Whew. New batter comes out. It's Shahrukh Nawaz. And plays an aggressive shot. He gets it past the infielder Yadav. But picked up there nicely by, well, there's only one man that controls that part of the field. We might as well put a banner up there saying Simranjit corner, because that's his zone. First runs on the board, 1 for 1. Ahmed was the batter that went without scoring. So much for me depends on this batter. He's been, for me, by far the batter of the tournament. Followed closely behind by Yadav. Yadav, though he's made 2 big scores, hasn't been as consistent as Nazir. Nazir to face his first. Oh, it's a good delivery. Follows him. Much better Nazir when he's playing authentic shots. By that I mean he's trying to time the ball and stroke the ball around rather than force it. I mean, what a big wicket that for Nisar Ahmed. 153 runs in the series. Isn't able to add a single one to that. He goes for 0. This man, Fahim Nazir, 197 runs he scored in the series. Top scorer, by the way, is on the other side. Viva Yadav with 237 after that superb 72 not out in the last match. Right at the batter once more. And, I think this would probably be called leg bias. Yes, it will. Incredible start. Right in the body of the batter, not able to do anything there. Abdullah, well, now he's a proper all-rounder now. Abdullah, he's an opening batter and an opening bowler. Remember, he made 25 not out in that victory. A 10-wicket victory by against Genjua Brescia to set up this final. Wants to make a change in the field. Oh, interesting one. He wants the third man to come up. Now, quite a few went over the third man when they were in the field against Genjua, but he wants the mid-wicket back. And this goes up in the air. Could be another wicket. They're all going round to get there. One has to take it. Will they fight each other to take it? The catch has been taken. It's been taken by Jaipal Singh. And Jaipal Singh is saying to the others, "Oh, yaar, tu ki kar raha hai? Mera catch hua." Ami aake apni laddu leke the mere samne khada ho gaya. Well, Jaswinder saying, "Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't want to feed you my laddus." Well, Jaipal says, "It's all right. I've had lunch already." Well, he'll eat the kookaburra instead. It's a second wicket. In the second wicket in the over, Abdullah now removes Nawaz just for one. Well, he hasn't been able to really perform in this series. But look, they were all gathering around here, and Jaipal right in the last one. He holds on to the catch. Jaswinder gives the apologies. I tell you, if there's one man you do not want to get into a muddle with, into a collision with, that's Jaswinder. Have you seen the size of that man? You do not want him bumping into him. But Jaipal, well, he held his own, the captain, takes a catch. It's 2 for 2 in the final. There's still a ball to go in the first over. Wow. Nawaz departs. And that's a catch that did it. Jaipal taking it. And he almost took more than just the catch there from Jaswinder. Abdullah. Ball to go in this over. And Kings, what a start. Just making that amendment to the field here now. Hassan Ahmed. So 2 left-handers to contend with. Hassan Ahmed, I think probably we saw probably from the first time today that he played a good innings, played some good shots in that win this morning. Think about the single, no run there, says Called It. You want it? Well, you've got to be brave. That is an end of a cracking over. 2 runs conceded, but 2 wickets. Abdullah, well, he stakes his claim as being the opener and picks up the 2 wickets. And, well, you can see how important those 2 wickets are. They've taken Ahmed, who was 153. They've taken Nawaz, who goes from 116 to 117, but that's his lot. So much now depends on Nazir and maybe Hassan Ahmed if he can get going on the bowling front. Well, he's not on there as one of the top bowlers. You've got 12 for Jagmeet, 12 for Lal, and Yadav is there as well. Here comes Lal. But Abdullah, he's making inroads on that as well. Fine time at the start of the second to welcome back into the hot queue. Well, it's hot here. It's hot and spicy in the middle as well. Welcome back to Vinny Sandhu.
What a start. That's all I've got to say about that. I mean, Issa going first ball, little nick behind, and then followed pretty quickly by Nawaz. 2 for 2 off the first. Twin left-hand attack, though. That's all I'm going to say. Genjua Brescia. Going to put a lot of stock into these 2 right now. Kurik Lal trying to make the new ball talk. Up and driven. And look, let's not forget, I mean, it wasn't that long ago, was it, that we saw these 2 taking part in a pretty memorable match. It was Genjua Brescia versus Kings 11 in match 15. It was the last match on our shortened Thursday. Genjua Brescia were pretty much rock and rolled for 62. And you think that would be the end of the matter, but Kings 11 only made 63, getting the winning run off the very last ball. Had back-to-back last ball thrillers on Thursday. These 2 teams, they have met 3 times, though. That was the first time. Kings 11 winning by 1 run off the last ball. Since then, Genjua Brescia scored 76 and defended it. Kings 11 couldn't chase 77 for victory, ended up with 64. And earlier today, pretty comfortable win for Genjua Brescia, but I mean, Kings 11, they're up and down. I think they're scary if you're facing them now. I mean, they've been yo-yos. If you looked at their win-loss, they're literally up, down, up, down, up, down. They never seem to be able to string two together, but they're very, very capable. And how about Yanov in that qualifier too? As he just knocked Brescia out of the competition pretty much single-handedly. He's cool deep. And you can see Nazir is very, very technically gifted batter is the way I would put it. He's got attack, he's got defence. You know, he knows the value of preserving his wicket. But while that's happening, there's not a lot happening on the scoreboard.
There's not a lot happening with your upper half either. Where's your shirt? What's going on here?
They're just giving everything a chance to breathe because we've got a long day ahead.
You're struggling with your sinuses, aren't you? Come on, tell the folks you've struggled today a bit.
Absolutely fine. This one is nicked and should be stopped, and is. So this will just be a single.
You're not fine. Come on, get some love. Get some love from the viewers.
Well, it is World Skinny Dipping Day.
Send some love to
if you want to tempt me,
yeah,
then don't tempt me, because I could get the paddle pool in here. I could be skinny dipping in no time. And that'll be a commentary camp that you'll be able to show your grandchildren.
I wouldn't mind that. I'll roll up my trousers and stand in the pool for a bit.
Now, last ball of the over. They've got the long one in place here. I just feel like this game could easily be decided by a few moments, and we've already had a couple of them. 2 overs down, Brescia 8 for 2. Pretty good over by Lyle, who keeps the brakes on. Just 6 off the second over.
Yeah, I mean, Brescia, yeah, of course they'll be bothered about this start, but I think they're a big team. They're a team that have recovered from worse situations, and I think their captain, Dr. Ahmed, would just be talking to these guys and saying, hey, come on, keep it cool, keep it calm. All right, we have lost 2 big batters, but we've still got 2 good guys out there. So anything is possible. You can just see just how the team's got here this morning.
Yeah, exactly
from what happened this morning.
3 matches, 3 winners so far on finals day. These 2 did meet in qualifier 1. It was 106 to 66, Brescia pretty comfortably. Can they put that 10 plus on the board after this start, which isn't ideal? Now this one gets past the fielder, and it will be 4. So Nazir goes back, he cuts, fairly safe shot. We know this field's got a few gremlins in it. And this one, fielder not able to deal. Cuatro, Carreras, and finally we have a boundary.
Yeah, I mean, it's a brave effort from the fielder. I think he did have to get down here to try and smother this. That makes the effort, but he gets through him. Looks like that was Numan Ali that tried to make the stop.
Say a quick hello to Ghulam Kibria, who's watching in the chat, and Eid Mubarak once again to all of our viewers. Hope you're enjoying the weekend. Right now, this is Abdullah. He's come back to bowl out. Double strike in the first over. Now this one could be a 3rd. It is, and he's just not going to drop catches. Simranjit Singh. And so, well, Abdullah, the triple strike now. He gets the prized wicket of Fahim Nazir, who's been the batter of the week, but he goes for a not-so-lucky 7 in the final, and Brescia lose a 3rd in the power play, 12 for 3.
Yeah, this is a total miscue. You can hear when it comes off the bat, it sounds horrible, doesn't get it right. And Simranjit Singh, he is not going to miss these. I mean, I reckon that's probably about 7 or 8 catches that he's taken in this series alone. And this was probably one of the easiest ones he has to take. A very comfortable catch. Chak de fatte style. Well, chak de fatte, there you go. Fatta chak de tapunji Maria. But there's the celebration. And you can see that the batter was absolutely gutted. Well, he chucked his fatte all right. And that was his bat. He wasn't happy because he knows that's another big wicket that goes down. 3 wickets down now. And what a time for Janaka Was to come in. Janaka Was, every time he's come in, he's been in a position where he can go out there and tonk the ball around and just get quick runs. Spending time out in the crease wasn't the issue. This time round, he's got to play a slightly different role here, Vinny.
Well, if you're looking for a pop song in the 1980s to describe Kings 11, it might be Vanessa Williams, Save the Best for Last. Because right now, they are up and about in this final. The momentum almost carrying through the break and into match 24, 12 for 3. And Janaka Vas, well, he's changed the game already once today. Can he do it here in the final? He just whips this one away. Cut off. Just the one. There's that man, Yanov. Jeez, he was so good earlier on today. Kings 11. Man, don't want to let Brescia off the hook here. Brescia have a good long batting lineup, but right now they're being put to the test.
Abdullah, 3 wickets. Sensational bowling from him. 3 for 6. Still 3 balls to go in the spell. Can we get a forfeit? We know that Janaka Was, the man who's gone out there, he has taken 4 wickets. He took 4 wickets earlier today. Now he's got to concentrate on the batting. At the moment, though, is Hassan Ahmed. The left-hander on strike.
Oh, and he goes pretty close to edging one behind as well. I mean, Hassan just hasn't clicked. We've had signs of what he can do, but he hasn't really ever got more than a couple of shots away in any innings this week. In a way, it's good that Brescia have done so well without him firing, but, I mean, he's a big game player. They don't get much bigger than this. One of these teams, their ECL dreams will be shattered at the end of this contest. Two very good cricket teams. And Abdullah searching for a 4th wicket in the final. Block hole. Just one to Simran. Has to be one of the best fielders in the country, Simranjit Singh.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great guy to have in the team. I mean, we saw him captaining earlier before Jayapal took over the reins again, but he's such a motivator for the side as well. And of course, all the good things that he does in the field certainly does motivate the other players and gets them performing well, gets them giving 110% as well.
Goes after this. Wasn't really short enough to pull, but must try it anyway. In a lot earlier than usual. There's nothing usual about the day today in Brescia. That's the end of 3, 14 for 3. And how about Abdullah? Hasn't he come to the fore on finals day? He takes 3 for 7 in the final.
Yeah, don't forget, he's an opening bat now as well. To open up the batting with Yadav in that all-important match against Tanjore Brescia, chasing 100, leading 101. And Abdullah was 25 not out as well.
I'm going to take nothing away from Abdullah, but I hope he paid his ticket money because he was a spectator for a lot of it, but he didn't mind at all. So not a lot going on. Could we have another low-scoring thrill? I mean, these two teams provided 2 low-scoring thrillers, 63-62 to the Kings, and then 76-64 to Jinnah. It was in consecutive matches.
The game for Yadav here. If it were me, if I was Jayapal, I wouldn't go with Yadav. I'd say 3 overs up. I'd go for Jagmeet. I'll just change it slightly. I'll just hold Yadav back maybe for a couple of overs. Or if I see the batters getting on top, I'll bring him in then. I think Jagmeet...
Yadav has gotten Hassan Ahmed before. The other thing is I think they're a little bit concerned about bowling Jagmeet to left-handers. They're worried he might disappear into the helicopter zone. Anyway, have gone for Yadav. And this is a little bit short. It's drilled into the gap, and this will be 4. It's a good start, isn't it, by Hassan Ahmed. He jumps all over this half-tracker and smacks it sideways, 4 runs.
Yeah, just a little bit short, you see there. And he gets right on top of it. That's the key. The bat comes from high up, down. He gets good control on the shot. Make sure he's hitting the ball into the ground. No chance of a top edge there. He gets 4 runs for his team. He needs to get on top of the bowling here and start to give his team something to shout about.
Better ball, but bit of a task for the third man who will eventually gather it, but not before they get 2. Just took a long time to get hold of that ball, but he was making doubly sure it wasn't a sneak past him for 4.
Yeah, Mohammed Shafiq, that's been his zone today. It's not an easy area to field, I tell you that now, and he's handled it pretty well. Third man, far leg, he's been patrolling behind the wicketkeeper, Vikas Kumar, brilliantly. Yadav wants a breakthrough.
He won't get it here. This is whipped away, and I think once this beats the fielder, it's probably not going to come back. 4 more. And just a little bit off in his line here, Yadav. And he goes for a second boundary. As this one is just whipped away nicely.
Yeah, this is a nice shot, isn't it? It's just loses his line slightly, Yadav. Again, into the pads of Ahmed. Hassan Ahmed just clips that away. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. It's a nice shot, and already he's shown what his capabilities are. The pull shot and then the little flick. Once again, this is angled into the pads. He's trying to get, I think, that ball to go through the bat and pad area.
Look at these records now. 6 and 2, Jinnah Brescia only dropped the 2 along the way. Each time that was after 3 wins. And guess what? They've just won 3 in a row. Kings 11. I said they've been up and down 5 and 4. They've done a lot of chasing. They've won 5 out of 8 games chasing. It's only 1 game that they've actually batted first. Jinnah Brescia, very good record. Batting first. You see Kings 11, the reason they're 87 average, low and high, because they've only batted first once. And so, well, very interesting. You see some of the top formers in his ear. He's already back in the shed. Yadav has been sensational for Kings 11, really carrying their batting. Last ball in the over, though. He's got to do the job with the ball right now, and it's not a disastrous over. You just feel it's all about moments. That's what I said at the start. We had a couple of moments in the first over, maybe a momentum shifting magical over, something like that. Can Hassan Ahmed hit his traps? He's the last ball of the fourth. Bit of bat on that. Yes, Magical Malkeet, who's a pretty good finals performer in his own right. He will just hurl this in. It'll be a single end of the fourth, and it's 26 for 3. Hope that you're well. Hope you're enjoying the final. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. And look, Rico, I want to say it's been great having you once again for quite a few weeks next to me, and I've loved your work. It's been a big effort.
Always a pleasure, mate. Always a pleasure.
Conditions. This is Rico's last game before he takes a couple of weeks off. But you will be back for the Super Series, and that's going to be really exciting. I bet you'll be watching the next couple of weeks with interest.
I certainly will be. I mean, Bologna, you know, I've got I absolutely love Bologna, and I know you've been there before, but if any of you haven't seen Bologna, I mean, it is such a picturesque ground. I mean, this is beautiful. Bologna, some of the views of the mountains are great. The pitch itself is very quick, it's very fast. Looking forward to, I mean, I'm wanting you to tell me, because I know when we were there last time, then the pitch was newly laid. They were doing some work on the outfield as well, so it should look pretty pucker.
It was very raw last time. I mean, watch out for the crocodiles as well in Bologna. No, Rico Full. He's a good man on and off the microphone. I know that a lot of our viewers, they've been wishing you well, Rico. I hope you have a great couple of weeks with your family and recharge the batteries. But, yeah, you wish here, though, because here is Jugmeat, who's coming in over number 5. Let's see if they can get rid of Janika Varsmeet. Still two really aggressive players at the crease for Brescia. Wants to pull and does. Finds the man who gets a Tortuga, has to find it. And they're going to come for 2 on it. It's probably fair enough. I think Fielder just relieved to still find the ball in the field to play there.
Yeah, Kuldeep Lal. He's got the shades on, but they didn't seem to help him too much. It's again the bounce right at the last. Just watch this. Here comes the ball, and then it just pops up. And he does well, actually, Kuldeep. I mean, he keeps his head perfectly still and takes one on the side of the neck there, I think.
The old dentist like that one, wasn't it? But the next one is turned away to mid-wicket. And Malky does the fielding. You have the man saying that Rico will be watching in air conditioning. And he won't miss this heat. Well, maybe you want to take a few bugs home with you, Rico, just so you can get nostalgic. Goes after this, doesn't get it. Should just be 1. Fielding is done out there by Mimor Yadav. Hasn't he been a revelation? I mean, Kings 11, very good team last time. Again, we saw them come 3rd in the Super Series last year. The reason both these teams qualified Super Series last year is they won legs of the Italian job on the way, but they competed in different qualifying weeks. Brescia winning Brescia and Kings 11 winning Bologna. But because they are kind of in between, they participate in the Brescia series this time around. And this one is blasted, and that's a pretty good bit of fielding. I think he takes off from inside the field of play here, Jasvinder. Well, he's got the big Ludus, Rico, but he turns off gravity there, and he's able to kind of reject that basketball style.
Well, there you go. This is a little bit of Rasmalai. And look, he's up in the air. That is fantastic work. Gets the touch on. Really good. Well, he's just showing he may be big. He's got the Ludus there as well, but he's got a spring in his step as well to get to that. Good stop.
Only 4 of this over. Jugmeat doing his job. Last wants him, though. He'll just drive for a single. So safety first as they try and reconstruct this innings. The score at the halfway point is 31 for 3.
Yeah, and you can see that both the I mean, Hassan Ahmed, I like the way that he's approached it so far. If it's there, if his shot is on, if it's a loose delivery, he's put it away. 15 of 10. Janika Was, like I was saying, he's come out there and played pretty hard shots. But it's a completely different type of innings now.
Right, I'm serious. I'm serious.
I know what you're doing.
I've been waiting all day. I'm saving to the final.
Come on.
I want the lurker call out. It's your last lurker call out. So come at us, come at us, come at us, come at us, come at us. How about lurkers today? If you're watching and you haven't been able to jump in the chat, why don't you jump in the chat? Let us know where you're watching from. And how about a message for Rico?
Oh, that'd be nice.
How about a message for Rico in his last game for a couple of weeks? I'll have Corey Rutgers joining me, of course, the current Spanish national team coach and friend of ECN. He'll be joining me for the next 2 weeks in Bologna and Rome. And then you'll be back, Rico, for the Super Series, along with a special guest commentator, Nikki Chowdhury, who's going to join us for the first time.
I'm looking forward to that.
Forward to getting Nikki on. All right, so Kuldeep is going to come back in over number 6. Now, remember, he did bowl in the second over. Just came up 5 singles and a wide. And they decided to go for Yadav in the 4th instead of going back to Kuldeep. And so Kuldeep does come back in the 6th. He can bowl any time, really. He's a very clever bowler. He can mix up his lengths depending on the situation. Hassan's a big fish, I think. He's due to get some big runs. Player we've seen a lot of on ECN over the years. Pretty good ball, though. That's exactly where you got to be. And I think he got undone by a slower ball earlier on. The moment Ali was able to sneak one past him. That was after Hassan got a 6 and a 4 away. And now that he moves to 16, which was the score he was undone on before earlier today.
Just slipping there, but I think the ball was always going to get past him. It was good delivery, though.
Over the wicket now to Vas. Well, that's a slower ball. Just dragged into the leg side. Yeah, so lurkers, we want to hear from you. I know it's late in the day, but I think it's worth waiting for. Rico, we talk about your air conditioning, but I do also think probably spend a bit of time in the kitchen. It gets pretty hot in the kitchen, I'm sure, in Spain in the middle of summer.
Yeah, I mean, the air conditioning will come in the night time. Look forward to that. But during the day, yeah, be in the kitchen, and it will be hot in the kitchen, as it is hot out there at the moment. Slower ball.
Yeah, this is going to be out of the ground. I think this is high as well. It is. So no ball +6, Maximo time. Kuldeep Lal just overcooks that delivery. And I think it's a good call. I mean, it's waist high, and that's what we talk about. And Hassan, we kind of knows it. He whacks it out of the ground anyway. So free hit coming up, and maybe that's a turning point for Juna Brescia.
Talk about turning point. Well, that was Safi. He made a turning point trying to stop that. Didn't go too well for him. But yeah, that is a turning point. A big hit. You said it. That Hassan Ahmed is going to be key here. Free hit now.
Sound the horn. Totally misses out, so gets out of jail as far as that's concerned. Hello to Nandra Clown, who says, long-time ECN watcher here, lurking in the background. Rico, you are a legend. His old man, Balvier, passed away sadly earlier this year. Was a big fan of yours. Really appreciate yours and Vinny's commentary. Thank you, Nandra. It's really, really touching, and we're really sorry to hear about your father, but really happy that you're enjoying the experience. And it is a community, isn't it? The European Cricket Network crew. And by the crew, I mean all the viewers as well. It doesn't matter whether you live in Europe or not. But, I mean, it's a lot of people that love the game. And they love growing the game. So, yeah, certainly sending you the best, Nandra.
Yeah, Nandra, all the best. And, look, you know, it's always difficult times when you lose a loved one, your father, Belvier. And, well, let's just hope that wherever he is, that he's moved on to a better place. And enjoying some cricket out there as well.
Be a wide, yeah,
watching down on you and watching down on the cricket, I'm sure. So, look, thank you all very much. Thank you for your lovely comments, and it's great to be here. And I'll be fully charged when I come back to Rome. Don't worry. I look forward to.
You'll be ready.
Look forward to the Super Series.
That's ball the over, a little bit short and stopped. So these are the lucky breaks. I mean, that can bounce anywhere really.
Well,
but it does go to the fielder. Yet. Yeah, so Vas will just get one. It's the end of the 6th over. So 44 for 3, Juna Brescia. Let's do a 6 over check-in. And I can tell you at the moment they're going at a 73 pace. I mean, minimum, I think they want 10 and over here. I think more likely 12 and over. They'll feel they can do that with 7 wickets in hand. That would take them to 92. So we could have a thriller. And who knows? Imagine if we get a golden ball. We've been waiting so long. You feel it's going to come up in a big game. But 3 for 7, Abdullah. He got them off to such a great start. They haven't taken a wicket since, but they have kept it reasonably quiet, you'd say.
Yeah, I mean, you made the call that these two teams, when we've seen them meet, I mean, look, we saw a 62 to 63, a last ball finish in favour of Kings, and the very next day when they ended again, 76 to 64, that time in favour of Juna Brescia by 12 runs. So there's been quite a few low-scoring ones. This one looks like it's heading that way. It looks like it could be. I mean, they could push on here to maybe get to that 80, maybe the 90, but they've got good bowlers to go after here, but a lot depends on how Hassan Ahmed continues to go here.
Could go the other way. I mean, if Kings 11 can grab 2-3 quick wickets again, they can really put them on the back foot, maybe keep them scrambling to get to something like 65 or 70. Goes after it, leg side, he's into the gap, and this is going to go all the way. Maximo! Janika Vas has just been lurking himself, hasn't he? And he hasn't quite got hold of one. This one probably not quite out of the middle, but he does find the gap and he gets 6.
Yeah, this is sensible batting so far from Janika. When he went out there, you heard me saying that so far when he's had to go out there, he's needed to get contributions in quickly. This time around, he needed to get a partnership going. He does that, and now he probably feels he's ready to cut loose. 50 comes up now with that shot.
So Mead then cleverly just pulls length back a bit. This isn't an easy stop because none are.
Will be a long single. Janica Vasa moves to 16. Want to say hello to Harry Edwards, who's lurking, saying g'day, Mr. Maximo and Rico Full. Enjoy your trip. Thanks for keeping me entertained as ever. Well, it's our pleasure, Harry.
Yep.
Thanks so
pleasure.
much for joining us. And, well, this final certainly throwing up a few surprises already. But I think Hassan likes this matchup. Will he take on those 3 outfielders on the leg side? That's the question. Jagmeet. He wants to. Just kind of drags it to one of them. All these stops important, aren't they? It's Abdullah, who's having a pretty memorable day, isn't he? So, also want to say hello to Vinny Fangirl. It says, hello, Vinny. Hello, Rico. Lurking all the way from Vinny Land. My message to Rico is to grow a beard. There we go. So that's the kind of randomness.
beard? Okay.
Well, you know Vinny Fangirl's got to be a proper weirdo. A name like Vinny Fangirl. So she wants to see you with a beard. There's
You
your
don't
challenge.
have a beard.
2
She's
weeks.
a fan of you.
You've got 2 years. 2 weeks. Let's just cut away. You got 2 hairs. But what I can tell you is Janica Vasa goes back and he cuts into the gap. So nice batting, smart batting. He's not obsessed with getting on the front foot and trying to take Jagmeet down the ground. He spots the gap and he picks it. He gets 4.
Yeah, I mean, nicely played shot. And Janica Vasa feels that he's spent enough time out there to get to steady this innings down together. And now it's time to try and play a few shots and get the acceleration in. And Rod and Q is doing it. Remember, these two came together with the score on 12. So they certainly have steadied the ship. And it goes back to what I always say, partnerships are so important. And these two, up until now, have been very sensible. They've regrouped. They've started to lay that foundation again. They haven't lost any more wickets. And now, both of them are getting ready to take the bowlers on. Jagmeet, what can he do about it?
We need a wicket here now just to steady. Haven't had one since the power play. This partnership has been building. Remember that these two came together. Things weren't so rosy for Brescia back then. 12 for 3 after 2.2 overs. So they put on 45 now. One more ball for Jagmeet. He's gone wicketless in the final. He'll get one more crack. That Hassan Ahmed. Yeah, again, he wants him, but he drags it. These all important stops. And Courtney's had a few interesting times. Now, he might have an opportunity for a run out. Wow, it couldn't quite finish the job there, but Hassan was in trouble, I think. It was a strong arm from Kuldeep. You see when it comes in. I think the throw beats him, but Vikas Kumar has just taken to the left. He was reaching for it, and because he was stretching, already thinking about getting back to the stumps, doesn't take the ball cleanly. So 59 for 3 off 7. Brescia, this partnership continuing to grow. And, well, on Monday, I will be in Bologna. I'll be joined by Corey Rutgers. We'll have 4 matches in the first day. We have 2 groups of 4 to start that going in the first 3 days. So we'll see Baraka Prato, who are a team we saw a bit of last year. They were really exciting against Royal Cricket Padova. And then we'll see Luke CC as well. Trentino Aquila also as part of that group. Group A. Join us same time, 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. So I had a couple of questions in the chat. I think Rostam was asking who was the champion last year. Well, actually the champion here in Brescia was Brescia. But Kings 11, who are playing here, they were the champions of Bologna last year. So yeah, Bologna is a bit of a mixture of teams that played in the Bologna and the Venice legs last year, because we don't have a Venice leg this year. Those teams, most of them, in fact, have gone to Bologna. It meant that Kings 11 got kicked across to Brescia, but they have played well in patches anyway. Really looking forward to going to that ground once again. The Oval Rostignano will be wrestling crocodiles and losing kookaburras, I think, come Monday. That was a real high-scoring ground, wasn't it, last year? We're there in week 2 of our Italian job. Anyway, here comes Noman Ali to close things out. We're into over 8 already, and, well, a bit lucky for Vikas Kumar. This one bounced into his pads. And Noman Ali's got a good change of pace. I think for the most part, he's full, he's straight. Remember, he did get Hassan Ahmed earlier today with a very good slow ball, but not before Hassan whacked him for a 6 and a 4.
Yeah, the only issue that Noman Ali has sometimes, he sometimes does get that slower ball completely wrong. It ends up being a full toss, and that can be nasty. So he's got to get it right all the time. This one, a bit of width, played out well. It's a gentle, easy bounce for the fielder to take. Does well.
Last chance for lurkers. Want to say hello to Andy House as well, who's joining us from Spain. Says loves a low-scoring final. I want to go back to, have you ever grown a beard? How serious have you ever been about growing a beard?
It doesn't, you know, when it doesn't grow right, it just doesn't. Mine grows pretty quick. I mean, you know, I need to shave every day.
2 weeks. That's all I'm saying. I'll see you in 2 weeks.
You want
tomorrow.
me to grow a beard in 2
I want a no-shave challenge.
No shave challenge. No, what? No,
You wanted me to go skinny dipping.
I didn't want you to. You just went. You didn't even know about it, and you went.
Right, here's Hassan. If he gets this a little bit wrong, or does he? It's up, it's high, and it's going to be 6. Well, it just gets 1 metre enough on it. And Hassan goes aerial, and he gets Maximo. He moves to 31, rolls the dice, and wins against Noman Ali.
Well, Simranjit shows you what he can do. He can catch him anywhere. I mean, if this was hit further, he would have climbed up the tower and caught this as well. But there we go. It takes a catch, but unfortunately, it won't count. It's at the other side off the field. So a big shot, 6 more. And Hassan Ahmed, well, you said it. That you know he's a dangerous player. He was always going to perform at some point. But what a time to do it. But this one probably a little bit too high, is it? The umpire's thinking Noman Ali really does want it. And let's have a look at this. The only thing I think is the height.
Too much doubt for me on a couple of accounts here. Probably the height and also the angle, whether it's going past leg stump. But they really wanted this one. See, it doesn't bounce as much as Hassan thinks. So, I mean, it's a pretty good shout. But I just think there's a lot to consider for the umpire there. And I kind of agree, benefit of the doubt there. What do you think, Rico?
Yeah, I think for me, the thing would be the height. It's you see the ball is pitched. It's pretty short. I mean, it doesn't come up as much as what the batter expects. So it's not as high as what you first initially think is going to be. But I still think that ball's got a lot to do. It's got a long way to go. So I think that's a fair call.
It might have hit the stumps, but I suppose the word is...
You can't give it a might. Yeah,
exactly. It might have hit the stumps. I think it's a good decision, all things considered. But Hassan got surprised by the lack of bounce there. They know how big a wicket that is. So now not really in wicket trouble anymore, are they? They've got 7 to play with into the last 14 balls of this innings. There's that slower ball, which is angled away. I mean, Kings 11, for the most part, they've been pretty good in the field. I know maybe one got through. That's going to happen on this field. Of course, pretty oppressive water restrictions here in the north of Italy. So this field hasn't been watered, except for the few drops of rain we've had this week. A few people saying we should go all around the world to cure droughts, Rico, because places that have had no rain, when we turn up, they get some. Last ball of the over. There's that slower ball again. This bounces back over Noman, but not a big deal, really. So Vast will get 1. Noman's over, ends up going for 8, which included a Maximo, so not a bad effort from him at all. The score after 8 is 68 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, these two continuing this partnership now, worth 56 runs, I believe. So really is such an important thing. And now, you know, if you ever want to doubt what we talk about, Vinny, when we talk about how important partnerships are, well, this is a perfect example of that. I mean, look, Gina Brescia could have gone out there, and the likes of Janika Was and Hassan Ahmed could have really buckled under pressure, could have just swung wildly and hoped that they would end up getting something on the ball, but they didn't. They took a bit of time to regroup. They played the ball around carefully, took the singles, and then when both of them have got to the 20s, they started to open up a bit, and that's what a good partnership does. And you can see they've still got, like here, still got 12 deliveries to try and get that score to that 90, 100 mark.
Yadav will be full and straight. Full, straight, no ball, overstepping. And I think he had an issue with this earlier. Yadav just overstretching. Let's have a look at where this front foot lands. And, yep, you can see nothing was behind the line. We can't see very well, but it certainly looks to me like that's a good call. So a free hit now. And these are little things that could be crucial as Gina Brescia just nudging towards that pass score now.
Yeah, Kings have done this in the past as well, haven't they? When it comes to the end, in general, they've always been consistent and finished well, but they always finish by giving just a few unnecessary extras. And this could be free hit.
Sound the horn. Low full toss. Just needs to be stopped. Good luck. And he does stop it. He turns back and hopes that he's inside the line. He is. So, I mean, these are the things that probably more often than not is 4, even though it's pretty much straight at Jugmeet. But
isn't he a good cricketer?
Yeah, he does well. Look at that. He just looks around and goes, please show me a few blades of grass or grains of sand between my heel and the rope, and there were. So Jugmeet does well. Back over to Vast now, who square drives this. This will probably be 1. And I'm going to ask the question here. I think they want to have a look. I mean, Vast took a little bit of time to get in there. My suspicion is he's in, but he certainly decelerates as he's heading towards the line. Are we going to get a shock here? Let's have a look.
Well, he wants it, doesn't he, Yadav? He takes it, and yeah, he's clearly in there, slides the bat down.
Yeah, just in. But he wouldn't be run out that way, especially after it's been such a good partnership. It's now worth 60. But I need to remind you that Gina Brescia, okay, 106, they batted okay this morning, and that's why they won fairly easily. But Last time these two teams met before that, they defended 76 successfully. They almost defended 62 against Kings 11 as well. We haven't been able to deal with their bowling very well. This is just overpitched and it's going to be out of here. Maximo! Hassan Ahmed, well, he saved his best for the final, hasn't he? And had some troubles putting away the low full toss this week. Sometimes he's found the field up, but that time he finds clean space. He goes aerially and he gets 6 runs.
Yeah, it's a wonderful strike, really, and he's just demonstrating how so much of the skill of batting is about placement and timing of the ball. It's not about always aggression, and that's how he gets that boundary there. It was just a really good, clean strike.
Oh, slower ball, completely nutmegs the batter. And I tell you what, Vickers Kumar, if there's any wicket-keeping pad sponsors out there, you might need a new pair because they've had an absolute drilling today. But luckily, he does get something behind that. It turns into a dot ball. I think they were looking to sneak a by, but they realised the ball was coming back towards the stumps.
Yeah, he gets very lucky because it hits his pads and goes forward towards the stumps, and he's able to run in the right direction.
Whatever happens, this is going to be an interesting chase. Gone! And so Yadav gets his man in the end. This one, once again, not a lot of bounce. Not as much as Hassan Ahmed expected, so a good contribution for him. He's gotten them back on track. Brescia now lose Hassan Ahmed for 38 at 78 for 4 with 7 balls remaining. Certainly an important innings from Hassan.
Yeah, and big wicket there as well from Vibha Yadav. Now he joins Bashar Khan as the leading wicket taker in the series. But yeah, I mean, just holds his back a little bit, doesn't he? Doesn't put it in the slot where the left-hander wants it. He gets out. He's a bit disappointed, but he's played his part. And Yadav, well, he just gives us a look and says, yeah, don't forget me.
Yeah.
Well, he's done it with the ball. He's gone for a few, though, as well. But in general, he's been pretty good. But they need him to be at his best.
Yeah,
with the bat,
they do. And
they?
here's the thing with Yadav. I mean, he's just kind of clutching at his groin there where the leg meets the rest of his body. And he's looking a bit sore, if I'm honest. I mean, he's had a power of work to do during this week with the bat and the ball. And this is where fatigue comes in a little bit as well. But, yeah, top of off stump. I think it's one of those ones that Hassan, if he goes straighter, he might lift that one out of the ground, but he just tries to play a pull shot. It's not easy to a ball that's stump height or below. Mohamed Imran, perfect situation for him. 7 balls to play. Last ball of the ninth coming up. It gets a perfect Yorker from Yadav, and all he can do is chop it out. Wood chopper style. No run. End of 9. 78 for 4.
Yeah, well bowled. Good ball runner. I mean, you can imagine that Mohamed Imran, he probably already knows there's just one ball to come. He doesn't really want to take the single, so he's looking to smash this away. But he gets a perfect delivery there from Yadav. Couldn't do anything with it. And I don't think even if there was the opportunity to take the single there, they would have taken it. You've got to have Waz on strike here now for the last 6 deliveries.
He's really struggling with that groin strain. He's given everything, but he still needs to give one more effort. He's certainly someone they don't want to lose at this stage. Are we heading for the grade 80s? Noman Ali is going to bowl the last over. I don't think they want to pull off Yadav either, because if he was to go off, I mean, it depends how long he goes off for, but he may not be able to open the innings, which is definitely what they'd want. I think they just want to put him somewhere and hide him. So, last overtime, Janik Avas, let's see if he can launch 1 or 2. Brescia, at one point, they were in lots of trouble, 12 for 3. They've recovered somewhat. Here's Noman. There's that slower ball again. They're looking for 2 here. Imran turns, but then thinks against it. So now we'll see if Mohamed Imran can launch 1 or 2.
Yeah, that was a good delivery, wasn't it, first up? Gives nothing to Waz to whack. So Mohamed Imran is the new batter. Just played out that one Yorker delivery from Yadav.
Round the wicket then to Mohamed Imran. He likes to go straight. Does go straight and hits it pretty well. Well fielded by Simran. Well, he went straight as well. I mean, these players know each other pretty well. Those 2, I just mentioned, Simran and Mohamed Imran, played for Italy at the ECC last year, the Italy national setup. Pretty excited about a lot of things here in Italy, but I'm also really excited for your beard in 2 weeks. And Vinny Fangle has said, also a moustache, please. All right, 4 to come. Length and hit towards the fielder, who takes a very good catch on the run. And that's Jaipal Singh. Well, he doesn't break stride. And just remember that could quite easily have burst through and gone for 4. But instead, it's the end of Janik Avas, who had a big role in the turnaround of this innings as well. But he's got to go for those 26 runs. And the score now, 80 for 5.
Noman Ali just has the knack, doesn't he, of picking up wickets. And that's his 11th in the series. And what an important one, as you said, that could be. Because Janik Avas, well, with first of all, hits that pretty well. If Jaipal, he attacks it. That's why he gets there. He's attacking it straight away. Takes a really good catch. I mean, if he's waiting for this on the boundary, anything can happen. It can bounce over him. It can bounce either side of him. Attacks the ball, takes the catch. Well done to the skipper of the Kings 11, and well done to Numan Ali as well. He has really bowled well,
Look,
isn't he?
even if he drops that, at least it's probably he's hitting it forward, isn't he? And, and he's probably keeping it to 1 or 2 at worst. But if he stays back and lets that bounce, then you've got every chance of it eating you up and going for 4. Here comes Ghulam Farid. He's got 3 balls to play. We're into the grady 80s, and I feel like they'll probably stay in the grady 80s, Rico, unless we see some fireworks from Farid. What a game this is. A lot on the line. I mean, both these teams, whoever wins this, they've got to be a huge chance for that ECL spot. So we know what an experience that is. Just ask Brescia CC. Represented Italy this year. They were knocked out earlier today. 3 to come. Farid launches, but he doesn't quite get this. It's a chance for Yadav, who can't walk, but he can still catch. So he takes it, and Farid goes first ball. And suddenly Numan Ali's on a hat-trick again. Yadav, well, he's on 0 good groins, but he uses 2 hands to pounce that one. 6 wickets down, 80 for 6.
Yadav, well done. He helps Numan Ali pick up another wicket. It's what Numan Ali does. He always gets wickets, and this is the 3rd time that Numan Ali has got himself on a hat-trick. He picks up his 12th wicket in the series. Now, remember, he didn't start playing the series, so he missed the first few matches. So that's an incredible performance from Numan Ali.
He's been great. I mean, he's smart because he bowls the 10th over, which means you're always going to get a few. But, well, could he be the 15th name on the honour board there in the Hall of Fame 2022 hat-tricks? Jagmeet Singh, he'll be right next to his teammate. Well, just like the teammates Daniel Eckstein and Javid Zadran for Vienna CC in Austria. Could we have 2 Kings 11 players side by side in the history books? We'll find out. Here's Rizwan Mohiuddin. 2 to come. I tell you what, you're a big chance of a hat-trick because you know that Mohiuddin's going for this.
Get that slow Yorker, and I think you'll have a good chance.
I'm feeling it. Here we go. 2 to come. Well, it's mishit, and so it won't be a hat-trick, but it will just be 1. A lot of people, including the man, he is tingling big time, and we're only, well, not quite at the halfway point here. He thinks we could have a golden ball final in Brescia. Imagine a golden ball deciding who stays and who goes from this summer adventure.
Absolutely. I tingle as well. I've been tingling a while, but I think it's more the ants that are in me pants rather than tingling. But still, there is a tingle there, I think.
That's why you've got to get him off. Anyway, here we go. Last ball. Imran wants to launch it and does, and he gets it pretty good. Maximo! It's exactly what Mohamed Imran can do at the end of the innings. And so he does take him to 87. If you are from my homeland, from Australia, you'll know that's a total which gets a lot of people excited as well. So 87 for 6 in the final. They're in the grady 80s, Gina Brescia. I mean, Kings 11, remember, they have not gotten anywhere near this many runs before in 3 attempts against Gina Brescia. They've scored 63, 64 and 66. But they did chase down triple digits against Jandra Brescia. And if they bat well enough, they could secure that spot. Really great game in the final. I think it's the final that we deserve here in Brescia.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some quality, haven't we, out there? We've seen quality bowling. It was an unbelievable start from Kings. But then we saw a really gritty and gutsy partnership that got Gina Brescia back in this. That's how it started. It was a wicket, the very first ball. Nisar Ahmed goes for a golden duck, bowled by Abidullah and taken by Vikas Kumar. They were all over the place, and then more delight to come because it was 2 and 2. Well, Jaswinder, the Ladduwala, was getting involved with his captain, but Jaipal held his nerve and took the catch. And that was 2 wickets in the first over. It was 2 for 2 at the end of that one. And then Simranjit Singh, he gets in the end. We know that he doesn't drop them. He catches Fahim Nazir, who's a dangerous batter, the left-hander. But then, well, one left-hander who did start to get going, Hassan Ahmed. And he put a really good partnership together there with Janika Wise. But you can see there the quality in the field all round was absolutely brilliant. And this time, the quality wasn't quite there from Safi. He was doing a little bit of the dance out there. And ducking and diving he was. And this one, look, that's a good stop there from Jagmeet. What a talented player he is. His game places, that lad, I can tell you that now. And certainly we'll be looking to see him playing national team cricket. And, well, this lad, Yadav, he's pretty good as well. But look, that injury, I wonder how much that will affect him
with his batting. I mean, you're going to have to drag him out there on a stretcher if you need to. But I think he's going to open. Let's see how it's bothering or what he can do in the few minutes he's got to recover. You see, he does take this catch, but obviously in some discomfort there. Noman Ali went back-to-back wickets, but then he got pumped last ball, didn't he? 87, right in the balance. I mean, if anything, you know, he favours Gina Brescia just based on history, seeing that Kings 11 have scored in the 60s 3 times. But all 3 times, you'd say they batted terribly. But we know that Gina Brescia, they're a good bowling attack. Anything can happen. And if you told me, you know, if you didn't see who was who in the final, if you told me at the start of the week that one team scores 87 in the final, I'd probably say more likely it gets chased down than not. And 13 teams have won chasing, 10 teams have won batting first. So slightly favouring the teams chasing this week in Brescia. You can see 3 early wickets. Nisha Ahmed, Fahim Nazir and Sharik Nawaz all going pretty cheaply. But Hassan Ahmed and Janik Bath turned it around with 38 and 26 respectively. Mohamed Imran with rope clearer with the last ball, gets them to 87. So pretty disciplined bowling for the most part. We know they ran into problem earlier with control, with extras, with time. But they can see 2 no balls and 2 wides, and it isn't too bad. 87. Plenty of good performers for Kings 11 with the ball. And look, early on, it was Abdullah, wasn't it? 3 strikes. What a day he's had. Opened the batting, was involved in that 100-plus run partnership. We may see him opening the batting again, I imagine.
Yeah, you have to.
Will, but he bowled really well, didn't he? Took 3 for 7 off his 2 overs. Helped out by Noman Ali at the end, 2 for 17 at the death. 1 wicket to Yadav. Kuldeep Lal, 18 off his 2, not too bad. Jagmeet, 20 off his 2. Look, no one really went the journey. Pretty good bowling effort as a team, I think, for Kings 11, and they're right in this contest. But this has been the story all week. Can the bat stand up under pressure? It should be super interesting, but you can see there, you know, all 5 bowlers really doing their job. Nobody going for more than 22.
No, the bowlers doing their job, and you know what? When you think of those 60 balls or so that were bowled there, I mean, 3 wickets there for Abdullah, well bowled to him. Also, well done to Noman Ali once again, taking 2 for 17 and a wicket also for Yadav there. But there was a good tidy bowling from Lal and also from Jagmeet Singh, who this time doesn't get a wicket. But the thing about it is, for me, you know, when you look at that whole entire performance, I think I could count, well, or just on one hand, how many, if you want to call them any errors there were. There was probably only the one that went through, 1 or 2 that went through the fielders, which were difficult ones. But I can count on both my hands the number of amazing bits of fielding that we saw. The catching, the stops, the quality. It was a really good performance, and really Kings have put themselves in a good position, because I think other teams under that sort of pressure could have quite easily leaked another 15 to 20 runs. Yeah. That's where their strength is. Now it's a chase. Can they do it again? Can they make it 2 and 2? Can they change the pattern that they've been in, which has been lose 1, win 1, lose 1, win 1? Well, they won the last one. So this one, if you follow that pattern, should be a red dot. They want to make it a green one.
I see this going one of 2 ways. If Yadav comes off, I think they win, and they win pretty easily.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't, I think it'll be a cliffhanger. So that's what I'm waiting for. It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure on one player. Yeah. And he was so good before. Let's see what happens. They'll need 2 snowmen, 88, if they're going to progress to the Super Series. Otherwise, Gina Brescia will get to go there. The defending champions will get to defend their title in Rome. Join us in just a few minutes for the exciting conclusion of week 2 of our Italian summer adventure. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great time, but don't go anywhere. Back soon with more FanCode European Cricket Series. back. Enjoy the game. See you guys.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back for the last time for the final innings of this FanCode European Cricket Series in Italy. We are in Brescia for the second leg of our Italian summer. And we come here from Milan, where we know that Fresh Tropical and Albano, they booked their place. They've got the golden ticket to come back again for the Super Series, starting on the 25th of July in Rome. Which team will join them from Brescia? And it's all down to how this innings goes. In Brescia, they were put under pressure, but, well, thanks to a good partnership between Hassan Ahmed and Jenica Wyas, they do get to a score of 87. These teams have had plenty of low-scoring battles. And Kings 11, they showed that when it matters, maybe they can up the game with the batting. It's the first time they really had to do it to get into the final, and they did against Genua Brescia, winning that one by 10 wickets, chasing 101 without losing a wicket. The man out there doing the opening, Yadav, he was instrumental, but he has got a bit of a niggle, bit of an injury, so it'll be interesting to see how he performs here. And I'm pretty sure that in that short break, he's probably had a little bit of a quick rub down and some freeze spray or some ointment rubbed in that. I know that Khalid Lal was doing a bit of work on it before the start of the match, so it's obviously a niggle that just got a little bit worse during that innings. Well, no ball called, and this one is out of here as well. Well, bombastic, what a start that is. That is big. Boom, Shaka Lagya, and called a no ball as well. Well, there's the shot, just effortless. Well, whatever the pain is, well, at the moment, the only pain there is for the birds. And, well, no ball call for the front foot, I think. So, bangs away. Free hit. And this one, bottom of the bat, and gets nothing there. I like to see this again. Goes pretty wide. How close is he? How close is he to this line here? Well, it's just okay. Remember that foot. Can't touch it. He needed to just leave that alone. He would have, leave it alone. Would have got a wide. The free hit would have carried. So, Mohammed Imran, well, leads the free hit. Doesn't bother him too much. Up in the air. Chance. Gone. That's the wicket they wanted. Yadav chases one outside the off. He doesn't really get any power in it. That is a big catch. And Rizwan Uddin takes it jumping in the air. And Yadav has to depart. Well, he does hit one big six, but that is all it will be. 6, block and out. And the wicket taken by Mohammed Imran. And that's a big one. That's the one they needed. And, well, a lot of action happening here in this FanCode European Cricket Series. And that wicket going down is a fine time to welcome back into the commentary position Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, what about that? I mean, sliding doors. If he leaves that wide load, it's still a free hit, right?
Yeah.
And he's got no risk of getting caught. But Yadav, well, he's taken him this far. But the other batters are going to have to take them across the line if they're going to do this, Kings 11. It's game right in the balance. As I said, this could go one of two ways. Yadav comes off, and I think they win easily. If he doesn't, I think we've got a real tussle on our hands. And they haven't stood up really when Yadav's failed against Genua Brescia, just scoring 63, 64, and 66. Now, one of those, 63, was good enough to win. But right now, they need to get something in the 80s, or their ECL dreams are over. Here comes Vikas Kumar. Well, we still haven't seen the best of him. He is mercurial. Mohammed Imran getting the ball to swing there and just taking the outside edge of the bat. Nice catch by Mohyuddin. Now he bowls at the regular opener, Vikas Kumar. He plays and misses. That could have easily been 2.
I mean, that's the delivery from Mohammed Imran, and that's, I think, why he gets that wicket of Yadav. I mean, Yadav is getting there to play the shot, but he's not getting anywhere near as much on it because of that ball moving away. And he drew him out into the shot. And that's exactly what he's trying to do here to Kumar. He knows where Kumar's strength is. Kumar's strength is anything at the body. Kumar will try and whip the ball away behind square.
And now he plays misses again. I mean, the man's saying, maybe they shouldn't have opened up with him if he's struggling. Thinking maybe it's a wasted wicket. I don't know. He did pump the first ball for 6. I think he just makes a bit of a mental error, swinging it wide straight after that. And then even that, I mean, you need a bit of luck in this form of the game. That edge could go anywhere. It could easily go over that field and go for 4. We wouldn't even be talking about it. I think if he didn't open, we'd keep saying, where's Yadav? Why wouldn't you open with Yadav? If he's breathing, I think he had to open. Now this one beats the other side of the bat. So, believe it or not, they're pretty much where they need to be run rate-wise. Thanks to that first shot, they've scored no runs since, and they've lost the key man, Yadav.
Yeah, I mean, it was that's where the 7 came from, off one ball. The 6, free hit, 1 wicket. Yeah, the other thing is when a player's got that sort of injury, I mean, talking about Yadav there, of course, sometimes by actually sitting down, it seizes up even more.
Yeah,
it makes
true.
it worse.
Get
So
him
he's
out
probably
while
better off just while he's still walking around, just go out there and do what he can do.
4th time lucky, but he might be unlucky because he's caught. He's caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary. It was flat. It was a laser beam. But catches win matches, and right now they have 2 in the first. Wow, very similar start, isn't it, to what we saw in the first innings. That's Hassan Ali that holds onto a bullet out there on the leg side boundary. So Vikas Kumar goes without scoring. 2 wickets for Imran in the first, and it finishes 7 for 2.
Well, amazing stuff. It is exactly the same, isn't it? I mean, it was 2 for 2. Well, that's what Gina Brescia were. And here, Kings, they are 7 for 2. And what a good catch that is. And Vikas Kumar, he can't believe it. Just nothing seems to be going his way. He's had a bit of a mare with the bat in this one. And Gina Brescia doing what they do.
You can't really criticise the shot. I mean, he hits it really well. But what he does, he picks out the fielder. I mean, if that is 3-4 metres either side, it's probably 6. 346 matches without a golden ball. A few people have the tingle. I wonder if they're still tingling after that first over. But, I mean, this is exactly what happened to Gina Brescia. They found a partnership. They found a way back into the contest. Now, they're just chasing 88 here, not like 138. They just need somebody to stick around. Will we break the drought in the final? Yeah. Fahim Nazir, he's going to come on a bowl over number 2. He's been outstanding as well for Gina Brescia. We're desperate to get back to Rome and defend their Super Series title. If they do, they'll be heading to the ECL. Can Kings 11 stop their run? Here's Abdullah, who finally gets to go. Now, he has to go from apprentice to master pretty quickly here, doesn't he? Because he could play second fiddle before in that partnership of 101, but he did bat pretty well when we saw him getting the strike. Just didn't have a lot of it. He's been joined out there in the middle by Jagmeet Singh. Steps away and misses.
Yeah, not a good shot. Really, he takes himself away from the ball. He's got to stand still and straight, and the bowler just gets a little hint from one of the players, and he says, yeah, I know. And I think that might be, look, full, slow, straight. That's what they want to try here to Abdullah. Up and about now in the Brescia with those 2 wickets.
What a game. Get some bat on this. I mean, you've got to start somewhere. I mean, at least let the dot balls dry up, start ticking along.
Yeah.
Still below that 10 and over required.
Little things make such a difference. Just go back to that first over. The no ball.
Yeah.
No ball gets called, so you have to bowl the extra ball. Extra ball bowled gets a wicket.
Yeah, true.
You know, it's interesting. At the time, he would have been filthy that it's called, but bowling the extra ball gets the wicket. You take that.
In the first place, I mean, hindsight's 20/20, and you obviously think about hitting the ball, but Yadav hits a wide. It would have been a wide and would have had another free hit.
Yeah.
And then if he gets caught, who cares? And then it wouldn't have even been a thing. They wouldn't have even had Vikas Kumar under the crease.
Look at this field set.
Yeah, 2 gullies and a slip. And the ball gets hit there anyway. And he wants to run but can't. So, I mean, this is where you've got to decide, do you take on the pull shot with that kind of length, or do you play a bit more carefully? And you can understand Jagmeet not wanting to play it first up, doesn't want to become a statistic, but you still have to attack. I mean, Kings 11 don't want to bat themselves into a hole here. If you're going to go down, then go down fighting. You don't want to go back and look at this period and say you should have been a bit more aggressive. Kind of pulls the bat inside that one. What a great over this is from Nazir. Only 1 single in the 5 deliveries so far.
Yeah, Nazir, intelligent bowler, isn't he? Look, he's got something to move away. He's got the field set for it as well. He's got the slip in. I mean, they've moved one of those gullies away and pushed one man back now to give him some cover, but still, he's still pretty attacking in that area.
Loses this one, doubles the runs off the over. Jagmeet will get another one. Just, I think, stay at the rate. You don't want it to creep up too far against this Gina Brescia side. So, staying at the rate at the moment could just be they get 1 boundary and over and the rest in singles. That's kind of all they need to do. You need a a partnership, don't they? Will it be these two that can do it? At the moment, they're combined for 1 of 5. Nazir gets another go at the last ball of the over. Goes after it. No wide call. It'll be the end of 2. 9 for 2. Nazir only conceding 2. And 2 teams, Rico, both desperate to go back to Rome to play in that Super Series. Only one will survive right now. Brescia are turning the tables on Kings 11. And Kings 11 getting a bit of their own medicine in this power play.
Yeah, I mean, it's 9 for 2. And Brescia were 8 for 2 at the end of 2. You can see there, as we already mentioned, Albano and Fresh Tropical. They're the teams from Milan that have booked their place in that Super Series starting on the 25th of July in Rome. Which team from Brescia, which one of these two will get that third golden ticket? At the moment, very even, both teams in very similar situation. Let's just see how this one goes. At the end of the third, Brescia were 14 for 3.
Here's Imran. Becomes a big over now, doesn't it? There's been a couple of times that Imran's come back and gone for a view when he's come back in the third. Abdullah swings and misses. So the other thing is, looking down at this Kings 11 batting, there's plenty to come, isn't there? There's Kuldeep Lal, there's Simran, there's even players like Jaipal and Malki. We just haven't seen enough of them this week, but they're all very capable. Jasvinder's another one.
Yeah.
Long batting lineup. You've got to back yourself that someone's going to come off here, but don't back yourself into a hole. Already it's over 10 and over required. This one bends back, but not far enough.
Oh, they decide to go and then not to. It will be called a wide, so they do get one. I mean, it doesn't miss by much.
Yeah, no keeper at the stumps either, so correct tip might have been interesting there, but they'll take the one they all help at the moment.
Tense.
Very tense. Slip still in place. They've got like a deep gully and a more regulation gully. This is hit back straight. Just misses the stumps. Well, this is a lot for the fielder to do. It does very well. Sharuk Nawaz will keep it to 2, or maybe more. No, hits the stumps, but doesn't go far enough. Really good fielding. And these are all going to be crucial. And this reminds me a lot of the Milan final last year, where it was Royal Bergamo scored, or Bergamo United they were then, scored 73, and Fresh Tropical eked out 74. There's a few more here.
That was really good work there from Nawaz on the boundary. Intelligent cricket. Gets there and just pushes the ball forward. That's all he had to do.
What a difference a day makes for the Kings. Swings and misses, and they're doing this with movement as well. Swinging it with control. Imran's been great here, but he can only have 3 more balls.
Yeah, Abdul, though, I mean, he's played that shot probably 4 or 5 times now. The ball is moving away from you, and he's moving away down the leg side, playing for a straight ball. He's got to move with the ball. He's got to be hitting this ball out through the covers, out on the offside.
Wow, this one comes back at him, goes nowhere. So, I mean, I know it's early. Abdullah's just not coming off here. Look, one thing is it's the matchup as well. Imran has had the better of this contest, no doubt about it, but he's just got 2 balls to go. I just think of some of the players they've got waiting in the wings, and you don't want to put too much pressure on them. I think Abdullah is trying to be aggressive here. He's been sent out there to hit the power play, but he's only managed 3 off 7 so far. I think he's going to try and get after Imran here. He does, swings and misses, so... Well,
just not moving his feet.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same old tactic, isn't it?
No footwork.
No,
you don't get your footwork in play, you're not going to make contact.
I know it sounds crazy, but I mean, I'd be thinking about giving him the yank here. I think you might want to have other people at the crease right now. It's just not happening for him. Again, you don't want to look back and say, well, there's something we could have done that might have turned the tide. Sometimes a new batter can just inject some energy and a different feel to an innings. He does get a little bit on this, but he's going to... And so Mohamed Imran, we know he's a class performer. He'll finish 2 for 11 in the final. End of the power play, but not so much power from the Kings. They lose 2 wickets. They're 13 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, so I said keep an eye on it. It was 14 for 3 in the Brescia. Now it's 13 for 2. So they lost 1 wicket less, but look, this was a point that Hassan Ahmed and Danica Was came together. In the first couple of overs, they played it fairly cautiously, but then they started to get going and put a good partnership together. A 50-run partnership, which really helped them to get to that score, and that's what needs to happen here. And Vinny, you're absolutely right. I think if you've got any batter that's just chewing up deliveries and not getting you any runs, you've got to seriously think about whether they're actually doing you any good or hurting you out there. I mean, not losing wickets, yeah, it's good in one way, but you've got to be scoring runs. And that strike rate from Abdullah at the moment, 4 of 9 deliveries, it's not a good one. Jack Meaton, at the same time, he hasn't got off the mark with 3 deliveries.
That's true. Well, here we go with over number 4. Fields back, same bowler. This is skied, and this is going to be a simple catch. It is taken, and so Mohamed Imran will do the job. So Nazir gets a wicket. Good reward after he's kept it tight so far. And Abdullah, well, that may be a blessing in disguise. He just can't get anything going here in the final. He goes for 4 off 10. And Kings 11, they lose the 3rd wicket now, 13 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, that probably is what Abdullah had to do. Swing hard, trying to get something on the bat and see if he can get lucky. He doesn't. It just goes straight up in the air. He wasn't able to deal with the bowling that was being bowled at him. The line and length from the bowlers was very good. He's very clever. And this is, for me, I think this is the right call. I mean, I certainly would have gone with Simranjit to go in at number 3. That's my personal opinion. I think he's a class player. Maybe not in form at the moment, but I think when you don't need somebody to be blasting the ball all over the place, you need somebody back with a bit of common sense, a bit of patience, and also put the bad ball away. Simranjit Singh can certainly do that for you, even though he hasn't found form. Maybe he can do something like what Yadav did for them. Here you see that catch being taken for Imran. What an important player he is. 2 wickets and also that catch.
And Simran has the ability now, with 5 outfielders out there, to just build an innings and get himself in a little bit. And yeah, I think it's a good move that he comes to the crease here in the 4th over. I mean, remember, 13 on the board, 7 of those before a ball was bowled, really. They just scored 6 in the power play, really. Well, Simran goes for it straight away, and he could be in big trouble. This is hanging in the air, and it's caught. So Simran, he had no patience. He went after Nazir straight away. He gets the top edge. The catch is taken out there by Hassan Ali, and disaster strikes Simran. His miserable run with the bat continues. He goes for a golden. Suddenly, Nazir's on a hat-trick, 13 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, Simranjit Singh, that's his 2nd time he's batted today, and 2nd time he hasn't made any runs. It's another duck for him. So he will go into the Lake Garda. Off he goes. It's not good. Simranjit goes. And not the type of shot you'd expect him to play. You have to say, that's not his style at all. Very surprised about that. Not really sure that was what was called for.
Last-minute decision, I think, to really go after that. But that hung in the air a long time. Really nice catch taken out there by Hassan Ali. He's had good hands in this innings. 14 hat-tricks. We're looking for number 15, aren't we? We already had one this week. That was on Thursdays.
Jaswinder plays
I should say. Wow.
Very aggressively, and he's not one to be worried whether this is going to be a hat-trick ball or not. He's going to try and play the same shot. We've seen him caught on the boundary a few times. So let's see how he goes.
If you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one. Simran's golden duck doesn't probably hurt them as much as Abdullah's 4 off 10. So you're just hoping someone will step up and be able to change things. Remember that you have to see 2 new bowlers after this over as well, because they've bowled out the openers here right now. Fahim Nazir.
Yeah, but look at the bowlers they got, Minnie.
Yeah, I know that's true, but they haven't shown anything in this game yet. Hat-trick ball. Pretty confident shot. A throw anyway. They'll get 1.
But isn't that, I mean, just look at that. That doesn't take a lot to do, does it? That shot being played. Think of how many swings and misses that we've seen in the innings. When that's the shot, it's outside the off stump. The ball's moving away a little. Get yourself in position. You're not trying to blast the ball for a big shot. You're just getting the bat on it, take the single. You're keeping the score ticking. That's one thing that Kings 11 haven't been able to do consistently.
Flicked away. There is a few more opportunities to pick up some runs with the field going back. Beautiful fielding out there, Hassan Ali, putting on a clinic. He's only gone for 4. He's got 2 balls remaining. I'm not going to count him out just yet. I mean, I know it's tough, but imagine, if you're out there, you'd have to say, well, it doesn't matter, there's 4 wickets down. Okay, we need to approach this like it's 15 for none. And we're opening up.
You've got to do what Gina Brescia did. Same thing. Get a partnership going. That's what it's about. Gina Brescia were in the same position. 14 for 3 they were. Or 12 for 3, I think. It's when the wicket went down.
You've got to feel like somebody's going to come off here for them if they keep being aggressive. I mean, there's no point putting the shots away now. Just start scoring and put any mad balls away if you get them. Yeah, that's what he does. Pushes, runs, just a single. But now already creeping up to that 2 ball. I mean, Gina Brescia, they're a team, don't forget, they won everything. In any ordinary year, they would have been at the ECL this year. Any ordinary year, they would have been. But what happened last year, there was a playoff between the 2020 winners and the 2021 winners because of the 2021 ECL being cancelled due to the pandemic. So I mean, they certainly deserve their opportunity, and they won't want their dream to end here. So there's a marginal call on Jugmeat. Let's have a look at this. He just sneaks in. And so it's the end of the over, 16-4, another tight one. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside me, Rico Full. Your last innings for a while, you've earned it. It's been great to be with you. And, well, Rico, I know you've spent a lot of time in the Ice Cube with me, and I bet you're looking forward to coming back, but it's been a really exciting series so far. And we've been together, what, for Hungary, Austria, and then through the first couple of weeks of Italy.
Yeah, that's right. Hungary, Austria, then Milan, and this one.
So you've gone to some new places as well that you didn't go last year for ECS, right?
Yeah, yes. I mean, Hungary was my first time as well, first time in Austria, and of course these two didn't do Milan, so they've all been new.
So actually they've all been new. It's been great to have you.
So it's been absolutely wonderful.
The players are super excited that you've been able to make it this year as well. Here's Hassan Ali. Something's got to give here. It's just going to be touch and go. Hassan's hunting it, and he's going to take it. Oh, once again, Hassan with the big catch in the final. We saw him doing it all the way back in Switzerland in 2020, and he skates the boundary to remove Jasvinder, who's going to have to go for just 2, and Kings 11, things going from bad to worse now, 16 for 5.
Well, he's got Hussey on the back of his shirt. Well, Hussey, that was classy. What a catch this is. He's running all the way along the boundary. He knows, he messes it up. The ball goes over for 6, and that'll be a big let-off, but no mistakes from him. He's got such... Look, I keep saying this everywhere we go. I was talking about it in Hungary, how classy some of the fielding was there and the catching. Austria, it was pretty good as well. We saw some good stuff in Milan. But the fielding here as well in Brescia has been sensational. We have seen some great catches. They do not come any better than that. I mean, that was a big moment. And look, that's a lovely moment there where Ruxar Ahmed, the captain, he gives the classy Hussey a big hug, and maybe he's going to give him a bit of a glassy later as well. Yeah, but what a good catch that is.
What a good catch. I mean, remember the catch he took for Zurich Nomads, where he was playing with Fahim Nazir, in fact, when it was driving rain at that stage. He took a diving catch at deep mid-wicket. I mean, that one was really good, given the circumstances. I mean, if he fumbles that for 6, for example, it can be a real momentum changer. But now, look who's coming in now. Number 7 is Kuldeep Lal.
Yeah.
So, again, he's a guy with an ECN century to his name fairly recently. Towards the end of last year in the Barcelona series. I mean, you just take these two players. They are very capable, but at the moment, Jin and Brescia just giving Kings no room to breathe at all. Hassan Ali gets cut away, and they have done well at plugging that quarter of the field. I think they feel like Kings want to deflect a lot there to get off the hook, and at the moment, they're not giving them any easy runs.
What I've seen, especially in Brescia, I think we may have seen one team that was deploying this tactic in Milan. I like the way the field is being set. You know, it's often 2 on the leg side because all the bowlers, they bowled to the field. This one is going to be a chase. It's another good stop, but what a lay on this is. Well, talk about stronger together. Well, this was brilliantly done. Well, Hussey, classy Hussey. Then Ahmed gets the throw in. But what about the stop here from Zurich Nomads?
It's like Harlem Globetrotter style at the moment. Some of these boundary stops, he just bats it. He knows exactly where Hassan is.
Yeah.
And so no chance of even a 2 there. But that's a pretty good shot from Kuldeep first up. Now, pretty good ball from Hassan Ali. So, what's that rate creeping? You can't really block any out now. I mean, you've got yourself in a massive hole. Still remember, 7 came off a ball that didn't exist at the start of the innings. So, I mean, they're 10 for 5 off the first 4.4 overs, really, if you want to look at it that way. Michael Germany like that in the chat. Oh, that's a huge swing and a miss now, compounding the problems of Kings 11. Jagmeet Singh.
Yeah, I mean, just when he was so gutted, wasn't he? Because he went out there and he played sensibly, just playing the ball out in the offside, taking the singles. And then he thought, well, this one surely is one I can get away with. Hits it pretty well. He never thought that Hassan Ahmed was going to get there and take that catch. What a great catch it was. You can see the disappointment from him when he went back in the dugout.
Opens the face, gets nothing. So halfway through this chase, Kings 11, to say they're in trouble would be one of the understatements of the day. But right now, they're 17 for 5. 5 overs remaining. Look, we've seen games won from this position, but just considering how well Jinnah have played so far, you can't see it happening. I mean, 6 is still the highest score from Yadav, and that was off the first ball of the innings, which was a no ball. Not a lot of batting to come. Jaipal is a man who can do it. Malkit as well, but they just haven't had... Well, Malkit's had next to no batting. Jaipal has had some batting and probably hasn't played his best cricket so far this week.
No, they just keep, that's the thing here, though. They just keep coming at you. I mean, you look at that. Mohammed Imran, Fahim Nazir, now Hassan Ali, and now Shabir coming on the bowl. You've also got Rukhsar Ahmed there.
There goes for it, and guess what? They can form an orderly queue here. It's going to be another wicket. So, unfortunately, Kuldeep can't get anything going here. Played a promising shot first up, but then tries to hit across this one slightly. Big outside edge, and Janik Abbas, well, he's another guy they can call on if required. Right now, Kings 11, they are really getting down to the emergency options as they lose a 6th wicket. It is 17 for 6. And Rico, this collapse is something quite extraordinary. They were 7, of course, before they lost the first wicket. So effectively, they have lost 6 wickets for just 10 runs here in the final.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can see they're pretty miserable there at the moment. They do give Kuldeep a consolation clap back, but he hasn't been able to. Just watch this catch a minute. Takes it here. It actually, just there, I wonder if they would have thought if that hits the ground, whether he had it in control or not.
It's a funny one because he doesn't really try to throw the ball up. He doesn't try to dispose of the ball. It just kind of pops out of his hand. I think they probably would have still given it out, but it would have been an interesting one. Did hang in the hands and came to rest with no real dramas.
Look,
long enough for everyone to start celebrating.
I was talking a little bit to Rukhsar Ahmed in between that break, and we were having a bit chat, and he was saying, well, what do you think of a bowling attack? Go back to that after this delivery from Shabir.
First ball, first wicket for Shabir. And now, it's nothing from Malkeet. I mean, Malkeet, if you can come up with 49 in the final this time, that'll help. But he's batting a lot lower down.
Yeah, and one of the things that I said to Rukhsar, and we both agreed on, and I said, the thing about, though he's got no spinners, and we'll come back to that in a minute, all of his seamers do something different. You got Mohammed Imran gets the ball to go away. Nazir, he can get it to come in, and he gets the one to go away as well. It's another swing and a miss. And then you got the likes of Hassan Ali, the left-hander, who bowls just where the left-hander needs to be. Such a classy bowler. Now you got Shabir. So that one maybe just a little lucky to get away with that one, perhaps. You got Rukhsar Ahmed, who says, well, I'm the wicket bowler. And I was saying that's he reminds me of myself, what I used to bowl. They've got everything in the attack, but he did say, he said, I still am on the lookout for a spinner. I want one good spinner.
Strike 3. I mean, that one previously, I think, bowler a bit lucky to get away with that. We've seen them called all week. Grabbed a bit of the line, but there's nothing happening for the Kings 11. It's not just the 6 wickets anymore, it's the rate that they need to score at. And we had that 6 off the first ball. We have not had another boundary since. And so it's kind of crazy, isn't it? We've gone 34 balls without a boundary. Now they're right up needing 16 and over. Can Malkeet connect with one? 4th attempt. Get some bat on it. It'll just be 1. And so, yeah, you've got to feel for Kings 11 as well. I mean, I know that Sabir's saying, what's going on? This wasn't expected. But the thing with Kings 11, they have been up and down. Literally, their record was win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, and then win. And right now, Jinnah, they've been biding their time. I think they've been resting up, watching what happened in qualifier 2, and they were ready for Kings here. And this one's going nowhere. It almost carries all the way to Nisa Ahmed. End of the 6th over, and it's 18 for 6. And it shows you how much a cricket game can change. I mean, the first over or 2 or 3 even, it really was Jinnah Brescia on the ropes. Kings 11 were up and about. Nisa, don't forget, he got a golden duck. I mean, one of the best players in the country. Right now, it's a miserable looking scorecard. 18 for 6, but if you take out the 7, which happened off an illegal delivery before the start of the first over, really got going. They've lost 11 for 6 here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the difference is, people were saying, you know, what's the difference? I think the difference really is that Jinnah Brescia, they were able to keep the cool there. And maybe again here, I mean, there was no number they were trying to get. I think the batters just said, look, let's just buckle down. Let's see where we can get. Whereas Kings, they've got a target to try and get. So it's not just a case of them saying, look, we can just rebuild. We don't have to go crazy. Well, let's see it. He goes a bit crazy as he goes down here. I don't think there's any contact here from the keeper. He goes down.
They're just getting each other's way here. Look, batter wants to get back and Nisa wants to get to the ball. So they've both got a legitimate reason to be there. Well, any chance? We're at the point of no return here. This would be one of the most extraordinary comebacks I've ever seen, and I've seen some pretty extraordinary comebacks. Hassan Ali has only given up 2 in 7 balls. Give up one here, but only one. So, I mean, yeah, Brescia, like I said, you know, it would be hard to imagine a Super Series without them because they did win it last year. And like I said, in any other year, then it's likely they would have represented Italy at the ECL this year. But Brescia CC, they had earned the right to represent Italy in 2021, but didn't get that opportunity because of the pandemic. So it was decided they would have a playoff with the winners last year, which were Brescia. So certainly deserve their shot, and they're playing like it at the moment. Malkeet tries to launch this one and gets nothing.
Yeah,
so
I mean, remember you're also talking about the team that last year, they won everything. Brescia, they won everything, and the only thing that they lost out on is when they played against Brescia, the two teams that, Brescia would have made it the year before. Brescia would have made it if it was just a normal year last year. And that's the one they lost out on, so you know that it means a lot to them to try and get there this year.
For sure. I mean, Brescia, assuming, let's say they do go all the way. I mean, a long way from that, of course, got the whole Super Series to go. I mean, some players with ECL experience, such as Mohamed Imran and Hassan Ali, who both played for Brescia back in 2019. But I mean, Fahim Nazir, I'm sure he's someone we like to see on the bigger stage. Still got a lot more work to do before they skewer that spot, though. Edged and gone, and Nisa will take a diving catch. And so, well, that really sums it up, doesn't it? Because Jagmeet Singh has had a very good week, but he was just given no oxygen at all in that innings. He ends up nicking behind for 2 off 11. It's the second wicket for Hassan Ali, and Kings 11. The House of Cards has come crashing down here in match 24, the final. The score now is 21 for 7.
Yeah, it's beautiful bowling, though. It is absolute beautiful bowling. This is what, if you've got a left-hander in your team, and if there's any young left-handers out there, this is what the line you want to be bowling. You see a lot of right-handers trying to imitate this, but it's just not the same as when it's a left-hander doing that. I mean, that's beautifully bowled, beautifully taken, excellent bit of cricket. That is what Brescia are all about. It's about executing the plan, getting things right, and, well, that is just perfect cricket, the perfect wicket, if you like.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a good wicket keeper. He's well-balanced, and he's ready to react to the edge. I mean, sometimes you see keepers getting surprised by a nick, but you see how he's not skipping to his left. He's perfectly positioned, and he's ready to just go down, get the dive in, shield the ball. Great bowling, great wicket keeping, great team. 21 for 7 now, really. Jaipal comes out. Well, if he hits every big swing for 6, maybe they could still win. Judging by what happened the other day. The last ball for Hassan Ali, though, gets him like a hot knife through butter, really. 7 overs down, 21 for 7.
Yeah, nothing happening at all. 21 on the board, 7 wickets down.
Of course, Monday, we will be in Bologna. In fact, we're taking the trip tonight, so looking forward to the journey across. And we will see some teams we have seen before. In fact, we've seen all of those teams except Lucas CC in ECS cricket before. Baraka Prato, or Gulam Naskia, he was one of my favourite players last year, and he will be back for Baraka Prato. They've got 2 games, as do RCP, Royal Cricket Padova, who we saw in Venice last year. Trentino Aquila, another team we saw from Venice. Now, there's 8 teams there in the group stage. There are 2 groups of 4 over the first 3 days. Only the top 2 out of each group will progress to Thursday, where they'll meet Venezia, who automatically qualify for the Super 5 stage. And they do that because of last year, and the fact that they were the winners of the Venice leg, so that's why they get the automatic pass. But actually a couple of extra matches next week. You've got 26 matches instead of the regular 24, just because the Super 5 stage. It's called the Super 5s because there's 5 teams. There's also 5 matches every day on Thursday and Friday. So really looking forward to sneaking in a couple of extra matches. Corey will be thrilled. Anyway, let's go back to it. And Shabir's been good. I mean, they've all been good here, Brescia. Now Malkeet finally gets hold of one and he gets 4. This is what he's been trying to do, and Shabir, the angle, just kind of helping him because Malkeet has struggled with balls that have got across him. But this time, he gets a fair bit into it. And, well, finally,
Only
Rico, we've got a boundary. Yeah, well, it's
only the second boundary.
The first boundary came off the first ball, which was a no ball.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's a long time between drinks, isn't it? Shabir. And now knocks him over. So 4 and out, Malkeet. You can't really blame him. Plenty fell before he did. He ends up going for 9. Shabir, he's looking like he might be keen for an early celebration because that's 8 wickets now, 27 for 8.
Yeah, Malkeet And you can see he's trying to give himself some room to play a similar shot again. Look, here we go. This is a shuffle across, but very clever bowling. Shabir says, I know what you're doing, and he goes quite wide here, you see. And that's intelligent. Goes wide, angles it in. So if it was a straight delivery, if he's bowling that wicket to wicket, Mulkeet is probably going to get something on that. But he changes the angle, comes wide. Mulkeet plays all round it, finds that he's off stump, has been knocked out the ground. 27 now here for down or 8. And the question is here, are they even going to bat out the 10 overs? Shafiq, he's making his way out there now to join his captain, Jaipal. Shabba.
One thing I will say about Kings, and there's a reason they're really popular in the chat and with our viewers, is that, I mean, they love the game. They're really entertaining. They show their emotions. They play an exciting brand of cricket. Obviously, they haven't quite done enough here, but they're getting knocked out by a very, very good Brescia side, which I think, obviously, they'll believe can go all the way. Here's Shafiq, who gets off the mark immediately. But, you know, Kings 11, they've got a lot of characters. I really enjoyed seeing Yadav and what he brought to the table, and he's certainly wishing them the best for the rest of the season. Who knows? Maybe the ECL dream will come true next year. Right now, though, Jaipal, he's between a rock and a hard place here. This game has spiraled out of control already into the 8th over here. Swings and misses, and this one's called wide.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. I think this one just hits the seam and moves away as well and catches a bit of that line on the way through.
Maybe a tiny bit. Got to say, umpires haven't had it easy. They've had a lot of calls to make. I think they've been outstanding. I mean, they've soaked up the pressure really well. I mean, it obviously takes a bit of time to adjust to the pace of the game and obviously the use of the technology and things like that. But I mean, we haven't noticed them really for a while. And I think that says a lot about their performance. And so, yeah, well done to the men in black. Jaipal will just strike this one away for 1. And really, it's hard to pick a best bowler. And that's a sign of how well all the bowlers really have bowled for Brescia.
Yeah, they're definitely, you know, they're special, aren't they? When you look at that bowling line, that so much bowlers there. Remember, I'm sure we are going to see Ruxar Ahmed get a bowl. Probably going to give himself the 1 over. But what a good captain he is as well. You know, the way he leads the team. And we don't often talk about the leadership. As this one gets through from captains, and he really is a good leader. He's a lovely guy. He's nice to talk to. I told you that I was having a chat to him about these bowlers and how he uses them, and you know, how he loves to have a looking out for a spin bowler as well. But he leads the team well. He's always smiling. He's always in between balls, in between overs, always talking to the bowler. If a bowler gets hit for a boundary, he's there talking to him. If a bowler's struggling with the line, that is what good captains do.
Yeah, you know, that looks like the old the London Metro, doesn't it? that bottom worm. Pretty consistent spacing. You can choose your interchanges from there. Just absolutely flatworming here. But, you know, credit to the bowlers. They've given him no room to move. Here's Ruxar Ahmed. This would have been a wide. Instead, it'll be a single. But, I mean, now we probably turn our attention to Bologna. I mean, Venezia, they would be really, really keen to progress. But after our summer adventure's over, we will be in Germany in August for 4 weeks there, in Dresden for a couple, and a couple in Krefeld, the independent series. Then a bit of talk in the chat about the Belgium series. A few people think it might be nice to get Luke Belgium in. And Michael Daub suggesting he'll be able to answer questions more than just who will win and who favourite. But Luke, you know, we'd love to get your guest commentating. That one is just okay. Yeah. You say it all happens in the 9th. Don't see too much happening here. Like, will be another wide. Ruxar Ahmed. I mean, it's an indication of how strong their bowling attacks become. I mean, he was their leading bowler early on. Yeah. And he has only really had 2 overs today, 1 in each game, and both times the game's been dead.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. He's picked up 9 wickets in the series, and he's just allowing the young bowlers in front of him to go out there and do the thing, and he's just holding the strings, making all the important plays. This is clever. Just walks inside this, takes the wide.
Wants the stumps now, rookie. Hey, the man saying if this was a baseball game, and he is from the US, someone would be running onto the field naked to spice up the game a little bit. Well, remind everyone what day it is today, Rico.
Well, it is International Skinny Dip Day, and I know you had your shirt off a while. Do you want to go do it?
I'll get back to you. Just give me 3 or 4 more overs. This one's in the air. Now, anyone want this one? I think it's going to be caught. Imran Well, he'll take the catch running around from cover, so he's pretty happy with his work, and why not? Kings 11 down to their last batter. Shafiq goes for just a single, and Brescia, well, last year's Super Series champions. They're playing like champions at the moment, and that leaves them 33 for 9.
Yeah, easy catch there from Imran. He's had a good day, hasn't he? Sort of took those 2 wickets early on. And, just think there was one moment when there wasn't smiles, was that when that ball was blasted for 6. It was also a no ball, and at that point, well, that was the last time you heard those guys happy and cheering, the Kings 11. But because after that, it all went downhill pretty quickly.
We take nothing away from their tournament, Kings 11. I mean, this is, I think, pound for pound, the most difficult week of any week, and they've come into it and performed admirably. I mean, when they've played well, they've played like a very, very good cricket team. That's how they got to the final, but you know, obviously the inconsistency has been their Achilles heel, no doubt about it.
Too right. It just goes to show that really you've got to be consistent all the way through.
Manali is going to get a wide, and it'll get to the other end. We'll bring Jaipal Singh back on strike. Yeah, so I mean, good teams find a way to win ugly. Okay, this has probably just been ugly, but I mean, Brescia, when you think about the fact that, you know, they did defend 76 against Kings 11 earlier in this tournament when they didn't bat particularly well. They almost defended 62, just losing on the last ball. Yeah, Brescia have just found a way to win when it's counted. This will be a wide, but the other thing is, I mean, Brescia, I think doing...
What does this hit?
This just hits the seam. These Kookaburra seams. Have a look if you like.
This moves huge. Have a look at this.
Yeah, this is just... There you go. Shane Warne will be proud of that one. But, look, Brescia CC, ECL representatives getting knocked out in the first game by Jandra. I think that the two teams you see here, we're pretty happy to see the back of Brescia CC. Had a really good start to the week. They kind of went downhill, didn't they? Whereas Jandra and Brescia found their feet in the second half of the week. I know the Brescia CC, the other team, they're going to be bitterly disappointed not to make a run into Saturday afternoon.
Ruxar, when he was telling me that he's the bowler that bowls wicket to wicket, he struggled to get to wicket to wicket. It's been pretty wide outside the off stump. Bowled a couple of wides. One was down the leg side. Can he finish well?
This one's hit. It should just be one. And Jinnah, they've been building, and they've been building for a couple of years, Rico. I mean, they had a very good season last year. We've talked about it a lot. And they do believe that they're the best cricket team in Italy. And they'll get the chance to show it now. They'll get the chance to show it in the Super Series. I know you'll be back for that one after a couple of weeks off. Brescia will get a couple of weeks to rest and recuperate as well as they head into probably the biggest week of the season. See if they will be heading to Spain. Rookie sneaks in another dot. And now we're into the last ball of the ninth over.
38 for 9. Looking to see out and bat out the 10. The Kings. Ruxar. Can he finish it here at the last ball of his spell?
The ledge, and they refuse to run in the end. So we're going to the last, and it's the indication of how well Jinnah have bowled that Kings 11 only find themselves with 38 on the board after 9. We're not going to get the close finish that we thought we might, Rico, but still there's been no lack of entertainment in this series. And I just want to thank all the teams, of course. It comes with a lot of sacrifices to work, to family time, to just accommodate the European Cricket Series, no doubt about that. Thanks to all the Blue crew, of course our crew from Spring Productions as well. Big thanks to Martins and Kirill's and Valentines, to everybody. We won't have the trophy ceremony after this series, although Jinnah will defend their Brescia title. But ultimately, the real prize is they will secure a place in the Super Series. But I just wanted to give a quick bunch of thank yous, as well as to everyone in the audience, of course, everyone in the YouTube live chat, everyone that's subscribed to our channel as we head towards 300,000 subscribers. Here's Janak Havas getting a token bowl in the 10th. And he's a guy last year. He was swinging the ball around corners on finals day. But again, it's an indication of how strong, what their depth's like.
Absolutely.
That two of their best bowlers, no other way to say it, Ruxar Ahmed and Janak Havas coming on to bowl the last two almost as an afterthought.
Yeah, I mean, again, you hit the nail on the head. It's all about strength, depth, and they've got, even if you get two guys have a bad day, they've still got other bowlers that can come in and just save the day for them. And we saw that also with the batting. It was a bad start. 3 wickets went really early, and then Hassan Ahmed, who hasn't really even been at his best scored that valuable 38 runs, and Janika Was was the man who put that contribution in for 26 as well.
That was the key partnership in the game, wasn't it? Really the only partnership in the game of any note. Janika, she's keeping us here a little bit longer. But, you know, Jenna, they'll have gained a few fans, I think, the way that they've played. Not getting a great look at the line there due to Janika's head. Anyway, he's a pretty good addition to their side in the last couple of days as well, Janika Vast. Swing and a miss, of course. One more wicket would end it at the moment.
This is a side of Jayapal we've seen a fair bit of, the swinging and the missing. And I think he's just trying to get one big shot in here. Just show us that he's still got the power. And have you got the power, Jayapal? Come on, when we watch it. We know that he certainly entertained us with some of his big hitting in Bologna.
Well, that'll do it. That'll do it, Rico. And it's going to be Brescia back-to-back. They have survived the pressure in Brescia. They're the third team through to the Super Series. Kings 11, well, they were up and down like a yo-yo, but they found their self grounded in this second innings, chasing 88. But, you know, with all due respect to Kings 11, they were just beaten by a better team in the final. I think they had more depth, had more options. They found their way out of a tricky start, Brescia, and they will get the chance to go to Rome and defend their Super Series title in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. Brescia, I think all the way through this series. I don't think anybody can really deny them this victory. Nobody can say they didn't deserve it. I think they were the best team all the way through. They were the most consistent team. They performed with the bat more or less most of the time better than some of the other teams did. And I think in the field, the only team that could match them in the field was Kings. And Kings did match them in the field. But really, where the Kings let themselves down was their batting. They were relying too heavily on one or two batters, Yadav being one of them. Yadav was their saviour who got them into the final. But, well, he couldn't perform in this one. And there you go. Brescia just taking a moment there. And no doubt, there's plenty of thoughts in their mind, but they have done it. They are the champions once more, and they will all huddle together here and have one big celebratory fist bump here together. Well done. Congratulations to the champion team, Brescia. Brescia have done it. They're a top team, and they certainly have deserved their moment out there. But look, once again, thanks to Kings 11, they really, I suppose you could say that they were probably on paper, even though we had that good run from Brescia towards the end of this series, they were probably the team that also deserved to be there. Their bowling and fielding was absolutely sensational. Just the batting never came to the party at all. Yeah. They relied on one or two individual contributions, but the team effort with the bat was where they let themselves down. They will know that, but look, they will come back stronger and better. This is not the last that we've seen from the Kings 11. And, you know, on a personal note, very much a personal note, Kings 11, I like the yellow. I like the yellow. Go back to the yellow. Maybe the yellow is a lucky colour for you. But look, well done to them. Yeah. It's nice to see some old faces like Malkeet there and Jayapal and Vikas Kumar, and also some of the new additions out there as well, like Kuldeep Lal and Yada. But there you go. That's what it's all about. That's what it means. They are the champions of Brescia, and we will see them again in Rome on the 25th of July for the Super Series. They have got the golden ticket here in Brescia.
Yeah, look, and so Brescia, I'm sure it kind of stung them a little bit when they saw Brescia CC make that run all the way to third in Europe. But we can now tell you that Brescia are the third team qualified for the Super Series starting on the 25th of July. Still a couple of blanks to fill in, Rico. They'll be joined by the champions of Bologna and Rome over the next couple of weeks. But yeah, Brescia, they've got their shot, and that's all you can say. They've done what they had to do here in Brescia. They've overcome some pretty solid opposition. They've held their nerve, and really, it's probably a good sign. It seemed like they were getting better and better as the week went on. You think about the fact that they didn't lose the game from Super Friday onwards. Remember, they started with a loss against Brescia CC first up, and they were missing a couple of key players in Hassan Ahmed, and of course, we hadn't even seen Fahim Nazir at that point. So, yeah, congratulations to Brescia. They joined Albano and Fresh Tropical. They'll be joined, like I said, by two other teams before we get to the Super Series in Week 5. We'll roll the highlights. Well, it started with the peak. That's all you can say, because the first ball went for 7, but then when they could have gone to heaven, they lost their key man, Yadav. He had to go, and that really was the start of a pretty dramatic slide in this Kings 11 innings. But look, credit to Brescia. They just kept up the pressure, and they got results.
Yeah, you can see how important that wicket was when they got the wicket of Yadav. And then Kumar's one was pretty important as well. They know all about Vikas Kumar. Vikas Kumar, well, he says, I don't want that bat anymore. And then, look, this is what they did. They play as a team. They are stronger together, exactly as that banner says. Ball goes up in the air. Imran, well, what a good day that he had. He was taking the wickets with the ball and was also taking the catches as well. This man, look, keep an eye on him. Hassan Ali, he is a star, a big star of the future. Trust me on that. The left-arm bowler, I'm loving what he does. And that, well, that was classy from Hassi. Hassan Ahmed taking a very good catch and then getting a hug from his captain, Rukhsar, for taking that one. Here we go again, stronger together. This is what good teams do. They make stops all around the ground. They take the important catches. They make the important stops. And they keep the squeeze on. They just never really gave Kings 11 a break at all. How about this? Great bit of bowling from that man I'm talking about, Hassan Ali. Not only does he show he's pretty good taking the catching, good bowling, good catch low down. And Nisar Ahmed didn't have a good day with the bat. He was out for a golden duck when it was their innings, but he comes back and he always shines. He always plays a part in the game. And Shabir as well. Just an all-round classy act. There he is again, Mohamed Imran. A really good, solid performance. And Rukhsar, the captain, also wanted the wicket as well. And Delika Kawas, he finishes it all off there at the end. And it was the captain, Jaipal Singh of Kings 11. That was the last wicket to go. And there's the celebrations. And, well, look, loving that side. Well done. Congratulations to Jinnah Brescia. They are the champions of Brescia. And they will get that third golden ticket going into the Super Series on the 25th of July in Rome.
Well, we'll take the day off. We'll be back on Monday morning. I know, Rico, you're taking a well-deserved break. But I'll be back with Corey Ruckers on Monday morning from Bologna, where we'll have 9 teams contesting. We'll have 8 teams through the group stages in the first 3 days. And the top 2 of each group will go through to the Super Fives, with Venezia, who automatically qualify. So join us 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India, for another exciting week of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. We'll find out exactly which team from Bologna will join the 3 that have already qualified for the Super Series.
Yeah, that's going to be a fantastic series there in Bologna. It's a beautiful ground. It's beautifully located. Look, it's time for me to say thank you to everybody here of the Italian Cricket Federation. Fabio Marabini and Callum Pereira were both at the ground here today, the president and the CEO, watching some of the action. I mean, good old friends of mine. We had a good chat. It's lovely to meet them again. Thanks to our ECN crew as well, Stefan Gooch, and also Meda Dow, Paul Fletcher, Michael Guntaleka, Mihail Dow, and Diana, the ECN photographer, for taking those fantastic pictures and all of those videos that go out on the social media, and our production crew that were absolutely amazing, Martin, Valentine and Kirill. You guys are quality, top notch. As we have a look at that scorecard, it's like a telephone number, isn't it? 640, well, what's 640? I don't know. 11 was a higher score, and that was the extras. That tells you a story. It just never happened, just weren't able to click, and it's not a scorecard that Kings 11 will want to be looking at in a hurry. But look, unlucky to them. Hope you have a fantastic rest of the season. They are lovely guys. I love them. We certainly had some good times with them. They've been in the commentary cube here as well, entertaining you. Lovely bunch of lads, and thank you for looking after us, Kings 11 as well as the Federation of Cricket Italia. Thank you very much to Safi, Mr. 100%, and his role here has been absolutely brilliant. Thanks to the umpires as well. How can I go without saying thank you to the umpires? The man in black, they were absolutely superb. Sukhdev, Rahman and Amila, you were great, and led well by the third umpire as well, and the tournament referee Stefan Gooch. It's been a wonderful time. I have wonderful memories of Italy. Well, I didn't get to Milan and Brescia last year. Well, I got here this time around. I also got to Hungary, and I also got to Austria, so I've had a terrific time. I've seen cricket, good European cricketers there once again, making their dreams come true and giving you at home loads of entertainment. And of course, can't finish off without saying thank you very much to you, Vinny Sandhu, and it's always enjoy my time up here in the commentary box with you. Certainly enjoy watching cricket and talking cricket.
Yes, absolutely.
It's been a blast.
Yeah, it has been. Look, it's so sad, of course. You know, Kings 11, they'll be devastated. I mean, that can happen. It's a big game. You're playing a team that's a very, very good cricket team, and when things go bad, they can go really bad. Yeah. That's just what happened in the second half of this game, and that's what good teams do. I mean, they had to defend a double-digit score. You know, we love Kings 11 for sure. I know they've got a lot of fans all around the world. Look, a lot of the teams here, they have big fan bases because of the way they approach the game. But really, when it came down to it, you can't take anything away from Jinnah Brescia. They thoroughly deserve the chance to defend their Super Series title. I mean, Luke's seen a lot of ECS cricket and ECN cricket. He said probably one of the best bowling attacks that he's ever seen as far as the depth of it. The fact they just never gave Kings 11 any room to breathe. So, well, things are done and dusted here in Brescia, but we will be back, like I said, Monday morning in Bologna. I'll be there. I'll be there with Corey Ruckers. I know you'll take a couple of weeks off, but then you'll be back for the Super Series. So I cannot wait. Recharge your batteries. Enjoy. Jump in the chat when you can. And look, maybe you can tell a few friends, Rico, forget to subscribe and get us closer to
Yeah,
that 300,000.
Want to get to that number? That's the Italian job. That's our Italian job. 300,000. Come and help us out there. 300,000. Get those
Come at us.
subscribers up.
Thanks for being such a great support for me. You know, it really takes a load off my mind knowing that you are doing such a great job for ECN. I know you've got so many fans all around the world. Join us on social media as well at European Cricket. Catch some of the best bits. And look, I know we'll probably have a word with some of the Brescia guys and see how they feel about going to the Super Series. We might even be able to put up something in the middle and talk about the day, because I know it has been a big day in European cricket. We're going to then get out of here. We'll leave you with some highlights today. Thanks to our crew at Spring Productions. I want to say congratulations once again to everyone involved. Thanks to you, the viewers, as well. But Rico, enjoy your holiday. We'll see you in a couple of weeks, and we'll see you Monday morning. But from now, from everyone at ECN and the whole European cricket family, I hope you have a happy and a safe evening. Hope you recharge your batteries. We'll be back bigger and better in Bologna. 9 teams fighting for one spot in the Super Series. We'll meet Gina as well as Albano and Fresh Tropical from Milan. We'll see you Monday morning. Enjoy your day off, but then be back Monday, because we've got heaps more coming your way on ECN. More FanCode European Cricket Series. Enjoy, guys. Hasta mañana.
Adiós, mi familia. Bien fin de semana.
it.